Now we must say a few words as to why we should study Nietzsche. Let me say in a very general way that he is the most comprehensive and the most profound questioner, at least in the last 6 generations. He reminds us of Socrates, even if, and precisely if, he questions Socrates. Before I try to explain that, let me first consider the surface, while never forgetting that it is only the surface. Now, the surface is the political situation in which Nietzsche lived. The great watershed was the French Revolution. And the French Revolution led to the formation of 2 parties in all of Europe, the conservatives and the liberals, who can easily be distinguished, at least they could easily be distinguished, because the conservatives stood for throne and altar, and liberals stood for democracy or something approaching democracy, and religion as a strictly private affair. But liberalism was already outflanked by the extreme revolutionary left, the socialist, communist, anarchist, and atheist left. This was a position which we may call political atheism. Now, Nietzsche opposed both the moderate and the extreme left, but he saw that conservatism had no future, that its fighting was a rearguard action, and conservatism was being eroded ever more. The consequence of this was that Nietzsche pointed to something which we may call the revolutionary right, an atheism of the right. Nietzsche is then the antagonist of Marx, whom he did not know at all, as far as I know. Nietzsche produced the climate in which fascism and Hitlerism could emerge. One must not be squeamish about admitting this dubious paternity. One must emphasize it. Every fool can see and has seen that Nietzsche abhorred the things for which Hitler in particular stood and to which he owed his success. Some liberals have gone so far as to claim Nietzsche for liberalism. Was Nietzsche not the intellectual ancestor of that great liberal Sigmund Freud? This partial truth must not be permitted to obscure the more massive, hence the more superficial fact, which I have tried to point out. Now, the difficulty, if I have not pointed to the difficulty by this remark about the surface, can be stated more simply as follows. Nietzsche's, as it were, final judgment on Plato. I quote, "Plato is boring," unquote. Nietzsche is never boring. He is always interesting, exciting, thrilling, glittering, breathtaking. He possesses a kind of brilliance and tempo which I believe was unknown in former times. I seem to discern it in writers as different in rank and quality as Diderot, Heine, Macaulay, and Taine. One could call, with a somewhat nasty expression, high-class journalism. Nietzsche surely bewilders us by the wealth of his thought and vision. He, so to speak, never said anything which he did not also contradict. And there is a book written on Nietzsche by a very famous man called Jaspers, in which it is shown that it is impossible to speak of any Nietzschean teaching because Nietzsche had contradicted everything he had said. Nietzsche's thought is deliberately unsystematic. Where shall we begin? Now, primary orientation is supplied by the well-attested fact that there are three stages or periods in Nietzsche's thought and writing. Now, first, Nietzsche was by training and education a classical scholar. Classical scholarship was at that time in Germany as well as in other countries the core of higher education. Higher education was understood as a formation of character and mind through the classics. Therefore, the classical scholars were the educators, were supposed to be the educators. Accepting this view, Nietzsche opposed the spirit of the time. One of his early writings is called Thoughts Out of Season. But Nietzsche observed that that spirit of the time which he opposed was effective precisely within classical scholarship itself. Classical scholarship was undergoing a transformation of the study of the classic culture into a branch of anthropology. The model was being transformed into a mere object of exciting research. Now, Nietzsche's opposition to the spirit of the times was based not only on the classics, and this indicates the first difficulty. It was inspired also by the philosopher Schopenhauer and the musician or composer Wagner. This Nietzsche's adherence or admiration of these men was from the very beginning accompanied by considerable modifications and mental reservations. But this combination of classicism and Schopenhauer-Wagner was a very shaky affair. And Nietzsche broke with that. He broke with all, quote, romanticism. And that characterizes the second stage of Nietzsche's work. The first document of that is Human All to Human, which is characteristically dedicated to Voltaire. It is sufficient to say about this second stage the following thing. Nietzsche is a psychologist, not an experimental psychologist, of course. What he's doing is unmasking, undermining. He himself compared himself in that stage to a mole working underground without any light inside. But finally, the light came. the great light and inspiration. And that means the beginning of the third stage, the document, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. The Zarathustra was followed by writings which were meant to prepare the understanding of the Zarathustra, among which there is, first of all, Beyond Good and Evil, the genealogy of morals, and a series of pamphlet-like publication. Beyond Good and Evil is, in my opinion, his most beautiful work. But according to Nietzsche, the Zarathustra is only the vestibule to his main work, which he never wrote, which he surely never finished, and which is accessible in a way in the posthumously edited work Will to Power. I have spoken of Nietzsche's questioning. What is the core of this questioning? The chief preoccupation of his contemporaries was epistemological. Epistemology is the science which answers or tries to answer the question, what is science? Nietzsche was also concerned with this question, but much more with the question, why science? The question, why science, had always been answered by philosophers and men of science, if in different ways, but always to the effect that there is a satisfactory answer, that science has a sufficient why. Simply that science is good. It is true that there have always been people who questioned the goodness of science, almost above all some radical theologians, in the first place the author of the second chapter of Genesis. Through all the centuries, there raged a conflict between knowledge and faith. Knowledge in the widest sense, including skepticism. Faith in the widest sense, including also rational faith. Nietzsche questions both knowledge and faith. We must see what it is that he opposes to both knowledge and faith. Knowledge and faith both assert, each in its way, that the truth, known or believed, will make us free, will make us good, will make us truly alive. Nietzsche denies this. The truth is deadly. I read to you a passage from Nietzsche's second consideration out of season on the use or abuse of history. I quote, "If the doctrines of sovereign becoming, of the fluidity of all concepts, types and species, of the lack of any cardinal difference between man and beast, doctrines which I regard as true but deadly, if these doctrines will be broadcast among the people for one more generation with the fanaticism of conversion, which is now customary, then one ought not to be surprised if the people perishes from the egoistically small and miserable, from ossification and selfishness, in the first place disintegrating and ceasing to be a people. The people will then perhaps be replaced by systems of individual egoisms, by fraternization for the purpose of rapacious exploitation of the non-brothers, and similar creations of utilitarian vulgarity. End of the quotation. These doctrines are, to which he refers, are doctrines of sovereign becoming, of the sovereignty of becoming. That's to say, of the subordination of being to becoming. That they deny that there are stable, fixed, unshakable differences between the species, and in particular between man and the brutes. They have a ruinous effect, yet they are true. They have that ruinous effect through becoming vulgarized and popularized. Nietzsche does not consider the possibility that the ruinous effect might be prevented by keeping secret the doctrines in question. It was an obvious impossibility. What then shall be done? Suppression of the deadly truth is impossible. One can state Nietzsche's answer in a most general way and very provisionally as follows. One must transform these deadly truths into life-giving truth, into truths which make possible the highest life that ever was and ever will be. Now, how Nietzsche believed he could achieve that we must see by studying him, and especially Beyond Good and Evil, which I hope we can read as a whole. Now, I would like to illustrate Nietzsche's point by by reading a few selected passages from the Zarathustra. But let us make a pause now and see whether there is any point which you would like to take issue. Well, let us then turn and read a few passages from the Zarathustra. Nietzsche has found a very striking formula for the deadly truth, and that is, quote, God is dead. What does that mean? If you will look at the translation on page 198, the second paragraph, it's towards the end of the first part. Here, in this edition, page 191, paragraph 2. Read them.
What is the title? It's subtitle.
It's the very last section of the first part.
The very end of the first part. The section is called of the gift-giving virtue.
Dead are all gods. Now we want the overman to live.
Yeah, let us stop here. So that is so in the deadly truth leads to the life-giving truth of what this translator calls the overman. No one can blame him, of course, for not translating it by Superman after what happened to Superman in the comic strips. But it is nevertheless important that in German it is Übermensch, Superman. The noun Superman is very rare. I know only a passage in Goethe's Faust where it occurs prior to Nietzsche. But the adjective is quite common. Übermenschlich, superhuman. superhuman. Now, the overman is a superhuman being who is still a human being. That is, what that means cannot be said easily. We understand it better following Nietzsche himself, or at least his Zarathustra, who tried to explain what the Übermensch is, but failed in that, and therefore explained to the people the alternative to the Übermensch. And that is in page 128, if you will be so good to look at that. I beg your pardon? 128, second paragraph from the bottom.
When Zarathustra had spoken these words, he beheld the people again and was silent. There they stand, he said to his heart. There they laugh. They do not understand me. I am not the mouth for these ears. Must one smash their ears before they learn to listen with their eyes? Must one clatter like kettle drums and preachers of repentance? Or do they believe only the stammerer?
Go on.
They have something of which they are proud. What do they call that which makes them proud? Education, they call it.
Well, the present day, the best translation would be culture.
Culture, they call
No,
it.
culture is a literal translation of the German, but in present they use it.
It distinguishes them from goatherds.
Yeah.
That is why they do not like to hear the word contempt applied to them. Let me then address their pride. Let me speak to them of what is most contemptible. But that is the last man. And thus spoke Zarathustra to the people. The time has come for man to set himself a goal. The time has come for man to plant the seed of his highest hope. His soil is still rich enough. But one day this soil will be poor and domesticated, and no tall tree will be able to grow in it. Alas, the time is coming when man will no longer shoot the arrow for his longing beyond man, and the string of his bow will have forgotten how to whir. I say unto you, one must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star. I say unto you, you still have chaos in yourselves. Alas, the time is coming when man will no longer give birth to a star. Alas, the time of the most despicable man is coming. He that is no longer able to despise himself. Behold, I show you the last man. What is love? What is creation? What is longing? What is a star? Thus asked the last man, and he blinked. The earth has become small, and on it hops the last man, who makes everything small. His race is as ineradicable as the flea beetle. The last man lives longer. We have invented happiness, say the last men, and they blink. They have left the regions where it was hard to live, for one needs warmth. One still loves one's neighbors and rubs against him, for one needs warmth. Becoming sick and harboring suspicion are sinful to them. One proceeds carefully. A fool, whoever still stumbles over stones or human beings. A little poison now and then that makes for agreeable dreams, and much poison in the end for an agreeable death. One still works, for work is a form of entertainment, but one is careful lest the entertainment be too harrowing. One no longer becomes poor or rich. Both require too much exertion. Who still wants to rule? Who obey? Both require too much exertion. No shepherd and one herd. Everybody wants the same. Everybody is the same. Whoever feels different goes voluntarily into a madhouse. Formerly, all the world was mad, say the most refined, and they blink. One is clever and knows everything that has ever happened, so there is no need of derision. One still quarrels, but one is soon reconciled, else it might spoil the digestion. One has one's little pleasures for the day and one's little pleasure for the night, but one has a regard for health. We have invented happiness, say the last men, and they blink.
Let us stop here. Thank you. And yeah, in retrospect, one could say, I believe you can recognize certain contemporary phenomena in what Nietzsche says, but in some respect Nietzsche was perhaps too sanguine. For example, when he says everyone who feels differently goes voluntarily into the lunatic asylum, because now he goes only to a psychoanalyst, which is, and some other differences. Also, he did not mention here the terrible alternatives which have become actual in the 20th century. The last man, as described or indicated here, that is the alternative to the Superman. And one can begin to understand what Nietzsche means by the Superman by contrasting that X with the last man. Why is the last man the alternative? Because all other possibilities have disappeared with the death of God. But it might be helpful to see how Nietzsche looked at intermediate possibilities, which he did no longer regard as possibilities. And that is interesting also for some other reasons, the passage I have in mind, and that you find on page 170 in your edition. Pardon? Von 1001 Ziele. 1001 Night is a title of what is called in English the Arabian Nights. And it is used in the singular, 1001 night, not 1001 nights. And accordingly, Nietzsche says here of 1001 goal, and not 1001 goals. I believe he translates goals, no?
Goals.
Yeah, all right. Now, I read.
Zarathustra saw many lands and many peoples. Thus he discovered the good and evil of many peoples. And Zarathustra found no greater power on earth than good and evil. No people could live without first esteeming. But if they want to preserve themselves, then they must not esteem as the neighbor esteems. Much that was good to one people was scorn and infamy to another. Thus I found it. Much I found called evil here, and decked out with purple honors there. Never did one neighbor understand the other. Ever was his soul amazed at the neighbor's delusion and wickedness. A tablet of the good hangs over every people. Behold, it is the tablet of their overcomings. Behold, it is the voice of their will to power. Praiseworthy is whatever seems difficult to a people. Whatever seems indispensable and difficult is called good. And whatever liberates, even out of the deepest need, the rarest, the most difficult, that they call holy. Whatever makes them rule and triumph and shine to the awe and envy of their neighbors, that is to them the high, the first, the measure, the meaning of all things. Verily, my brother, once you have recognized the need and land and sky and neighbor of a people, you may also guess the law of their overcomings and why they climb to their hope on this ladder. You shall always be the first and excel all others. Your jealous soul shall love no one, unless it be the friend. That made the soul of the Greek quiver. Thus he walked the path of his greatness. To speak the truth and to handle bow and arrow well, that seemed both dear and difficult to the people who gave me my name, the name which is both dear and difficult to me. To honor father and mother and to follow their will to the root of one's soul. This was the tablet of overcoming that another people hung up over themselves and became powerful and eternal thereby. To practice loyalty, and for the sake of loyalty, to risk honor and blood, even for evil and dangerous things. With this teaching, another people conquered themselves, and through this self-conquest they became pregnant and heavy with great hopes. Verily, men gave themselves all to their good and evil. Verily, they did not take it. They did not find it, nor did it come to them as a voice from heaven. Only man placed values in things to preserve himself. He alone created a meaning for things, a human meaning. Therefore he calls himself man, which means the esteemer. To esteem is to create. Hear this, you creators. Esteeming itself is of all esteemed things the most estimable treasure. Through esteeming alone is their value, and without esteeming, the nut of existence would be hollow. Hear this, you creators. Change the values. That is a change of creators. Whoever must be a creator always annihilates. First, peoples were creators, and only in later times individuals. Verily, the individual himself is still the most recent creation. Once peoples hung a tablet of the good over themselves, love, which would rule, and love, which would obey, have together created such tablets. The delight in the herd is more ancient than the delight in the ego, and as long as the good conscience is identified with the herd, only the bad conscience says, I. Verily, the clever ego, the loveless ego, that desires its own profit, in the profit of the many, that is not the origin of the herd, but its going under. Good and evil have always been created by lovers and creators. The fire of love glows in the names of all the virtues, and the fire of wrath. Zarathustra saw many lands and many peoples. No greater power did Zarathustra find on earth than the works of the lovers. Good and evil are their names. Verily, a monster is the power of this praising and censuring. Tell me, who will conquer it, O brothers? Tell me, who will throw a yoke over the 1,000 necks of this beast? 1,000 goals have there been so far, for there have been 1,000 people. Only the yoke for the 1,000 necks is still lacking. One goal is lacking. Humanity has no goal. But tell me, my brothers, if humanity still lacks a goal, is humanity itself not still lacking too? Thus spoke Zarathustra.
I believe you had no difficulty in recognizing the four peoples to whom he alludes, or did you have difficulty? He mentions only one by name, but the three others are rather clear, I think. Well, to make sure. The Greeks, the Persians, the Jews, and the Germans. And every culture, as they say now, is a national culture. And nations are the fundamental phenomenon. Individuals are a very late creation. But perhaps it is a very fact that the individuals have, as individuals have come into being, that it is no longer possible to leave it at a national culture. One must seek a universal culture, a goal for mankind. But were there not goals for mankind prior to Nietzsche, prior to Zarathustra? Why does Nietzsche deny that? Why does he, and therefore denies that there is already a humankind? Yeah. Yeah, but why not the human race? But why not the human race? Human race consisting of individuals, of course. Well, what are the alternatives? Do you know of any universal goal which is not the goal of Nietzsche or Zarathustra?
Salvation.
Sure, and also on a lower level, say communism. But why is this tacitly excluded by Nietzsche? Because these views are unaware of what he calls the death of God. That is not here explicitly said, that is clear. So when Nietzsche uses the word values here and in many of his other writings, and he made this term popular so that it is now used by such exact sciences as sociology, psychology, political sciences, or as you know, who have deepened the understanding and are deepening it all the time. But the term was not coined by Nietzsche, nor does it stem, as some people seem to think, from economics. But it came from academic German philosophy after the great German period, and it probably was used because people needed a term covering the good, the true, and the beautiful. So morality would be only the good and not the true and the beautiful. So, and all things which are beyond the world of, quote, facts, unquote. That, I believe, is the reason why this term emerged around 1840, and through Nietzsche that term conquered the world. Now let me use a more old-fashioned term, ideals, a term which Nietzsche abhorred. Ideals. Now what are ideals? What did he suggest in the passage which we have read about ideals? No. That is... No. That is... the key word which occurs here and throughout Zarathustra is creation. And though this term is, of course, much older than Nietzsche, I still believe that its present-day deluge is connected with Nietzsche. I mean, so you know that if a 4-year-old child in a kindergarten is requested to say something about his holidays, and that is called creative writing, I've been told. And so this use, there is, Nietzsche had to change that. Ideas are creations, not conventions. But what is the creating being? Yes, that is what he says. But love is what kind of thing is love?
Something that annihilates?
No. Well, to some extent, yes, but that is not, I believe, the first thing of which one would think when hearing of love. Yeah? Well, was traditionally called a passion, an emotion. Nietzsche uses the word will. Ideas are creations of the will. And what we would have considered is this. I have said before that Nietzsche opposes both knowledge and faith. What is the X in the name of which he opposes both knowledge and faith? And one could say, with some justice, that X is will. Is this the case? Is this true? There is one passage which we might read, which would help us here. If you turn to page, in your edition, page 137. 137. Yes? Oh, von den 3 Verwandlungen. It is the second speech.
Of the 3 metamorphoses of the Spirit, I tell you, how the Spirit becomes a camel, and the camel a lion, and the lion, finally, a child. There is much that is difficult for the Spirit, a strong, reverent spirit that would bear much. But the difficult, and the most difficult, are what its strength demands. What is difficult? Asks the Spirit that would bear much, and kneels down like a camel wanting to be well loaded. What is most difficult, O heroes? Asks the Spirit that would bear much. That I may take it upon myself and exult in my strength? Is this not humbling oneself to wound one's haughtiness? Letting one's folly shine to mock one's wisdom? Or is it this? Parting from our cause when it triumphs, climbing high mountains to tempt the tempter? Or is it this? Feeding on the acorns and grass of knowledge, and, for the sake of truth, suffering hunger in one's soul? Or is it this? Being sick and sending home the comforters, and making friends with the deaf who never hear what you want? Or is it this? Stepping into filthy waters when they are the waters of truth, and not repulsing cold frogs and hot toads? Or is it this? Loving those who despise us and offering a hand to the ghost that would frighten us? All these most difficult things, the Spirit that would bear much takes upon itself, like the camel that, burdened, speeds into the desert. Thus the Spirit speeds into the desert. In the loneliest desert, however, the second metamorphosis occurs. Here the Spirit becomes a lion who would conquer his freedom and be master in his own desert. Here he seeks out his last master. He wants to fight him, and his last god. For ultimate victory, he wants to fight with the great dragon. Who is the great dragon whom the Spirit will no longer call Lord and God? Thou shalt is the name of the great dragon. But the Spirit of the lion says, I will. Thou shalt lies in his way, sparkling like gold, an animal covered with scales, and on every side shines a golden thou shalt. Values, thousands of years old, shine on these scales. And thus speaks the mightiest of all dragons. All value of all things shines on me. All value has long been created, and I am all created value. Verily, there shall be no more I will. Thus speaks the dragon. My brothers, why is there a need in the Spirit for the lion? Why is not the beast of burden, which renounces and is reverent, enough? create new values, that even the lion cannot do. But the creation of freedom for oneself, for new creation, that is within the power of the lion. The creation of freedom for oneself and a sacred no, even to duty. For that, my brothers, the lion is needed. To assume the right to new values, that is the most terrifying assumption for a reverent spirit that would bear much. Verily, to him it is praying, and a matter of beast of prey. He once loved, thou shalt, as most sacred. Now he must find illusion and caprice even in the most sacred. That freedom from his love may become his prey. The lion is needed for such prey. But say, my brothers, what can the child do that even the lion could not do? Why must the praying lion still become a child? The child is innocence and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, a self-propelled wheel, a first movement, a sacred yes. For the game of creation, my brothers, a sacred yes is needed. The Spirit now wills his own will, and he who had been lost to the world now conquers his own world. Of three metamorphoses of the Spirit I have told you, how the Spirit became a camel, and the camel a lion, and the lion, finally, a child.
Yeah. And then, what is it true then that will is a fundamental phenomenon which Nietzsche opposes to knowledge and faith? I believe a simple answer is not possible. Of course it is will. Even in the case of the child, a holy saying yes. And in this stage, the mind will now its will. It is will, but the mere fact that that there is a distinction between the lion with its I will and the child with its I am indicates that it cannot be the answer, the will, would be too simple. There are three more passages which I believe we should discuss. There is the mind, the term which you use here in German, the Geist. There is one speech of Zarathustra, in the title of which the mind or the spirit occurs. And that is the spirit of gravity, as a translator translates it. And that is on page 303 bottom. But I would translate it the spirit of heaviness, der Geist der Schwere. Will you read it?
My tongue is of the people. I speak too crudely and hardly for Angora rabbits, and my speech sounds even stranger to all inkfish and pen hacks. My hand is a fool's hand. Beware all tables and walls, and whatever else still offer room for foolish frill or scribbling skill. My foot is a cloven foot. With it I trample and trot over sticks and stones, crisscross, and I am happy as the devil while running so fast. My stomach, is it an eagle's stomach? For it liked lamb best of all. Certainly it is the stomach of some bird, nourished on innocent things and on little, ready and impatient to fly off. That happens to be my way. How could there not be something of the bird's way in that? And above all, I am an enemy of the spirit of gravity. That is the bird's way. And verily, a sworn enemy, an arch enemy. primordial enemy. Oh, where has not my enmity flown and misflown in the past? Of that I could well sing a song, and will sing it, although I am alone in an empty house, and must sing it to my own ears. These are other singers, of course, whose throats are made mellow, whose hands are made talkative, whose eyes are made expressive, whose hearts are awakened only by a packed house. But I am not like those.
Yeah, but it is too long to read it now. Let us keep this only in mind, the spirit of heaviness. And there is another spirit which never occurs in the title, but of which he speaks much more frequently than of the spirit of heaviness. And that he does in a variety of passages. He calls that other spirit the spirit of revenge. The spirit of revenge and the spirit of heaviness, they are not identical, but they are inseparable from one another, and if one does not understand their connection, one will not understand Nietzsche, I believe. Let us turn to page 249 in the translation. In German is von der Erlösung.
When Zarathustra crossed over the great bridge, one day the cripples and beggars surrounded him, and a hunchback spoke to him thus: "The people too learn from you and come to believe in your doctrine. But before they will believe you entirely, one thing is still needed. You must first persuade us cripples. For here you have a fine selection, and verily an opportunity with more than one handle. You can heal the that I the right way to make the cripples believe in Zarathustra." But Zarathustra replied thus to the man who had spoken: "When one takes away the hump from the hunchback, one takes away his spirit. Thus teach the people. And when one restores his eyes to the blind man, he sees too many wicked things on earth, and he will curse whoever healed him. But whoever makes the lame walk does the greatest harm, for when he can walk, his vices run away with him. Thus teach the people about cripples." And why should Zarathustra not learn from the people when the people learn from Zarathustra? But this is what matters least to me, since I have been among men, to see that this one lacks an eye, and that one an ear, and a third a leg, while there are others who have lost their tongues, or their noses, or their heads. I see and have seen what is worse. When they spoke of great men, and I maintained my belief that it was an inverse cripple who had too little of everything and too much of one thing. When Zarathustra had spoken thus to the hunchback, and to those whose mouthpiece and advocate the hunchback was, he turned to his disciples in profound dismay and said, "Verily, my friends, I walk among men as among the fragments and limbs of men. This is what is terrible for my eyes, that I find man in ruins and scattered as over a battlefield or a butcher field. And when my eyes flee from the now to the past, they always find the same, fragments and limbs and dreadful accidents, but no human beings. The now and the past on earth, alas, my friends, that is what I find most unendurable. And I should not know how to live if I were not also a seer of that which must come, a seer, a willer, a creator, a future himself, and a bridge to the future, and alas, also, as it were, a cripple at this bridge. All this is Zarathustra. And you too have often asked yourselves, who is Zarathustra to us? What shall we call him? And like myself, you replied to yourselves with questions. Is he a promiser or a fulfiller, a conqueror or an inheritor, an autumn or a plowshare, a physician or one who has recovered? Is he a poet or truthful, a liberator or a tamer, good or evil? I walk among men as among the fragments of the future, that future which I envisage. And this is all my creating and striving, that I create and carry together into one what is fragment and riddle and dreadful accident. And how could I bear to be a man if man were not also a creator and guesser of riddles and redeemer of accidents? To redeem those
Of accident, of chance.
and redeemer of accident.
Yeah, of chance. Redeemer of chance.
Of chance.
Yeah.
To redeem those who lived in the past and to recreate all it was into a thus I willed it. That alone should I call redemption. Will, that is the nature of the liberator and the joy bringer. Thus I taught you, my friends. But now learn this too. The will itself is still a prisoner. Willing liberates. But what is it that puts even the liberator himself in fetters? It was, that is the name of the will's gnashing of teeth, the most secret melancholy. Powerless against what has been done, he is an angry spectator of all that is past. The will cannot will backwards, and that he cannot break time and time's covetousness. That is the will's loneliest melancholy. Willing liberates. What means does the will devise for himself to get rid of this melancholy and to mock his dungeon? Alas, every prisoner becomes a fool, and the imprisoned will redeems himself foolishly. That time does not run backwards, that is his wrath. That which was is the name of his wrath and displeasure as he does. Thus the will, the liberator, took to hurting, and on all who can suffer he wreaks revenge for his inability to go backwards. This indeed, this alone, is what revenge is. The will's ill will against time, and it was. A great curse for everything human that this folly has acquired spirit. The spirit of revenge, my friends, has so far been the subject of man's best reflection, and where there was suffering, one always wanted punishment too. For punishment is what revenge calls itself. With a hypocritical lie, it creates a good conscience for itself. Because there is suffering in those who will, inasmuch as they cannot will backwards, willing itself and all life was supposed to be a punishment. And now, cloud upon cloud rolled over the spirit, until eventually madness preached, everything passes away, therefore everything deserves to pass away. And this too is justice, this law of time, that it must devour its children. Thus preached madness. Things are ordered morally according to justice and punishment. Alas, where is redemption from the flux of things and from the punishment called existence? Thus preached madness. Can there be redemption if there is eternal justice? Alas, the stone it was cannot be moved. All punishments must be eternal too. Thus preached madness. No deed can be annihilated. How could it be undone by punishment? This is what is eternal in the punishment called existence, that existence must eternally become deed and guilt again, unless the will should at last redeem himself, and willing should become not willing. But, my brothers, You know this fable of madness. I led you away from these fables when I taught you the will is a creator. All it was is a fragment, a riddle, a dreadful chance, until the creative will says to it, but thus I willed it, until the creative will says to it, but thus I will it, thus I shall will it. But has the will yet spoken thus? And when will that happen? Has the will been unharnessed yet from his own folly? Has the will yet become his own redeemer and joy-bringer? Has he unlearned the spirit of revenge and all gnashing of teeth? And who taught him reconciliation with time and something higher than any reconciliation? For that will, which is the will to power, must will something higher than any reconciliation. But how shall this be brought about? Who could teach him also to will backwards?
Yeah, let us stop here. That's sufficient. Now I will try to explain that by the spirit of revenge, Nietzsche means a very great variety of phenomena. And to some of them he alludes in this speech. In his other writings he calls that, with the French word, ressentiment, which in Nietzsche does not merely mean resentment, but rather the reaction of those who are disadvantaged by nature and or law against the privileged. And that leads in a deeper stratum to a denial of the superiority, of the goodness of the advantages in question, denigration of those qualities, and longing for the humiliation of these people in this life and in the next. It leads also to what he calls the theology of hangman, punitiveness, as expressing itself not only in criminal justice, but in the doctrines of divine justice. But as he says in this passage, which we have read, all these are superficial phenomena of the spirit of revenge. The fundamental thing is of the spirit of revenge is it is a revolt against fate, against the past, against time. The spirit of revenge, therefore, leads to the escape from time, from the perishable and temporal to the imperishable and eternal. And this is linked up with what he says in the passage which we have not read, because it's too long, but which you could read, about the spirit of heaviness. The spirit of heaviness that shows itself particularly in science. The need for certainty, for apodicticity. The spirit of revenge and the spirit of heaviness together, that is Nietzsche's interpretation of the core of our philosophic or scientific tradition. Nietzsche questions the quest for the firm and eternal things. This, the firm and eternal things, that they would be deadly. They are deadening. There is another passage we cannot read so much here, that is in your edition, page 233 following. That is only identified, of Immaculate Conception, where he confronts sun and moon, creativity and mere contemplation. The Immaculate Conception in German, immaculate knowledge. Immaculate knowledge is because it is immaculate, opposed to life. What Nietzsche questions in here and elsewhere is precisely the traditional notion that there is such a thing as contemplation, theoria, and that theoria is good and even the best. Theoria being directed towards the eternal and unchangeable. The eternal and unchangeable, the beingly being, the ontos on, as Plato calls it. Being in opposition to becoming. But the true and deadly doctrine is that of the sovereignty of becoming. According to a traditional view which Nietzsche accepts, the philosopher of being is Parmenides, and the philosopher of becoming is Heraclitus. Yet Nietzsche also questions Heraclitus, the philosopher of becoming. And he has a simple formula for that. All philosophers, he said, after having mentioned Heraclitus, lack historical sense, the sense for history. Let me read to you a passage from one of his earlier writings, Human All Too Human. Here in the first aphorism, he opposes to the metaphysical philosophy the historical philosophy, which, in his opinion, cannot be separated from natural science, unquote. In the beginning of the second aphorism, he says, the congenital error of the philosophers. All philosophers have the common mistake error that they begin from present-day men and believe they can reach their goal through an analysis of present-day man. That reads almost as taken over, as borrowed from Rousseau's Discourse on the Origin of Inequality. The philosophers who have examined the foundation of society have all of them felt the necessity to go back to the state of nature, but not one of them has arrived there. The philosophers spoke of the savage, l'homme sauvage, and they painted civil man, the man of society, present-day man. So this Nietzsche's concern with history is by no means peculiar to him, as you see. In the 18th and 19th centuries, philosophy has become aware of history in a way in which it was not aware of it before. The very term philosophy of history was coined in 1750, rather late. This novel alliance of philosophy and history reached its peak in Hegel. But Hegel's philosophy, while fully aware of the creative acts, the acts of the will which made man what he is, Hegel's philosophy is, in spite of that, contemplative. It, as it were, registers or systematizes those creative acts. It is not in itself creative, and it doesn't wish to be. In the words of Marx, in Hegel, the philosopher enters post festum, after the festival, after the whole play is over. Now, Nietzsche is in opposition to that. Philosophy must prepare the creative acts. Nay, it must be itself the creative act par excellence. In other words, after the emergence of the historical sense, philosophy can retain its contemplative character only if history is completed, if there is no future, and that is what Hegel fundamentally assumed. But as common sense says, and as Nietzsche says with common sense, history is unfinished, unfinishable, and moreover, it is all comprehensive. There are no coasts to which one can escape from the ocean of history. History is all comprehensive. Nothing is transhistorical. There are no eternal truths of any kind, as Hegel says, and of course also Marx and many others. So this, in a way, of a very general introduction. And we should now turn to the book we plan to read, Beyond Good and Evil. But again, I would like to find out whether there are any points which should be raised. Oh no. Yes?
Is the knowledge which the spirit of revenge gives birth to, that is, the eternals or the absolutes, deadly in the same way as that which the spirit of gravity gives birth to, that of modern science?
Yeah, and that is not only modern science. This is the spirit of science altogether. The two things belong together. There are two. When you say the firm and eternal things, you indicate both aspects of the same phenomenon.
Well, on the speech concerning the last man, he said that Christianity, apparently Christianity, had prepared the groundwork to create a certain tension in human souls.
Yeah, that is complicated. He also says that Christianity is Platonism for the people, which would be just the opposite. That needs a long story. Needs a longer discussion. Now, perhaps we can at least begin with the very beginning of Beyond Good and Evil, and that is, of course, the title. Beyond Good and Evil. What does that mean? Nietzsche has called himself in other writings an immoralist. Beyond does not necessarily mean immoralist, but transmoral. But what Nietzsche was compelled to make clear is that beyond good and evil doesn't mean beyond common decency. Of course, that is, Nietzsche was a very decent man. Yet what is the status of common decency? How far can common decency guide us? Does common decency entitle us, for example, to distinguish responsibly between decent and indecent wars? People say usually moral or immoral wars, but one can also use it less pretentious terms. Or when you think of the problem raised by Dostoevsky's as Raskolnikov. Is Raskolnikov an indecent man? He's surely up to his act of murder beyond good and evil. But can you call him indecent? On the other hand, it makes sense, I suppose we all use this expression from time to time. This is a fellow whom I would not touch with a 10-foot pole, an intelligible expression. And that is what Nietzsche meant by common decency. He has another word for that, a high word and a pedestrian word. The high word is purity, and the pedestrian word is cleanliness. These were for Nietzsche indispensable conditions, but Nietzsche also knew that some people whom one would not touch with a 10-foot pole sometimes can make discoveries, especially in the seamy side of the human soul, which one must gratefully accept. What was his example? A French writer of the 18th century. Galliani. Now, the next point is, after we have seen the title, to look at the subtitle. The subtitle is A Prelude to a Philosophy of the Future. Richard Wagner had spoken of the music of the future. Nietzsche speaks of a philosophy of the future. The future was implied in many passages we have read today in the Zarathustra. For example, in the passage when he says, does mankind already have a goal? Where it is implied, and that is the sake of the future to find such a goal, or to create such a goal. Now, then, the next is, of course, a table of contents, and you will see that the term philosophy occurs only, or philosopher, occurs only in the heading of the first section, and nowhere else. But that is deceptive. The whole book deals with the philosopher. Yes, and then we come, of course, to the preface. And perhaps we begin with that. It's a very long sentence with which he begins, but let me translate the very beginning. Assuming that truth is a woman. a strange beginning for philosophy. What is the justification? Well, it is not clear in English, but it is very clear in other languages like German and like Latin, French and so, that the word Wahrheit is of feminine gender. So you have a not too bad argument for assuming that truth is female. But there is more to that than this grammatical reason. There are yes. But not as truth. But not as truth. Think only of the last chapter. No, but there is a well-known woman who represented the truth in ancient mythology.
Athena?
No, not true. The Sphinx. Think of Oedipus' wisdom. Yeah. And Nietzsche refers to that in other words. So that the assumption that truth is a woman is not entirely unfounded. They have two good reasons of it. Now, whether they are sufficient remains to be seen. There is also what Nietzsche hardly thought, the remark of Machiavelli that Fortuna is a woman, but I don't believe in Nietzsche on that. So, now let us read the whole sentence with which we began.
Supposing truth is a woman, what then? Are there not grounds for the suspicion that all philosophers, insofar as they were dogmatists, have been very inexpert about women?
Yeah, one should translate females, because the word Weiber has a slightly derogatory meaning, which females have. Yeah.
That the gruesome seriousness, the clumsy obtrusiveness with which they have usually approached truth so far, have been awkward and very improper methods for winning a woman's heart.
Yeah, you see, that is, and here Nietzsche describes here what he calls elsewhere the spirit of heaviness. The dogmatists went like elephants into a china shop, and that was a very elusive woman. Now you can imagine what happened to them. Yes. You mean Theodote? Yes, but sure. Yeah, but Socrates was not a dogmatist. Socrates was not a dogmatist, as Nietzsche understands it. If you take, sure, yes, no.
What is certain is that she has not allowed herself to be won, and today every kind of dogmatism is left standing dispirited and discouraged. If it is left standing at all, for there are scoffers who claim that it has fallen, that all dogmatism lies on the ground, even more, that all dogmatism is dying. Speaking seriously, there are good reasons why why all philosophical dogmatizing, however solemn and definitive its airs used to be, may nevertheless have been no more than a noble childishness and tyrannism. Perhaps the time is at hand when it will be comprehended again and again how little used to be sufficient to furnish the cornerstone for such sublime and unconditional philosophers' edifices as the dogmatists have built so far.
And so on. Now let us stop here. So was of course no way striking in 1887 or when Nietzsche published this work to attack philosophical dogmatism that was almost prevalent. It was prevalent, one can say, since the time of Kant especially. But from Nietzsche's point of view, Kant is also a dogmatic philosopher, and this shows itself, according to Nietzsche, in what he says about morality, where he accepts dogmatically, naively, the moral consciousness. So Nietzsche understands dogmatism in a much broader sense than Kant understood it. Dogmatism, as Nietzsche means it, implies that one possesses the truth, or at least the most important, or the most valuable truth. Yet the truth is elusive, like that woman of whom he spoke at the very beginning. Elsewhere he says, we are the first generation which no longer believes that it possesses the truth. That is what he means by the end of dogmatism. And then he develops that theme further, tracing dogmatism to its classic originator, Plato, but we have to postpone this to the next meeting. Next time we will begin to read the first chapter and see how far we Now, let us return to the very beginning, to the subtitle, Prelude to a Philosophy of the Future. It is perhaps, in a way, the title reminds us of the title of a famous Kantian work, Prolegomena to Every Future Metaphysics, which can present itself as a science. Nietzsche does not say to every philosophy of the future, to a philosophy of the future. What that means will become clear while we go. It is, of course, a question, it is clear, it will be a philosophy of the future. The philosophy of the past is finished, as quite a few people have said in the 19th century, and which some have drawn the conclusion that philosophy is finished, especially Marx, concerned with the future, but surely no longer a philosophy of the future. Whatever it is that takes the place of philosophy in Marx's thought. Now, we began to read last time the preface, which begins with that statement about, I think, flattering to the female sex, comparing the woman, the truth to a woman. And we have discussed that. And Nietzsche goes on to say that all dogmatic philosophic teaching has lost its credibility. Well, in a way that had been said by Kant, of course, but from Nietzsche's point of view, Kant is also a dogmatic philosopher. Dogmatism, as Nietzsche understands it, implies that one possesses the truth, however limited that truth may be. Yet the truth is elusive, like a woman, as we have heard. Now, we may continue after that in the preface, where he speaks, where he refers to the Vedanta teaching in Asia and Platonism in Europe. Do you have that? Yeah, let us begin here.
Let us not be ungrateful to
Yeah, you must tell them where it is.
It's on page 3 of this book, and it's the 4th paragraph in the preface. Let us not be ungrateful to it, although it must certainly be conceded that the worst, most durable, and most dangerous of all errors so far was the dogmatist error, namely Plato's invention of the pure spirit and the good as such.
Yeah, and let us stop here for a moment. Nietzsche here identifies the most important of the men he opposes. That's Plato. And what he questions is the core of Plato's teaching, the pure mind and the good in itself. The good in itself is a simple formulation which includes all the ideas, in the language of Nietzsche, all absolute or eternal values. This is the most profound mistake. Now, what Nietzsche will put in its place, or why this Platonic view is such a fundamental error, that he will explain in the first chapter.
The will to truth, which will still tempt us to many a venture, that famous truthfulness to which all philosophers so far have spoken with respect.
Herschel.
But now that it is overcome, now that Europe is breathing freely again after this nightmare, and at least can enjoy a healthier sleep, we whose task is wakefulness itself are the heirs of all that strength which has been fostered by the fight against this error. To be sure, it meant standing truth on our head and denying perspective, the basic condition of all life, when one spoke of spirit and the good as Plato did. Indeed,
No, this perspectivic would be a more literal translation. Life is as such perspectivic, hence thinking, so is perspectivic, and not, quote, absolute, as it would be from Plato's point of view. Yes?
Indeed, as a physician, one might ask, how could the most beautiful growth of antiquity, Plato, contract such a disease? Did the wicked Socrates corrupt him after all? Could Socrates have been the corrupter of youth after all? And did he deserve his hemlock? But the fight against Plato, or to speak more clearly and for the people, the fight against the Christian ecclesiastical pressure of millennia, for Christianity is Platonism for the people, has created in Europe a magnificent tension of the spirit, the like of which had never yet existed on earth. With so tense a bow, we now shoot for the most distant goals.
One thing, this statement, which is set here in parentheses, is naturally crucial. Christianity is Platonism for the people. Christianity does not offer a problem different from that of Plato. It is a modification of Platonism. Therefore, Nietzsche can, in this work at any rate, regard Platonism as the position which he attacks. Yes.
To be sure, European man experiences this tension as need and distress. Twice already attempts have been made in the grand style to unbend the bow, once by means of Jesuitism, the second time by means of the democratic Enlightenment, which, with the aid of freedom of the press and newspaper reading, might indeed bring it about that the spirit would no longer experience itself so easily as a need. The Germans have invented gunpowder, all due respect for that. But then, they made up for that, they invented the press. But we, who are neither Jesuits nor Democrats, nor even German enough, we good Europeans, and free, very free spirits, we still feel it, the whole need of the spirit and the whole tension of its bow, and perhaps also the arrow, the task, and, who knows, the goal.
So this little joke about powder, the Germans have invented the powder, that one says in German of someone who can't set the Thames on fire, he has not invented powder, gunpowder. And this is implied. But two great events, he refers to two great events which in modern times were made to prevent a radical deepening of human thought. Jesuitism in the 17th century and the democratic enlightenment in the 18th and 19th. But there are two men, in each case one man, who opposed or opposes these reactionary things. In the case of Jesuitism, it was Pascal. In the case of the democratic enlightenment, it is Nietzsche. Pascal and Nietzsche belong somehow together, according to Nietzsche's own opinion. And if this seems to contradict what he said about Christianity before, well, we have to get accustomed to quite a few contradictions, and which leaders will only lead us to more careful thinking. So I would like to make only one general remark on the basis of the preface which we have read. You see here already the way in which Nietzsche proceeds, at least in this writing. There are strong radical assertions, but they are surrounded and qualified all the time by perhapses and it seems. Plato is the antagonist, the most powerful irritant, and yet Nietzsche, more than any other modern philosopher, reminds of Plato or Socrates. The distinction is very difficult to make. Questioning and awakening rather than teaching, asserting. Certainly in Beyond Good and Evil, and especially in the first chapter to which we shall turn now, Nietzsche writes with as much art and artfulness as Plato. This is somewhat concealed by the fact that he speaks in all of his writings, with the exception of the Zarathustra, always in his own name, which Plato never does, except in the letters. There is one obvious difference regarding artfulness. Plato is always concerned with the preservation of respectable opinion of respectable men, while Nietzsche is not at all concerned with it. Perhaps he had to shout from the rooftops, because only in this way could a serious and profound thinker find a hearing in his time. So we leave it at these remarks about the preface and turn now to the first chapter, with the title of The Prejudices of the Philosophers. So the prejudices of the men who claim to be free from prejudices, who claim to be the enemies of prejudice. Yes. Let us read slowly the first upwards.
The will to truth, which will still tempt us to many adventures, that famous truthfulness of which all philosophers so far have spoken with respect. What questions has this will to truth not laid before us?
So Nietzsche himself is motivated by that will to truth. Yes?
What strange, wicked, questionable questions. That is a long story even now, and yet it seems as if it had scarcely begun. Is it any wonder that we should finally become suspicious, lose patience, and turn away impatiently?
No, turn around.
And turn around impatiently.
Turn around, yeah, impatiently. He turns the will to truth around, turns it against itself. Now, what does this mean? Oh. Yeah, but let us first is what Nietzsche said.
That we should finally learn from this Sphinx to ask questions too. Who is it really that puts questions to us here? What in us really wants truth? Indeed, we came to a long halt at the question about the cause of this will, until we finally came to a complete stop before a still more basic question. We asked about the value of this will. Suppose we want truth, why not rather untruth and uncertainty, even ignorance? The problem of the value of truth came before us, or was it we who came before the problem? Who of us is Oedipus here? Who the Sphinx? Is it a rendezvous, it seems, of questions and question marks? And though it scarcely seems credible, it finally almost seems to us as if the problem had never even been put so far, as if we were the first to see it, fix it with our eyes, and risk it. For it does involve a risk, and perhaps there is none greater.
So the question, the novel question which Nietzsche claims to raise, concerns the cause of the will to truth, and more radically, the value of that will, and the value of truth itself. And there is another question implied, are we posing that question? Or is that question imposed on us? Nietzsche claims that this question is an entirely novel question. This cannot be literally true. If you remember Plato, what is the will to truth is inseparable from the passionate longing for happiness, for bliss, for a lasting possession of it. And the simply lasting can be found only in the truth, in the unchangeable, eternal truth. Now, Nietzsche's novel question presupposes the rejection of the Platonic answer and is only for this reason novel. There is another point when we think of Plato. The Platonic answer implies the eternal ideas, the perishable things. It implies the opposition of the imperishable and the perishable. And that explains why Nietzsche explains the subject of the second aphorism. Will you read it?
How could anything originate out of its opposite? For example, truth out of error, or the will to truth out of the will to deception, or selfless deeds out of selfishness, or the pure and sunlight gaze of the sage out of lust. Such origins are impossible. Whoever dreams of them is a fool. Indeed, worse. The things of the highest value must have each other, must have another, peculiar origin. They cannot be derived from this transitory, seductive, deceptive, paltry world, from this turmoil of delusion and lust. Rather from the lap of being, the intransitory, the hidden God, the thing in itself, there must be their basis, and nowhere else. This way of judging constitutes the typical prejudgment and prejudice which give away the metaphysicians of all ages. This kind of valuation looms in the background of all their logical procedures. It is on account of this faith that they trouble themselves about knowledge, about something that is
About their knowledge.
about their knowledge, about something that is finally baptized solemnly as the truth. The fundamental faith of the metaphysicians is the faith in opposite values.
In the oppositeness of values.
The fundamental faith of the metaphysicians is the faith in the oppositeness of values. It has not even occurred to the most cautious among them that one might have a doubt right here at the threshold where it was most surely necessary, even if they vowed to themselves, de omnibus dubitandum.
Do you know what that means?
I will doubt everything.
You know who said that?
Descartes.
Yes.
For one may doubt first whether there are any opposites at all, and secondly, whether these popular valuations and opposite values on which the metaphysicians put their seal are not perhaps merely foreground estimates, only provisional perspectives, perhaps even from some nook, perhaps from below, frog perspectives, as it were, to borrow an expression painters use. For all the value that the true, the truthful, the selfless may deserve, it would still be possible that a higher and more fundamental value for life might have to be ascribed to deception, selfishness, and lust. It might even be possible that what constitutes the value of these good and revered things is precisely that they are insidiously related, tied to, and involved with these wicked, seemingly opposite things, maybe even one with them in essence, maybe. For who has the will to concern himself with such dangerous maybes? For that, one really has to wait for the advent of a new species of philosophers, such as have somehow or another an converse taste and propensity from those we have known so far, philosophers of the dangerous maybe in every sense. And in all seriousness, I see such new philosophers coming up.
So why Nietzsche turns to the opposition of values from the preceding paragraph is clear. Plato is the arch metaphysician. And metaphysics is not knowledge as it claims to be, but faith, belief. And the basic faith of the metaphysician is that in the opposition of values, in the opposition, for instance, of truth and selflessness as valuable, and appearance and egoism as worthless and bad, but are not appearance, illusion, and egoism perhaps of higher value to life than the opposites? Furthermore, do not the reputedly high things, truth, selflessness, owe their value to their essential identity with the reputedly low things? Perhaps, Nietzsche says. Now, what is your reaction to what we have read with these first aphorisms?
Is Nietzsche in this book posing a problem which in such a way that it would need to be answered and thus creating prelude to the philosophy of the future? Or is he making the first step at a philosophy of the future?
Well, it has obviously a connection with the philosophy of the future, as you see from the end of this paragraph. He calls the philosophers of the future philosophers of dangerous perhapses. Yeah? Dangerous perhaps. That does not mean that they are skeptics. Skeptics in the sense that they simply say, I know that we cannot know. I mean, it's a simplistic view of skepticism. But they surely do not no longer make assertions in the way in which philosophers traditionally made assertions. Now, I do not know whether I answered your question.
It would seem that we have sort of, Nietzsche sees the problem in the way philosophy has been carried on. And is he being know in leaving it a problem for others to solve? Not saying that it's soluble, but
Yes, somehow philosophy in the traditional sense has lost its credibility. I mean, that was not the work of Nietzsche. There was this thing which still exists, and more in our time perhaps than in Nietzsche's time, called science, which had acquired all the respectability and authority which philosophy enjoyed in the past. And the opposition to metaphysics was very common in Nietzsche's time, and to dogmatic philosophy, surely, very common. But Nietzsche believes he must take this much more seriously than the common enemies of metaphysics and dogmaticists do. They all are still concerned with the truth. The scientists too. They regard truth as valuable and an illusion as valueless or bad. This they share with Plato. But is this a premise which is self-evident, that truth is more valuable than illusion? This is a question which he raises here. Yes.
He seems to be saying that illusion may have a greater value for life than truth. I think that's the way you put it. But maybe the first question that a Socratic would ask would be, what kind of life? That is, Nietzsche seems to, without qualification, give a primary place to life.
Yeah, that
What does
could
that
seem so. That could seem so, but I think while we go on, you will see that he makes a distinction. Even the highest life is still life, human life, is it not? And something which is destructive of life, debilitating life is questionable.
Or would Nietzsche be saying that illusion is more valuable even for the highest kind of life?
In a way, yes. Yes. But there is another point which is very obvious and therefore despised by many people as unworthy of such considerations, but I believe we should at least mention it. When Nietzsche says, how does he say, there is an essential identity of truth and illusion. Yeah? Then he says, this is the truth, doesn't he? That essential identity.
I guess I'm sort of...
No, it's very simple. I mean, we ordinarily speak of truth, here, illusion there. And now Nietzsche says these two seeming opposites are in essentially identical. That is the truth. And does he not get into some troubles?
I think so. I think that anyone who said that would get into some trouble.
Yeah, I believe so. So we must see whether Nietzsche took care of that difficulty or not. But hitherto he has not done that. Is there another? Yes.
Like Socrates and Plato said that the life of looking for truth is actually not life at all, but death. So maybe Nietzsche comes back to life.
Can you repeat a little bit?
He said the Socratics thought that the life of searching for truth was not really life at all, but death. So maybe Nietzsche...
Yeah, that is, but Socrates says that is dying, but he also says that this is the life. And that this, if you take this so simply, that this dying is the way to the true life. So with life, Socrates is as much concerned with life as Nietzsche is. That's not the point. But the relation of life and truth, that is the question. Perhaps I can help you when I quote to you a statement of Nietzsche from another writing, that it was his intention, I quote from memory, that it was his intention always to look at science from the point of view of art, and at art from the point of view of life. That's to say, not to take science and art as absolutes, as things given and not to be questioned. And they are to be questioned with a view to life. What does science or truth, what does art do for life? Life is the ultimate consideration. The Socratic question, by the way, is how to live. Yeah? How to live. One? No, into Gorgias, where he presents himself in opposition to Callicles, which is a very massive contrast. And there he says, that's a question which he answers in so radically different way. How one ought to live. Yes.
Said earlier that Nietzsche seemed to be falling into a trap of his own by making an identity between truth and illusion. I can find where it says that it might even be possible that what constitutes the value of these good and reverse things is precisely that they are insidiously related, tied to and involved with these wicked, seemingly opposite things, maybe even one of them in essence. Maybe I can see how that's an assertion. Yet another perhaps.
Yeah, well, Nietzsche doesn't decide the question here, he raises the question. But he says, that without having considered this, maybe one cannot claim to have settled the issue. That one cannot do under any circumstances.
If he's merely raising a question, how could it possibly fall into a trap that he's saying other people have fallen?
Then we can always be trapped. That is also, Plato also speaks of the trap into which we may fall, a trap set to us by the Logos. So that is not the greatest danger, but one must be cautious. What is required is to be very bold, as Nietzsche is, and at the same time, as he also is, very cautious. There is no other recipe for that. But Nietzsche has only opened up the question, and we must see to what he leads. These seemingly separate aphorisms, as they are called, are linked with one another, although the link is not made explicit. Perhaps the next paragraph, the next aphorism, will be of some help. Yes?
After having looked long enough between the philosopher's lines and fingers, I say to myself, by far the greater part of conscious thinking must still be included among instinctive activities, and that goes even for philosophical thinking. We have to relearn here, as one has had to relearn about heredity and what is innate. As the act of birth deserves no consideration in the whole process and procedure of heredity, so being conscious is not in any decisive sense the opposite of what is instinctive. Most of the conscious thinking of a philosopher is secretly guided and forced into certain channels by his instincts. Behind all logic and its seeming sovereignty of movement, too, there stand valuations, or, more clearly, physiological demands for the preservation of a certain type of life. For example,
Of a specific kind of life.
for the preservation of a specific kind of life.
Say human life, yeah. Yeah.
For example, that the definite should be worth more than the indefinite, and mere appearance worth less than truth. Such estimates might be, in spite of their regulative importance for us, nevertheless mere foreground estimates, a kind of niaiserie, which may be necessary for the preservation of just such beings as we are, supposing, that is, that not just man is the measure of things.
Yes. Now, previously Nietzsche had only questioned or stated paradoxes. Now he begins with proofs, or at least he presents the results of his observations, as you see from the beginning of this paragraph. First, regarding the cause of the will to truth, or of thinking. That cause, he says, is largely instinctive. Physiological postulates required for the preservation of a certain kind of life. And second, regarding the value of the will to truth, which is already implied in the first point, truth, in quotation marks, may be of subordinate value to man's preservation. We need some determinedness and fixity and so on, however dubious that may be in the light of deeper observation. That truth would be of higher value only, the truth of fixity and so on, only if one dogmatically assumed that man is the measure of all things. perhaps man is a measure of all things, but not in the way indicated. So if man is a measure of all things, the way in which things appear to normal human beings is the truth. But otherwise it is merely relative to one species of animals, and therefore not the truth. This you must have heard quite often, this view. Yes?
Nature of the word must, in that men need a truth for their own preservation. If men must have it, how can men say, even assume, even bring up the subject that it isn't there, or it might not be there?
In the first place, Nietzsche uses here truth in quotation marks toward the end of this paragraph. But apart from that, for example, if you assume that man cannot live without assuming a Euclidean space, no? Then this Euclidean space is absolutely necessary for human life. But it doesn't make it the true space, does it? I mean, for example, a God would not understand things in Euclidean terms.
Got an example of physiological demand?
Yeah, that would be one example.
Physiological meaning essential for moving and acting.
Yeah, in other words, it does not mean physiology in the narrowest sense of the term. Yeah. Yes?
Then I can't see it not as an act of absurdity for a man to raise the question.
Yeah, but is it not important? Is it not very important to raise it? By the way, it was raised before Nietzsche. The question: are the things as they appear to us, insofar as we are normal human beings, are these the things, or is this a specific distortion due to the human physiology? It is not necessary to face this question. Yes?
If it is, then if you can ask the question, then it's not innate for men to necessarily believe that what men see is actually what it is.
Yeah, but what can you do? By what can you replace this view of things? And would this not in its turn be in danger of being called for by the physiological requirements of man?
Isn't it a physiological requirement for a certain type of life?
Yeah. For example, a certain species of life, one could even say. Say the human species.
Well, I saw a certain type of human life.
That could be, but it is more, I think here it is more natural to think of the human species as appears from the rest of that paragraph. But you wanted to say something.
I want to ask you that. Are we talking about now looking for a word instinct?
Yeah, that is not, that was in very common use at that time and is not, say, self-preservation, of which was generally, or sexual instincts. They do not, people can be driven by such instincts, without being aware of it. Instinct is here used in opposition to consciousness, to conscious thinking. And the main point which Nietzsche makes here is this: the philosophers who claim to be free from such despicable things as instincts, at least to the extent to which they think, they are the worst sinners, because in their apparent freedom from instinctive promptings, they are guided by instincts. So then, let's go on.
The falseness of a judgment is for us not necessarily an objection to a judgment. In this respect, our new language may sound strange. The question is, to what extent is it life-promoting, life-preserving, species-preserving, perhaps even species-cultivating? And we are fundamentally inclined to claim that the falsest judgments, which include the synthetic judgments a priori, are the most indispensable for us, that without accepting the fictions of logic, without measuring reality against the purely invented world of the unconditional and self-identical, without a constant falsification of the world by means of numbers, man could not live. That renouncing false judgments would mean renouncing life and a denial of life. To recognize untruth as a condition of life, that certainly means resisting accustomed value feelings in a dangerous way. And a philosophy that risks this would, by that token alone, place itself beyond good and evil.
Yeah. Well, that is, we have already heard from another writing of Nietzsche, that truth is deadly, and therefore to abandon a certain kind of false fundamental premises is deadly. Here is no proof, again, only an assertion. Untruth may be a condition of life. The truth is deadly. What claims to be the will to uncover the truth, the absolute truth, the truth not in the service of the preservation of the species, is in fact in the service of life. It is an instinctive desire for proving what is believed in advance. Yes.
What provokes one to look...
No, but is there any point you would raise? You must interrupt. Yes?
What provokes one to look at all philosophers half suspiciously, half mockingly, is not that one discovers again and again how innocent they are, how often and how easily they make mistakes and go astray. In short, their childishness and their childlikeness, but that they are not honest enough in their work, although they all make a lot of virtuous noise when the problem of truthfulness is touched even remotely. They all pose as if they had discovered and reached their real opinions through the self-development of a cold, pure, divinely unconcerned dialectic, as opposed to the mystics of every rank who are more honest, indulgent, and talk of inspiration, while at bottom it is an assumption, a hunch, indeed a kind of inspiration, most often a desire of the heart that has been filtered and made abstract. That they defend with reasons after they have sought after the fact. They are all advocates who resent that name, and for the most part, even wily spokesmen for their prejudices, which they baptize truths, and very far from having the courage of conscience that admits this, precisely this to itself, very far from having the good taste of the courage which also lets this be known, whether to warn an enemy or a friend, or from exuberance to mock itself. The equally stiff and decorous Tartuffery of the old Kant, who lures us on the bypaths that lead to his categorical imperative, really lead astray and seduce. This spectacle makes us smile, as we are fastidious, find it amusing to watch closely the subtle tricks of old moralists and preachers of morals, or consider the hocus pocus.
Now, the most important point which we have perhaps not emphasized in reading is at the very beginning. He speaks here in this paragraph, of all philosophers. Now he turns it around. All philosophers have the will to truth, a claim to be guided by the will to truth. They are guided by something else. That is to say, they are not intellectually honest. And Nietzsche's new philosophy of the future, claims to be more intellectually honest than the philosophy of the past. Here occur for the first time, names of famous philosophers in the text of Beyond Good and Evil, and Kant and Spinoza, who had at that time, I believe, the greatest names in continental Europe. Very different people, but guilty of the same lack of intellectual probity. Yes.
How is he free from that which he criticizes?
I beg your pardon?
How is he free from what he criticizes? He's writing philosophy, and he's just criticizing philosophy. For being philosophy. How does he get himself out of the same bag, the same clothing that these other men are?
Perhaps the consciousness makes a difference. Perhaps one cannot get out of that. In other words, if I may use a very almost obscene expression, but which is now in quite common use, if all philosophy is personal, personal, and the philosophers of the past deny that, and that philosophy is impersonal, then if this is so, then a man like Nietzsche, whose philosophy is avowedly personal, is by this very fact more honest and more truthful. Does it not make sense? I mean, whether this is possible, a personal philosophy or not, that is an entirely different question. But we first try to find out what Nietzsche can possibly mean with these strong, powerfully expressed, beautifully expressed, but yet enigmatic sentence. Yes.
I think I didn't understand something about that. He says, while at bottom it is an assumption, a hunch, indeed a kind of inspiration.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could accept that it's a kind of inspiration, it's a kind of hunch, and yet still say that it's impersonal.
A desire of the heart. Yeah, that's important.
But it's impersonal. It could come to anyone, and if it came to them, it wouldn't be a consequence of their physiology or what.
Yeah, well, then perhaps you read the last aphorism of Beyond Good and Evil. You read it now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Alas, what are you, after all, my written and painted thoughts? It was not long ago that you were still so colorful, young, and malicious, full of thorns and secret spices, You made me sneeze and laugh. And now? You have already taken off all your novelty, and some of you are ready, I fear, to become truth.
Yeah, this time without quotation marks. Yeah.
They already look so immortal, so pathetically decent, so dull. Has it ever been different? What things do we copy? Writing and painting. We are mandarins with Chinese brushes. We immortalizers of things that can be written. What are the only things we are able to paint? Alas, always only what is on the verge of withering and losing its fragrance. Alas, always only storms that are passing, exhausted, and feelings that are autumnal. Alas, only birds, 50 yellows and browns and greens and reds. But nobody will guess from that how you looked in your morning, you sudden sparks and wonders of my solitude, you, my old beloved, wicked thoughts. So it are Nietzsche's thoughts. I mean, to use again this awful word, personal thoughts. The thoughts of Nietzsche himself, ipsissimus. How this can be of any interest to any other human being, that is the question. As again Nietzsche puts it when he describes, speaks of the influence of his long illness on his thought and of his recovery. And he says, well, an objection of the reader. Of what concern is it to us that Mr. Nietzsche recovered? And then we can say with the same right of what concern it is that Mr. Nietzsche had this of that thought. But there is, as is not only shown by the impact Nietzsche had and has, but I believe you all will see when we go on, that it does concern us. And how this is compatible with that emphatically Nietzschean character of Nietzsche's thought, that perhaps we reach some clarity about that later. But yes.
In the English translation, the first sentence of paragraph 5, there is the word candid. I think that's wrong.
I beg your pardon?
In the first sentence,
Yeah.
the word candid is wrong in the English translation.
I don't know.
For readily.
I can't physically.
More,
The word candid, which
more
is
readily.
I see. Yeah, but innocent they are, yeah?
Yeah, that's how come.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, innocent, sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
You're innocent. But it's lately.
But he says in German, unschuldig.
No, I said no. Sondern dass bei Ihnen nicht redlich genug zugeht.
Oh, I see, yeah, that it doesn't go, not honestly enough, yeah. Honestly enough. Yeah, but on the other hand, I must say, there is a certain, I understand that, what in German is called intellektuelle Redlichkeit, intellectual probity. That would be expressed, I believe, in idiomatic British English by candor. I have sometimes found references to the intellectual probity of the English philosophers, and what was meant was, in the language of, say, of Hume, candor. That is not such a grave error, but one should translate it correctly by all means. but it's not misleading. Now, in the next paragraph, he speaks again of all philosophers, or of every great philosopher. Yes?
Gradually, it has become clear to me what every great philosophy so far has been, namely, the personal confession of its author, and a kind of involuntary and unconscious memoir. Also, that the moral or immoral intentions in every philosophy constituted the real germ of life from which the whole plant had grown. Indeed, if one would explain how the abstrusest metaphysical claims of a philosopher really came about, it is always well and wise to ask first, at what morality does he aim?
And that is only fair to say that this canon of interpretation must be applied to Nietzsche himself. Yeah. Go on.
Accordingly, I do not believe that a drive to knowledge is the father of philosophy, but rather that another drive has, here as elsewhere, employed understanding and misunderstanding as a mere instrument. But anyone who considers the basic drives of man to see to what extent they may have been at play just here as inspiring spirits or demons and kobolds will find that all of them have done philosophy at some time, and that every single one of them would like only too well to represent just itself as the ultimate purpose of existence and the legitimate master of all other drives. For every drive wants to be mastered, and it attempts to philosophize in that spirit.
Yeah, as such, as in its desire to be mastered.
To be sure, among scholars who are really scientific men, things may be different, better, if you like. There you may really find something like a drive for knowledge, some small independent clockwork that, once well wound, works on vigorously without any essential participation from all the other drives of the scholar. The real interest of the scholar, therefore, lie usually somewhere else, say in his family, or in making money, or in politics. Indeed, it is almost a matter of total indifference whether his little machine is placed at this or that spot in science, whether the promising young worker turns himself into a good philologist, or an expert on fungi, or a chemist. It does not characterize him that he becomes this or that. In the philosopher, conversely, there is nothing whatever that is impersonal, and above all, his morality bears decided and decisive witness to who he is, that is, in what order of rank the innermost drives of his nature stand in relation to each other.
Yes. You see, at the beginning he spoke of every great philosophy in order to exclude the small philosophies, or the people who are called on the British Isles the people who do philosophy. And because they would, of course, belong to that kind of men he discusses toward the end, the scientists or scholars. That is the term, the German term Gelehrte, like the French savant, includes both scholars and scientists. So the translation is therefore a bit difficult. But this says the specialists. These people who do philosophy are as much specialists as, say, the students of fungi or whatever he mentions here. That is not philosophy. And therefore, whatever may be the case true of them, that does not affect the fate of philosophy. Therefore, this distinction.
There are no perhapses.
No. He gradually becomes, he proves even to some extent things. Yeah, Number 7.
How malicious philosophers can be. I know of nothing more venomous than the joke Epicurus permitted himself against Plato and the Platonists. He called them Dionysio-Kolakis. That means literally, and this is the foreground meaning, flatterers of Dionysius. In other words, tyrants' baggage and lick-spittles. But in addition to this, he also wants to say, they are all actors. There is nothing genuine about them. For Dionysio-Kolaks was a popular name for an actor.
And flatterer of Dionysius, yeah, and not of Dionysius, the tyrant of in Sicily. Yes?
And the latter is really the malice that Epicurus aimed at Plato. He was peeved by the grandiose manner, the mise en scène at which Plato and his disciples were so expert, at which Epicurus was not an expert. He, that old schoolmaster from Samos, who sat hidden away in his little garden at Athens and wrote 300 books, who knows? Perhaps from rage and ambition against Plato. It took 100 years until Greece found out who this garden god Epicurus had been. Did they find out?
So these are then the first ancient philosophers who I have mentioned, Plato and Epicurus, the great, the antipodes. The antipodes. Now, Plato, the master of mise en scène, the great artist, and Epicurus, who lacked that gift completely, but he is as much a man who produces himself, if not with that glamour of Plato. Is this not what he means by his question marks regarding Epicurus? Is Plato's debunker, Epicurus, better than Plato? Do they not all deserve to be debunked? Or what, and that has been done in the meantime, of course, by innumerable writers, this debunking. But Nietzsche is not concerned with the debunking as such, but with the consequence to be drawn from it. Must not philosophy be radically redefined? Yes, and now he gives a simple statement of his view of philosophy. Yes?
There is a point in every philosophy when the philosopher's conviction appears on
Conviction
the stage.
quotation, yeah.
Or to use the language of an ancient mystery, adventavit asinos pulcher et fortissimus.
Yeah, they arrived at donkey, beautiful and very strong. That is a conviction, and a donkey. But the joke requires some understanding of German, or more precisely of the German interpretation of donkey's brains. In German, one hears the donkey bray, ja, and that is almost ja, the German word for yes. So in every philosophy there is a very powerful affirmation. Affirmation which is as reasonable as that beautiful and very strong donkey. But we cannot have anything better, except that we can do it knowingly. And perhaps that is all the difference in the work. Yes?
According to nature, you want to live. O you noble Stoics, what deceptive words these are.
Yeah, so he had spoken first of Plato and Epicurus, and he turns now to the other famous ancient school, the Stoics. Aristotle is not mentioned, I do not believe that this is in any way intentional, but Aristotle doesn't exist for Nietzsche. Yeah. Yes.
Imagine a being like nature, wasteful beyond measure, indifferent beyond measure, without purposes and consideration, without mercy and justice, fertile and desolate and uncertain, and at the same time, imagine indifference itself as a power. How could you live according to this indifference? Living, is that not precisely wanting to be other than this nature? Is not living, estimating, preferring, being unjust, being limited, wanting to be different? And supposing your imperative, live according to nature, meant at bottom as much as live according to life. How could you not do that? Why make a principle of what you yourselves are and must be? In truth, the matter is altogether different. While you pretend rapturously to read the canon of your law in nature, you want something opposite, you strange actors and self-deceivers. Your pride wants to impose your morality, your ideal, on nature, even on nature, and incorporate them in her.
Yeah, more precisely, and I believe that's of some importance to be precise at this point, your pride wishes to prescribe to nature, even to nature, your morality, your ideal. Your ideal. Prescribe is a key word, yes?
You demand that she should be nature according to the Stoic. And you would like all existence to exist only after your own image, as an immense eternal glorification and generalization of Stoicism. For all your love of truth, you have forced yourselves so long, so persistently, so rigidly, hypnotically, to see nature the wrong way, namely stoically, that you are no longer able to see her differently. And some abysmal arrogance finally still inspires you with the insane hope that because you know how to tyrannize yourselves, Stoicism is self-tyranny, nature too lets herself be tyrannized. Is not the Stoic a piece of nature? But this is an ancient, eternal story. What formerly happened with the Stoics still happens today, too. As soon as any philosophy begins to believe in itself, it always creates the world in its own image. It cannot do otherwise. Philosophy is this tyrannical drive itself, the most spiritual will to power, to the creation of the world, to the causa prima.
Yeah. The most spiritual will to power. Will to power is a key term of nature. We will find this later on. And that is the will to power was determines all philosophy, but in a variation, the most spiritual. Now, in German that is geistig, which the meaning of which is between the English spiritual and intellectual. It is not, if we say spiritual, we must not forget that it does not have to be more than intellectual. And that is effective in this most spiritual power. The question is, of course, what distinguishes this most spiritual will to power from the common forms of the will to power. The Stoics prescribe to nature an ideal. There was someone prior to Nietzsche who said that the human understanding prescribes nature its laws. You surely have heard of that. That was Kant. And Nietzsche presupposes that, he radicalizes that. All philosophy is prescribing but prescribing not merely laws of nature, but prescribing ideas, and only on the basis of such prescribing can anything else take place. And therefore, if this is so, if the ideas are prescribed, and that is the most important, the most fundamental phenomenon, then, of course, one cannot speak here of truth. The highest would then not be the will to truth, but the will to establish an ideal, an act of the will to power. And the will to truth could have only a subordinate function. Generally, one can say about Nietzsche's discussions about the will to truth here and also elsewhere, there was formerly the notion, which Nietzsche knows, of course, and of which he makes use, according to which truth is the adequation of the intellect to the thing. The view of knowledge, which was called then by its opponents the understanding of knowing as copying, reproducing what is already there. Over against that, Nietzsche has another notion of truth, namely creation, creative. And there is a connection between that notion of the creative truth and the Kantian philosophy. Now, this is all Nietzsche has to say in the first chapter about ancient philosophy. Plato, Epicurus, Stoics. And then he in paragraph aphorism 10, he turns to modern philosophy until the end of this paragraph, until of this chapter. Is there any point you would, yes?
Well, he asks here the question, is not the Stoic a piece of nature? And I get the feeling that that question is very fundamental. If the Stoic were asked that question, he might either say no, or he would say, if I answered yes, I would be more deceptive than telling what I believe. Because it seems that the ancient understanding of man is somehow going to separate him from nature because he has certain faculties that aren't found in nature.
Yeah, the word which Nietzsche underlines here is a piece, a part of nature.
Then the answer would have to be, in a certain sense, yes, in a certain sense, no.
Yeah. Yeah, but if nature is what Nietzsche said it is, namely something terrible and uncertain and so on, and indifference itself, as he said at the beginning of this paragraph, then this would also be true of the Stoics, would it not? And hence of the Stoics' philosophy.
I don't understand. If nature is characterized as indifference itself, how could the Stoic be a piece of nature when he is the one who is so, he's not indifferent, he's very much...
Yeah, but does he not say one should live according to nature? And must one not look at this demand without necessarily accepting the Stoic interpretation of nature? Nietzsche wants to show that this is an absurd demand of the Stoics. You cannot live according to nature. And he says, if you mean according to life, which is possible, that is empty, because you do that anyway.
If nature is understood the way the Stoic would have us understand nature, then for the Stoic to say that he wants to live according to nature would place his life in a very sort of shallow sphere.
Yeah, at any rate, there is one point which we must consider. At the very beginning, when he speaks of the difference between nature and life, and in the beginning of paragraph 9, then nature and life are two very different things, but they have one thing in common. Perhaps you read this again, the beginning. Imagine a being as nature. Yeah. Right at the beginning. Second sentence of 9, yes.
Imagine a being like nature, wasteful beyond measure, indifferent beyond measure, without purposes and consideration, without mercy and justice, fertile and desolate.
No. I do not know. In my German text it is terrible, not fertile. But I do not know, has anyone another German edition? Pardon? Fruchtbar. Fruchtbar. I see. Maybe, what edition is that? Oh yeah, that would be better, yeah. Fruchtbar. And then the translation is correct. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Fertile and desolate and uncertain at the same time. Imagine indifference itself as a power. How could you live according to this indifference?
Yes. So, in other words, that one cannot live as nature or according to nature. Yes, but the alternative.
Living, is that not precisely wanting to be other than this nature? Is not living estimating, preferring, being unjust, being limited, wanting to be different? And supposing you're imperative.
Yeah, and so we don't need that. So nature and life are two very different things. But nature and life are two very different things. But they have one thing in common, which it is not emphasized here. But
wastefulness?
No, it doesn't say that. No, there's only one which is common to both.
Life is part of nature.
And that is not discussed here.
The only word that corresponds.
Both are unjust. Both are unjust. And that is a refutation of Stoicism. Because they want, of course, to live according to nature means for them to live justly. No, the distinction between nature and life, which is here made by Nietzsche, is entirely provisional and must not be pressed, and serves only, I believe, serves only the purpose for bringing out this injustice. Yeah, I think it is not practical to begin the next aphorism, which deals with the philosophy contemporary with Nietzsche. Now, do you have any point you would like to raise? Yes, Mr. Sitter.
Could you clarify to some extent what alternatives are open to Nietzsche in the face of the paradox which you mentioned at the beginning concerning truthfulness? For example, if we question the value of truth, what sort of answer can we give to that question? Can we give a true answer?
Yeah, that is the great difficulty, and that goes through, in a way, throughout the whole work, but especially through the first chapter. that, to say it, to anticipate what we are going to read the next time, the fundamental phenomenon, according to Nietzsche, is what he calls the will to power. Now, the will to power is, according to him, a fact. But he also says the doctrine of the will to power, the assertion of the will to power, is an interpretation of facts, which is not more true than other interpretations, but superior from other points of view. So, interpretation of fact, that is a difficulty with which Nietzsche confronts you in this first chapter. Can you ever go beyond interpretation? Can you ever go beyond that? I mean, not interpretation of books. That is a derivative thing for Nietzsche.
But wouldn't the fact that you need standards for interpretation already commit you to the keep you in the difficulty? Because you have to decide how one interpretation is better than another interpretation.
Yeah, there are various possibilities. There are some interpretations of life which are unbearable for fastidious people, to use an expression since he used, and which, while they are perfectly bearable for non-fastidious ones. You know? And the fastidious ones are more credible to him, and perhaps also to us, than the non-fastidious. There is no refutation of the others. And in addition, if there were, Nietzsche would despise that. Really despise it, to refute. He presents it and says as it were, listen, if you have ears and if you understand, then live differently than you lived before. That's all he would do. There is no attempt to lead people in the way in which Socrates leads. Yes?
It seems to me from things you said in paragraph 3 and 4 that the truth may have some relation or may be measured by the extent to which something promotes life or preserves life.
Yeah.
But then another passage says the truth is deadly.
Yeah, but the question is whether truth always has the same meaning, whether Nietzsche does not understand truth sometimes with quotation marks, whether he uses the quotation marks or not, and then he means by truth what everyone traditionally understands by truth, or sometimes he means truth in a different sense.
Or would that other sense be related to action or things that...
No, that would have to do surely with the relation to life. The relation to life. Because what I call the fastidious people, and that is only one aspect of the people superior from the point of view of life. Only one aspect, but a non-negligible one. Well, we meet again next Wednesday. I read to you a passage from Nietzsche's second meditation out of season, in which he spoke of deadly truth, meaning by that especially the sovereignty of becoming and the non-fixity of the species. Deadly truth. That is a key word for Nietzsche. The strongest expression, the most comprehensive expression, which he found for this thought is the well-known sentence, God is dead. One can also state it less shockingly, perhaps, that life is wholly meaningless. Now, what Nietzsche has been trying to do through his work is to accept these deadly truths and transform them by the very fact of acceptance into life-giving truth. Now we must see how this works out in detail in reading this book here. It's beyond good and evil. Here in the preface he has said that according to Plato, the pure mind perceives the good in itself, or to rephrase it in language coming somewhat closer to Nietzsche's own, the pure mind perceives the eternal values. Nietzsche opposes to this the following view. The impure mind creates perishable values. Impure doesn't mean lewd, but means instinct dominated or something like it, as we have seen last time. So this opposition meets us right at the beginning of this work. But Nietzsche speaks here rather of truth than of values. It is only another word of saying it that when Nietzsche speaks of values, he does not understand values in contradistinction to facts, as is now very common in social science and I believe also in logic. As far as I know, this distinction, value and fact, is post-Nietzsche and owes its existence to an attempt to make Nietzsche academically more bearable. I have never studied this very closely, but someone who did and who was in a position to know Arnold Brecht, and who knew the discussions in Germany around 1900, traced it to the distinction between facts and values to a German professor of philosophy called Georg Simmel. That was one of the first German professors of philosophy who had been affected by Nietzsche. So in Nietzsche, to repeat, does not make this distinction. He speaks of the truth. Now, both Plato's and Nietzsche's statements, which I beg to repeat. Plato, the pure mind perceives the eternal ideas, eternal values. Nietzsche, the impure mind creates perishable values. Both Plato's and Nietzsche's statements claim to be true in the same sense of truth. Namely, both claim to state what they perceive to be as it is. Both reproduce in their speech, in their thinking, what is. Both copy what is. But they differ radically as to what the truth is. This is obviously not sufficient. For if it were, Nietzsche would claim, which he does not, that his pure mind perceives, quote, that the impure mind creates perishable values, and that there cannot be eternal values. How Nietzsche knows these things or perceives them, that is a long question, but surely not by virtue of a pure mind whose existence he denies. Now Nietzsche raises the question of the cause of the will to truth and of the value of the will to truth, but asserts that untruth is more valuable than truth, namely more valuable for life, for truth is deadly. Yet he claims that this assertion, quote, untruth is more valuable to life than truth, unquote, is true. This truth, the most fundamental truth, is obviously useful to life, not deadly. So it seems that Nietzsche cannot escape from the clutches of Plato. In the language of another philosopher, Hegel, philosophy must guard itself against the wish to be edifying. What Hegel implies is philosophy is necessarily edifying in itself. And that is also what Plato and in his way even Nietzsche mean. Now we have read last time up to aphorism 9. In aphorism 7 and 9, he discussed ancient philosophers, Plato, Epicurus, Stoics, with the characteristic omission of Aristotle. And then in the next aphorism, number 10, to which we will turn now, he turns to modern philosophy. And he will not return to ancient philosophers, at least in the first chapter. But first, is there any point you would like to discuss regarding these very general things I brought up? Please.
Could you just say something about what edifying
is? Well, in vulgar language, constructive means is only a different Latin word. Edifying means building up a house. Is this a bit clear? Philosophy is, but you know also the common meaning of edifying, comforting. Yeah? It means all of them, but not on every level. I mean, certain sacrifices may have to be brought, and considerable sacrifices, in order to come into the enjoyment of the edification given by philosophy. But in the last resort, it is edification. Yes?
Can the assertion that truth is deadly be adequately understood by a non-creative person?
Yeah, sure. Cannot everyone understand what it means? I mean, especially if he is guided by a few pages of Nietzsche, that God is dead. This proposition seems to be intelligible. I mean, many people use it today, and very many people even regard it as true. So many people would say, thank God, that God is dead. But what Nietzsche tries to show is that it is a terrible truth, a deadly truth. And yet, this deadly truth, the creative people would be those who do not suffer kind of paralysis from seeing that truth. Yeah? We ordinary people are paralyzed by it. But the people whom Nietzsche calls the creative ones would be led to a much greater effort than they would have been capable of without that deadly truth. So the deadly truth is to see, first of all, to see the truth of the deadly truth, and second, to see their deadliness. That does not require a creative act. That leads to simple nihilism. But that's also a Nietzschean expression. But to get out of that nihilism, that is no longer, that requires a creative act. So then we will turn to aphorism 10, which you would to read.
The eagerness and subtlety, I might even say shrewdness, with which the problem of the real and apparent world is today attacked all over Europe, makes one think and wonder. Anyone who hears nothing in the background except a will to truth certainly does not have the best of ears. In rare and isolated instances, it may really be the case that such a will to truth, some extravagant and adventurous courage, a metaphysician's ambition to hold a hopeless position, may participate and ultimately prefer even a handful of certainty to a whole carload of beautiful possibilities.
He puts certainty in quotation marks. Yeah?
They may actually be puritanical fanatics of conscience who prefer even a certain nothing to an uncertain something to lie down on and die.
Yeah. Now, for one moment. The connection with what precedes is clear. The question of the real and the apparent world is only another form for the question of the true world or the world of illusion, truth and untruth. And the point which Nietzsche makes, as you see here, and which he will make throughout this chapter, is that these apparently purely theoretical, logical, epistemological discussions are as much prompted by urges, by needs, by passions, as any other assertions. Yes?
But this is nihilism, and the sign of a despairing, mortally weary soul. however courageous the gestures of such a virtue may look. It seems, however, to be otherwise with stronger and livelier thinkers who are still eager for life. When they side against appearance and speak of perspective with a new arrogance,
he uses adjectives, the word perspectivic.
When they side against appearance and speak of perspectivic with a new arrogance, when they rank the credibility of their own bodies about as low as the credibility of the visual evidence that the earth stands still, and thus, apparently in good humor, let their securest possession go. For in what does one at present believe more firmly than in one's body? Who knows if they are not at bottom trying to win back something that was formerly an even securer possession, something of the ancient domain of the faith of former times.
He uses the strongest, not domain, the ancient, I could almost say latifundia, landed estate. It is a deliberate allusion to the great social change which has taken place in Rome. Yes?
Perhaps the immortal soul, perhaps the old God. In short, ideas by which one could live better, that is to say, more vigorously and cheerfully than by modern ideas. There is mistrust of these modern ideas in this attitude, a disbelief in all that has been constructed yesterday and today. There is perhaps some slight admixture of satiety and scorn, unable to endure any longer the bric-a-brac of concepts of the most diverse origin, which is the form in which so-called positivism offers itself on the market today. A disgust of the more fastidious style at the village fair, motleyiness and patchiness of all these reality philosophers in whom there is nothing new or genuine except this motleyiness. In this, it seems to me, we should agree with these skeptical anti-realists and knowledge microscopists of today. Their instinct, which repelled them from modern reality, is unrefuted. What do their retrograde bypaths concern us? The main idea about them is not that they wish to go back, but that they wish to get away. A little more strength, flight, courage, and artistic power, and they would want to rise, not return. It seems to me...
No, let us stop here. Now, well, I easily identify these philosophers of whom he speaks. Apparently they were very fashionable in Nietzsche's time. This was not the positivism of Kant, obviously, but I do not know. I believe there was a man called Düring, who was also attacked by Marx, who called himself a reality philosopher. But I do not know. And perhaps Kaufmann says something to the instructors. Does he say anything? No. That is not terribly important. But the main point which Nietzsche makes is this: all these things, these people who are the opponents of these now fashionable philosophers are driven by an instinct, and by an instinct in Nietzsche's point of view, a sound instinct, distrust of, quote, the modern ideas, unquote. But they are not strong enough. They return too early to the pre-modern ideas, which were much more respectable than the modern ideas. Ideas like the immortal soul, like the old or ancient God. The way in which Nietzsche describes these respectable men among his contemporaries reminds in a very general way of Kant, And therefore it is not too surprising that he turns in the next paragraph, next aphorism, to Kant. Is there? Yes.
But even this modern ideas which are responsible for the impossibility of returning to the old ways, aren't the modern ideas that which is responsible for not being able to return to the old ideas?
You mean like this deadly truth? Yeah, but still, self-satisfaction, congratulating oneself on our progress, and not seeing the terrible, deadly character of these victorious ideas, that is something to be deplored. Does it not make sense? Nietzsche also does not believe that one can return to the ancient ideas. But nevertheless, that somewhat inept revolt against the modern ideas reveals a higher instinct than the instinctless satisfaction with the modern ideas.
The superiority of the ancient ideas by women and their nobility.
Yeah. Yes, higher knowledge, yeah, sure. And the question is, this doesn't... Or, no, one could, you mean, what you are driving at, if I understand you correctly, here we are confronted, here we have a vulgar truth, victorious over a noble untruth. Is that it? Is that what you mean? Yes, but the fact that the recollection of a once reigning noble untruth, which makes us dissatisfied with the now reigning vulgar truth, may lead us perhaps to a future noble truth. The book is called, refers to the philosophers of the future. Yeah?
Aphorism 20 seems to allude to a recurrence or a revolving orbit of philosophy, and I think ideas of truth.
Where is that?
Aphorism 20.
Or let us come when we, I suggest that we discuss it when we come. Yes.
I think I have an idea about who he might be talking about.
Yes.
And he talks about the microscopists, and he talks about their mockiness and their retrograde bypass. Makes me think of Humboldt and maybe Darwin. Especially
But
the
these are very different people.
Well,
Humboldt and Darwin.
well, the way they went about their work is, in a certain sense...
No, honestly, he doesn't mean that the contemporary equivalent, I believe, would be something like the linguistic philosophy.
You don't think that he's referring to those who made man an animal? I mean,
No, not here. No, not here. No. He says the men who put under the microscope knowledge, analysts, the microscopic analysts of knowledge, that is...
why does he talk about the patchiness and the mockiness? Isn't that something that Darwin has always criticized for?
That has to do, that is Nietzsche's allusion to the link between this kind of, quote, philosophy, unquote, and the barbaric taste of the second half of the 19th century. You know, Neo-Gothic and similar things. Yeah. No, that is
One question I would like to ask. He mentioned the belief, former times, that the earth did not move. We put that quotation mark in 9.
Let me see. Die Glaubwürdigkeit ist auch
In 10, I'm sorry, 10.
in 10, yeah, the credibility of what seems to the eyes.
Now,
Glaubwürdigkeit is not.
that's what I want to know. Nietzsche seems to believe that the earth does not stay.
Yeah, sure. I have no doubt. But he says that is very little. We are now asked to doubt many more certainties of common sense. Yeah? And the credibility of our body altogether. And he will do that in the signal. Yeah. Or did you think that Nietzsche wanted to restore the pre-Copernican world?
No, I did not. But I am suspicious that in this case, he does assume that something is simply true. Namely, that the earth does move.
Yeah, but you know that in other, when he speaks of that and gives a summary analysis of the modern time, he has this formula. The earth runs from the center into X. So that, I think he mentions Copernicus there. He knows that this is an implication of the modern and indispensable premise of the modern ideas, but something which is not something, not an object of congratulation, but rather of apprehensive and bold reflection. Yeah? I believe so. So let's then turn to aphorism 11, where he goes to the root of this kind of thing. Yes?
It seems to me that today attempts are made everywhere to divert attention from the actual influence Kant exerted on German philosophy, and especially to ignore prudently the value he set upon himself. Kant was first and foremost proud of his table of categories. With that in his hand, he said, "This is the most difficult thing that could ever be undertaken on behalf of metaphysics." Let us only understand this could be. He was proud of having discovered a new faculty in man, the faculty for synthetic judgment a priori. Suppose he deceived himself in this matter. The development and rapid flourishing of German philosophy depended nevertheless on his pride, on the ego rivalry of younger generations to discover, if possible, something still prouder, at all events, new faculties. Let us reflect. It is high time to do so. How are synthetic judgments a priori possible? Kant asked himself, and what really is his answer? By virtue of a faculty, but unfortunately not in 5 words, so circumstantially, venerably, and with such display of German profundity and curlicues that people simply fail to note the comical niaiserie allemande involved in such an answer.
Yeah, it is not certain that Nietzsche, that this does not represent Nietzsche's understanding of Kant's critique of pure reason. He owed primarily his knowledge of Kant to Schopenhauer, who was not a very profound interpreter of Kant. So it's not impossible that this is Nietzsche's serious opinion, but you will see that this is swallowed up in a broader reflection in the Sikh. Yes?
People were actually beside themselves with delight over this new faculty, and the jubilation reached its climax when Kant further discovered a moral faculty in man. For at that time the Germans were still moral, and not yet addicted to realpolitik. The honeymoon of German philosophy arrived. All the young theologians of the Tübingen Seminary went into the bushes, all looking for faculties. And what did they not find in that innocent, rich, and still youthful period of the German spirit, to which Romanticism, the malignant fairy, piped and sang, when one could not yet distinguish between finding and inventing? Above all, a faculty for the suprasensible. Schelling christened it intellectual intuition, and thus gratified the most heartfelt cravings of the Germans, whose cravings were at bottom pious. One can do no greater wrong to the whole of this exuberant and enthusiastic movement, which was really youthfulness, however boldly it disguised itself in hoary and senile concepts, than to take it seriously, or worse, to treat it with moral indignation. Enough. One grew older, and the dream vanished. A time came when people scratched their heads, and they still scratch them today. One had been dreaming, and first and foremost, old Kant. By virtue of a faculty, he had said.
Yeah, in German that is still more pregnant. Vermögen eines Vermögens. It is impossible to render in English. By faculty of faculty. Yeah.
He had said, or at least meant. But is that an answer?
Yeah, you see, here he retracts the rather inadequate interpretation of Kant he had given in the beginning of this paragraph, or at least meant that Kant had not said whatever. Yeah? Yeah.
An explanation? Or is it not rather merely a repetition of the question? How does opium induce sleep? By virtue of a faculty, namely, the virtus dormitiva, replied the doctor in Molière. Would you like to read the last?
Quia est in eo virtus dormitiva, cuius est natura sensus assupire. Because opium has in itself a power to make men sleep, and whose nature it is to appease the senses. And the latter is not Latin at all, but a French word, superficially Latinized. Now, what about, this is, I don't know whether you have read the Malade Imaginaire, but it occurs as it is an attack on the medicine of the Sorbonne, and not only the medicine of the Sorbonne, and a document of the new scientific spirit to that extent. And this joke has
should not be possible at all. We have no right to them. In our idlers, the virtuous, the mystics, artists, three-quarter Christians, and political obscurantists of all nations, to find, thanks to German philosophy throughout the whole of Europe, there is no doubt that a certain...
Yes, so it's all what Nietzsche is here to say about Kant. That is not the whole story. But we can perhaps say that in Molière's verses and in Nietzsche's use of them, Aristotle, who had been disregarded, takes his revenge. And that is, so there is an irony beyond Nietzsche's irony. And it is also interesting to see that it ends here the paragraph ends with a certain vindication of sensualism, which superficially contradicts what Nietzsche had said in aphorism 10, where he spoke so disparagingly about the contemporary belief in the body, and therefore, of course, in the senses. So that is a bit more complicated, as one sees, by putting these two passages together. Now, the connection between these two aphorisms and the next one is this, that Nietzsche continues to question materialism and sensualism, but while having questioned the reactionary way out of the Germans, and especially of Kant. Now let us read the next paragraph, which is
as an abbreviation of the means of expression. Thanks chiefly to Dalmatian Boscovich, specific atomism, it is one of the best refuted theories there are. The last part of the earth, but Substance, the belief in substance, in matter, in the earth-rich residuum and particle atoms. It is the greatest triumph over the senses that Christianity has taught best and longest. Soul atomism. Let it be and soul as subjective multiplicity, and soul as social structure of the drives and effects, want henceforth to have citizens' rights, till he exiles himself into a new desert and a new suspicion. It is possible that the older psychologist had a narrow. Eventually, however, he finds that precisely thereby he also condemns himself to invention, and who knows, perhaps to discovery.
Yeah, but in German that is a punning, erfinden, finden. But it is the same. We must keep in mind this distinction between invention and discovery, because later on there will be some big question mark behind that distinction. But the main point is this. On the one hand, we have Plato's pure mind. The traditional opposite to that, in traditional schemas, was what is called sensualism or materialism. Meaning the truth is perceived by the senses. Only the body and bodily organs are. Both are rejected by Nietzsche. In the name of what? He indicates this here again. He had done this before. When he speaks of the soul as a social structure of urges and affects. The urges and affects, they are the fundamental phenomena in the light of which one must understand such stupid things as Plato's pure mind or the perceptions, the sense perception as understood, say, by Locke or Jung.
Yeah. As I remember in Lucretius, when the walls of the world were broken down, it was the atoms that helped to do it. And it seems here, this man wants to get rid of the atoms too. So it seems that the atoms have a different effect in Lucretius than they do in Nietzsche.
Yeah, Nietzsche denies the atoms in the Lucretian sense.
But he could make his point just as well by keeping them and going in the same direction that Lucretius went.
Could he?
Well, if he wants the soul to be
yeah, if the soul, then the soul is, there are special soul atoms in Lucretius. Do you mean that?
Yeah, he could do the same thing that he's doing here. He could make the soul a kind of, what exactly did he say? talked about the soul as a kind of social structure of drives and effects.
Atoms. If certain, certain compounds of atoms can, but the fundamental reality of the atoms, and Nietzsche says no, the fundamental reality are the passions and urges.
Is it right that in a certain respect, Nietzsche and the Lucretius are going in the same direction?
Nietzsche is as much opposed to as he is to Plato.
Why?
Yeah, that we are trying gradually to understand, but it has something to do with the urges and passions as the fundamental reality, which opposes both, which this opposes both Plato and Lucretius Epicure. Yes, and it would be very hard to say whether Nietzsche has not perhaps some slighter inclination toward Plato or rather to Epicure. It would be very hard. And I think the use is an uninteresting question. Nietzsche argues on an entirely different plane. He believes that the whole plane on which Plato and Epicurus fought out their battle has been discredited, or differently stated, that it was based on a common assumption, which is wrong. Namely, that there is a truth in itself, as he has said.
Well, then, I guess I would have the same kind of objection that, the same kind of suspicion would arise in me now that arose in Mr. Klein before. How does he know that there are no atoms? I mean, how does he know to go along with
He referred to Boscovich. As you have a graduate of St. John's. You probably heard of Boscovich. And in the meantime, some other things have happened to atoms, as I read in the daily paper. Yeah? I mean, so there is no longer these atoms, as Epicurus thought, are no longer defensible on the basis of science, which reduces here the word science, whether he does this with a bit with his tongue in the cheek or not, it's hard to say. But that's no longer scientifically defensible.
Well, then Nietzsche knows two things, that the earth does not stand still and that there are no atoms.
Yeah, no, but the point is, you can also state it differently. Nietzsche can no longer be certain that the earth is the center. And he can no longer be certain that the ultimate reality is born. How is that?
Well, he sounds pretty certain.
Yeah, that we know that this happens all the time. That he speaks partly in a very assertoric manner, and then in a very hesitating manner, and we must balance that. And through this bold, cautious speaking, there emerges then a suggestion, whether Nietzsche believes in that assertion. That is the question. He will come to that. But we must proceed step by step. But so at any rate, we cannot take refuge from Plato in Epicurus or Lucretius, yeah? As little as in Kant. This is what Nietzsche has suggested. And now he turns to another possibility which comes somewhat closer to what he is inclined to propose, not physics, of which he had spoken, but physiology. That's the next paragraph.
Physiologists should think before putting down the instinct of self-preservation as the cardinal instinct of an organic being. A living thing seeks above all to discharge its strength. Life itself is will to power.
So this is dash, life itself is will to power dash. That is as it were smuggled in, or stated in parentheses. Which can mean it goes without saying, or if you are so simple to just to believe it when I say it, believe it. Yes.
Self-preservation is only one of the indirect, most frequent results. In short, here as everywhere else, let us beware of superfluous teleological principles, one of which is the instinct of self-preservation. We owe it to Spinoza's inconsistency. Thus, method, which must be essentially economy of principle, demands it.
Yeah, what does he mean when he says, here as everywhere, beware of superfluous teleological principles? Are there perhaps teleological principles which are not superfluous? Or is it of the essence of teleological principles to be superfluous? It's hard to decide. Now, as for the assertion, that is a point which I think goes to the root of what Nietzsche is driving at. The instinct of self-preservation, which had played such a very great role, and also sometimes called it the 19th century, the will to life, will to survival. As this is for Nietzsche something which exists, but lower in rank than the will to power. And one can understand the instinct of self-preservation only in the light of the will to power. Why Nietzsche, what are the reasons enabling or entitling Nietzsche to assert that life is will to power are not stated here. We have to try to find out for ourselves why life can be thought to be will to power. Do we have had any evidence leading us to an understanding of this strange assertion?
Perhaps in part, I'm not sure about that.
I'm sorry.
That the principle of self-preservation, which led people to make a covenant with each other to form a commonwealth, was not the final end, as far as I remember, in the Leviathan, but each man, in a sense, wished to have some power, right?
Yeah, Hobbes, surely, but Hobbes was not the first, and surely not Spinoza, as Nietzsche claims here, was not the first. That was an old story going back to antiquity. And the desire for self-preservation. Why he brings in Spinoza, I do not know. Perhaps because Spinoza was so famous because of his attack on teleology, and that Spinoza, although he was so reasonable in his general rejection of teleology, should have accepted the desire for self-preservation as a principle, i.e. as a teleological principle. That is the inconsistency of Spinoza. That could be. Why is the desire for self-preservation teleological? That is not quite clear.
Trying to make a break here with Locke in particular, when he talks about self-preservation as one possible understanding of man, but the other one being to discharge his strength, which seems to go beyond self-preservation, seems to declare that the state of nature must be the state of war.
Yeah, well, that is not, there is no state of nature here.
No, but
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way he...
Yeah, no, sure, in a way, and that is also directed against law. That is quite true. But I don't know whether this would help very much. Now, as for the reasons which Nietzsche could have had for making this suggestion, life itself is will to power, do we have any clue in this book hitherto as to why this assertion makes sense? Yes?
When he was talking about Epicurus, the idea that perhaps these philosophers were merely one philosopher might live and write a whole life simply to stand out and above the other philosophers, would seem to have to mind. It is the will to show power, to be powerful always.
Yeah, but that would, of course, would at most prove that philosophers are dominated by this will to power, but would not prove that life itself is will to power. But still, what he says about the philosophers is very, very pertinent. He says of philosophy, it is the most spiritual or intellectual form of the will to power. Yes?
I don't see how we get to will, but it seems to me that in denying a faculty of a priori setting judgments and is replacing the question of how they're possible with the question of why men want to believe that, he moves the issue to the question of life, but I still don't see how he moves the issue to the question of will.
Yeah, well, when you see, if you remember the critique of the Stoa in Aphorism 9, then he says the Stoics prescribe their ideal to nature. You remember that? And that reminds of a famous formula of Kant. The understanding prescribes to nature its laws. Now, if in trying to understand understanding, we come ultimately back to prescribing, but without assuming laws, as they are in the case of Kant, which determine this prescribing, then we come to something like imposing one's stamp on things, will to power. Furthermore, one could also think of this. Nietzsche is very much concerned with history, as we will see. The most fashionable doctrine at that time, and I believe even today, is that of history as a progressive movement. And that meant on the higher levels that in each preceding stage there are defects, contradictions, which force man beyond that stage. Therefore, the historical process as a whole is a rational process. Now, but let us assume the historical process is not a rational process, as Nietzsche assumes. Then he must have a non-rational X in man, which forces him to go beyond, to overcome a stage he has reached, regardless of whether there were contradictions or not in the preceding stage. These are some, we must later, we do not have enough material for answering that question. But we must keep it in mind precisely because Nietzsche leaves it here only as an assertion. Yeah, the cardinal urge is life itself is will to power. Now, what does this mean? What does it mean? All life, of course, not only human life. We must see how we can find that. And what about the body, which is not a will, which is not soul? And he takes up this question of physics as distinguished from physiology, again in the next paragraph.
It is perhaps just dawning on 5 or 6 minds that physics, too, is only an interpretation, an exegesis of the world, to suit us, if I may say so, and not a world explanation. That insofar as it is based on belief in the senses, is regarded as more, and for a long time to come it must be regarded as more, namely as an explanation. Eyes and fingers speak in its favor, visual evidence, palpableness too. This strikes an age with fundamentally plebeian tastes as fascinating, persuasive, and convincing. After all, it follows instinctively the canon of truth of eternally popular sensualism. What is clear, what is explained? Only what can be seen and felt. Every problem...
Touch.
Only what can be seen and touched. Every problem has to be pursued to that point. Conversely, the charm of the Platonic way of thinking was a noble way of thinking, consisted precisely in resistance to obvious sense experience. Perhaps among men who enjoy even stronger and more demanding senses than our contemporaries, but who knew how much a higher triumph in remaining masters, how to find a higher triumph in remaining masters of their senses, and this by means of pale, cold, gray concept nets, which they threw over the motley whirl of the senses, the mob of the senses, as Plato said. In this overcoming of the world and interpreting of the world in the manner of Plato, there was an enjoyment different from that which the physicists of today offer us, and also the Darwinist and anti-teleologists among the workers in physiology.
Among the physiological workers.
Among the
In this of some
physiological workers.
importance, yeah. In other words, they are just cogs in the big machine, big industrial machine. Yeah.
With their principle of the smallest possible force and the greatest possible stupidity, where man cannot find anything to see or to grasp, he has no further business. That is certainly an imperative different from the Platonic one, but it may be the right imperative for a tough, industrious race of machinists and bridge builders of the future who have nothing but rough work to do.
So physics is only one interpretation of the world among many. In the meantime, that has become quite popular without shaking the authority of physics nevertheless. Nietzsche's point is the objectivity of physics is based on a fundamental subjectivity, a fundamental preference, what he calls a plebeian preference, a plebeian imperative, just as there was a patrician imperative behind Plato. And the general assertion, of course, of Nietzsche is that behind all world views, philosophies or sciences, there are imperatives which determine them. That's only another way of saying that the will to power expresses itself and is a driving thing behind the theoretical structures. The word which he uses here of Plato, that was a noble way of thinking. Does Kaufmann translate it noble?
Yes.
Yeah, that is, well, we will come to that later. Nietzsche, that's the key word for Nietzsche. In German, Vornehm. And he will devote the 9th chapter, the whole 9th chapter, to the question, what is Vornehm? In English, I don't know, I don't believe it can be translated, because in English, two German words, edel and Vornehm, are both translated by noble. But in German, there is a great difference. Vornehm has much more of the social origin than edel. A noble action is possible, so to speak, for every human being. But what is Vornehm, no, we will come to that when we come to chapter 9. Yes?
The last sentence, the imperative would be right to the justice of for man not harming the equity that is that what Nietzsche intended to supply to a race of people that they're not ready for it or cannot?
Oh, they are. People were ready for it, and Nietzsche, in a way, accepted it. I mean, not in the way in which Spengler, a man who has learned very much from Nietzsche, did it at the time of the First World War, who said, made this unqualified imperative, technology and a war and administration. These are the only respectable things which still remain to do, and only unserious people will devote themselves to things called art and so on, And no, Nietzsche did not regard this as sufficient, but he said, as sufficient. He said it may very well be the right imperative for this age, but this age is not the last age. Yeah. Yes. What is the lady saying? Can sit here and tell me.
He's interested in the questioning of the senses and its relationship to the will to power.
Oh, that will come very soon. Here, you get it straight from Nietzsche's mouth. I do not have to explain it. Yes.
Did you really have 5 or 12 people in mind, or that are perhaps not 5 or 6?
No, I think he meant them. I believe he meant that. That this is now dawning in very, very few people.
Was Boskowitz one of those people?
No, Boskowitz was a man of the 18th century, and he speaks of the 19th century. I do not know whom he means in particular. Nietzsche had a certain knowledge of the theoretical discussions going on among scientists. He had, someone made a count on the very small library which he always kept with him. There were, I believe, 50 popular scientific books and 30 classics. so great was his interest in that. But he was, of course, not trained in this matter. But perhaps this was what enabled him to see further, because he was not trained. So now we shall try with Nietzsche's help to answer your question. Yeah? The next conference. Yes.
To study physiology with a clear conscience, one must insist that the sense organs are not phenomena in the sense of idealistic philosophy.
That means, of course, either Berkeley or Kant, and had nothing to do with Plato. Yes?
As such, they could not be causes. Sensualism, therefore, at least as a regulative hypothesis, if not as a heuristic principle. What? And others even say that the external world is the work of our organs. But then our body, as part of this external world, would be the work of our organs. But then our organs themselves would be the work of our organs. It seems to me that this is a complete reductio ad absurdum, assuming that the concept of a causa sui is something fundamentally absurd. Consequently, the external world is not the work of our organs.
Question. So, the external world is not the work of our organs. At the beginning reads like a rehabilitation of the senses, as it is meant. There is a world without us, which is at any rate not the work of our sense organs. But of what? If it must be understood as a work of something. And I believe the answer can be anticipated of the will to power. But what is that will? What is will? How do we know it? How do we know phenomena like will? Phenomena usually called mental phenomena. The subject to which he turns in the next aphorism. Now, do you get a notion now of Nietzsche's answer to your question? Fine. Now let us see. Yes.
There are still harmless self-observers who believe that there are immediate certainties. For example, I think, or as the superstition of Schopenhauer put it, I will, as though knowledge here got hold of its object purely and nakedly as the thing in itself, without any falsification on the part of either the subject or the object. But that immediate certainty, as well as absolute knowledge and the thing in itself, involve a contradictio in objecto. I shall repeat 100 times. We really ought to free ourselves from the seduction of words. Let the people suppose that knowledge means knowing things entirely. The philosopher must say to himself, when I analyze the process that is expressed in the sentence, I think, I find a whole series of daring assertions that would be difficult, perhaps impossible to prove. For example, that it is I who think, that there must necessarily be something that thinks, that thinking is an activity, an operation on the part of the being who is thought of as a cause, that there is an ego, and finally, that it is already determined what is to be designated by thinking, that I know what thinking is. For if I had not already decided within myself what it is, by what standard could I determine whether that which is just happening is not perhaps willing or feeling? In short, the assertion I think assumes that I compare my state at the present moment with other states of myself which I know, in order to determine what it is. On account of this retrospective connection with further knowledge, it has at any rate no immediate certainty for me. in place of the immediate certainty in which the people may believe in the case at hand, the philosopher thus finds a series of metaphysical questions presented to him, truly searching questions of the intellect.
Yeah, but questions, truly conscience questions for the intellect.
Truly conscience questions of the intellect. To wit, from where do I get the concept of thinking? Why do I believe in cause and effect? What gives me the right to speak of an ego, and even of an ego as cause, and finally of an ego as the cause of thought? Whoever ventures to answer these metaphysical questions at once by an appeal to a sort of intuitive perception, like the person who says, I think and know that this, at least, is true, actual, and certain, will encounter a smile and two question marks from a philosopher nowadays. Sir,
Yeah, but, there are very few philosophers of this kind. There are few philosophers of this kind in Nietzsche's days, who had this reaction. It was a compliment, an undeserved compliment to his contemporaries. Yes?
Sir, the philosopher will perhaps give him to understand, it is improbable that you are not mistaken. But why insist on the truth?
Yeah. So that is another attack on the simplistic quest for truth. You notice that Nietzsche speaks here of metaphysical question, of metaphysics, in a non-pejorative sense. That is, so we have to go back to metaphysics. But of course, in Nietzsche's view, not to any traditional metaphysics.
Who were the philosophers that did?
Or when you think of Descartes, what is
Yeah,
his?
but he wasn't really deeply
Why not? I mean, but there were many they lived on up and up to the present day.
But who was alive in Nietzsche's time who specifically might deserve this compliment?
Then he mentioned Schopenhauer, for example, who said the will is the most well-known thing of the world. Everyone knows what the will is. And I think also regarding thinking that I do not know, many of the contemporary professors of philosophy are, of course, completely forgotten now. So it's a sheer accident if someone who is not a historian of philosophy in the 19th century reads them. So since I'm not a student of that part of the history of philosophy, I am in no position to answer. Perhaps someone else knows something. I do not know what famous physicists like Helmholtz also, who played a certain role in the philosophical discussion. I do not know. But the key point, there is no immediate self. All knowledge is mediated, as a philosopher prior to Nietzsche, what he said, namely he. So this way out is excluded. Just as there are no pure sensations, there are no pure perceptions of mental phenomena. Knowledge never seizes the object pure and naked, never. And since this is meant by the common understanding of truth, that knowledge of the truth seizes the object of the thinking pure and naked, this Nietzsche can speak of the quest for truth only in an ironical manner, as he does here at the end of this aphorism. All knowledge, what we call knowledge, presupposes answers to metaphysical questions, meaning questions which are not physical or physiological. And somehow Nietzsche believes to guide metaphysics in a new and promising way by his suggestion that Nietzsche's two enigmatic theses. First, truth is deadly, and second, truth is a human creation. The difficulty is this: truth is deadly. This is itself true. Is this truth also deadly? Is it not rather life-giving, because it emancipates us from the power of the deadly truth? And second, truth is a human creation. This proposition is itself a truth. But is this truth also a human creation? But apart from that, how does Nietzsche know that the truth is deadly and that it is a human creation? We can perhaps say that he had learned from Kant that it is the human understanding which prescribes nature its laws, that the order of the world originates in the human understanding. What is given is only the chaos of sensations. But for Kant, it was certain that there is the order established by the human understanding, say the order revealed by Newtonian physics. For Nietzsche, however, that physics, any physics, is only one interpretation out of indefinitely many. The given, the world in itself, the thing in itself, nature, is wholly chaotic, meaningless. The world in itself is wholly meaningless. Hence, the truth is deadly. The world for us is meaningful by virtue of our creation. Truth is human creation. The difficulty here, apart from others, is this: there are indefinitely or infinitely many interpretations of the world, infinitely many world views. How to distinguish among them? How to distinguish superior ones from inferior ones? Are there any objective criteria? That's to say, criteria not dependent on human creation. We have not yet seen any answer to this question. Now, in chapter 1, with which we are still concerned, Nietzsche suggests his view, as I have tried to summarize it, through an induction from philosophy and science. That's to say, from the pursuits which claim to be concerned solely with the truth. Now he finds that all philosophers, and the same is true of science, assert more than they know, where does that more come from? Where could it come from? Now, here the way was paved for Nietzsche by Descartes, perhaps more than by anybody else. In his chapter on error, Descartes explains that all error stems from the fact that we assert more than we know. And this is due to the fact that our will extends further than our understanding. So the more which philosophers and so on assert, and in all cases assert, stems from the will. And Nietzsche accepts that with an important addition that his will is will to power. And he describes it very drastically by comparing the conviction, that will-determined conviction, as a strong, a beautiful and very strong donkey, an animal notorious, wrongly probably, for its lack of intelligence, and at the same time extremely stubborn. And that is effective in all philosophy and in all science, as far as the foundations are concerned. So, this much to remind you of what we discussed last time. Now, is there any point you would like to take up? Well, why do you smile? I thought your smile means there are so infinitely many things to take up that you wouldn't know where. Now, then we will continue. Nietzsche had turned a little bit earlier, after having spoken of physics and physiology, he had turned to what we can call psychology, and spoken of the fallacies which philosophers commit in this respect. And he continues it in aphorism 17.
With regard to the superstitions of logicians, I shall never tire of emphasizing a small terse fact which these superstitious minds hate to concede. Namely,
these superstitious minds, the logicians. Yeah.
Namely, that a thought comes when it wishes and not when I wish, so that it is a falsification of the facts of the case to say that the subject I is the condition of the predicate thing. It thinks, but that this it is precisely the famous old ego is, to put it mildly, only a supposition, an assertion, and assuredly not an immediate certainty.
Yeah, 1 second. So you know that distinction between the id and the ego, which has in the meantime conquered the globe. But as far as I can see, it stems from here. And there is something much deeper than the ego, than the consciousness. And that is what Nietzsche means by the will to power, or by that stubborn beast in us, which he compared to the donkey. Yes?
After all, one has even gone too far with this it thinks. Even the it contains an interpretation of the process and does not belong to the process itself.
Yes. So there is the process or the event itself is one thing. and the interpretation is another. It seems that wherever we turn, we do not come beyond interpretation, and yet it is necessary to make a distinction between the interpretation and the event itself, the thing itself. What the basis for that distinction is not immediately clear. Perhaps that, however, Nietzsche may have arrived at that distinction, and assuming that the distinction is not itself an interpretation, what does this imply? Perhaps it will become clearer while we go on. Yes.
One infers here, according to the grammatical habit, thinking is an activity. What is left of the honest old ego?
Yes. And what shall we do then? Is there anything which can take the place of that id, of that, or is what we arrive at something which we must assert, but which can in no way be grasped, which can in no way be said? It's still dark.
I'm just wondering whether seek after something that's doing the action, even in the deepest sense, is still making the same mistake that Nietzsche accuses us of making.
In other words, whether the very distinction between the happening itself and the interpretation is justified. Whether one must not admit radically that everything we say or we think is interpretation. Is this what you mean?
No, I thought you were implying that our problem was to find out in the deepest sense what was forming an action. That is, what was behind an action, the agent of the action. And I understood that we were told not to do that.
Yeah, sure. But Nietzsche goes further than that, I believe. Because he will take this up later and say that the very any notion of cause and effect is mere interpretation. And it is to be hitherto in no way clear how Nietzsche is getting out of the difficulty.
He says truth is deadly, but the consequence of his understanding of the fact that when men see, they merely interpret, would lead me to wonder whether or not there is such a thing as truth, which would take me back to wonder how could it be deadly if there is no such thing.
Yeah, but in one way or the other, he would have to speak of truth.
But then he must not be saying what he thinks here in 17.
Yeah, well, what he is doing all the time, although never alone, is to show the untenable character of what philosophy has been asserting hitherto. And therefore he argues from their premises to a considerable extent.
So would that be truth in quotation marks, deadly?
You could say that, yes.
I see.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you are confronted with the fact that he, by saying that what he said about nature in aphorism 9, that is wholly chaotic. And that is reality. Yeah. And all order, all beauty, all value is merely our addition to it. Merely our addition to it. Merely is a decisive point. What are is a convenient way out of Nietzsche's predicament? Is it merely one into which he came by some, because of some strange inclination toward paradoxes, toward extremes? Or is there not something there which is absolutely necessary? Think of a more general point to which I referred. Nature, the understanding prescribes nature its law. Yeah? That's all right. But if the understanding is not the understanding, if the place of understanding is taken by understandings, say, according to the difference of cultures, to take a convenient expression, or then, say, if there is a Hindu truth, a Chinese truth, a Western truth, and so on and so on, what will you do? Will you then say, well, of course, these are all caves in Platonic language. We must get out of them and to come to the light of the sun. But that was, of course, Plato. But that does not require something like the pure mind, with the pure mind not affected by cultural differences and other differences.
It seems though that on that level, what you're saying can be understood, it seems, but it gets more difficult when you're posed with the problem of mathematical physics, in particular the problem of Lobachevsky as opposed to Euclid.
Yeah, but Nietzsche Nietzsche was not a student, surely not a profound student of these things, but he gave his answer already. This is one interpretation among many. And even if you take all possible geometries, then he would raise a question regarding all possible geometries.
But there was someone else who proposed another alternative when this other geometry came along, that now the study of geometry must become empirical. That is, now, instead of simply making postulates, we would look to nature to find out what is the way of space.
Yeah, but does empirical study not also presuppose assumptions which are not empirical?
Yeah, but it wouldn't allow man to prescribe to nature its laws. One would only be able to make those assumptions and know that they were assumptions. So the Kantian position would be changed.
Yeah, but is that, I do not believe that it affects fundamental things, because you speak now instead of laws of assumptions or hypotheses, and there is always, by assumptions and hypotheses, you point to what is not assumption and what is not hypothesis, and leaves this open, and think you don't have to worry about it. But Nietzsche worries about it. So perhaps we continue, because what he said here about thinking is only preparatory to what he's going to say about the will, and that is, after all, his main subject. Now, the next paragraph.
It is certainly not the least charm of a theory that it is refutable. It is precisely thereby that it attracts subtler minds. It seems that the 100 times refuted theory of a free will owes its persistence to this charm alone. Again and again, someone comes along who feels he is strong enough to refute it.
Yes. Now, what does this seemingly frivolous remark mean? Theories are attractive, qua refutable, qua untrue. I suppose a refutable doctrine is not true. Pardon?
Hard to tell in this. That's true.
Yeah, but I think that is what Nietzsche means. But these refutable doctrines provide the pleasure, and say the dubious pleasure, of attracting our will to truth, of attracting our will. Therefore, as he said at the end, someone feels he is strong enough to refute it. That is a transition to the problem of the will. So now we come to the section explicitly devoted to the will, 19. Yes?
Philosophers are accustomed to speak of the will as if it were the best thing, the best known thing in the world. Indeed, Schopenhauer has given us to understand that the will alone is really known to us, absolutely and completely known, without subtraction or addition. But again and again, it seems to me that in this case too, Schopenhauer only did what philosophers are in the habit of doing. He adopted a popular prejudice and exaggerated it. Willing seems to me to be above all something complicated, something that is a unit only as a word, and it is precisely in this one word that the popular prejudice lurks, which has defeated the always inadequate caution of philosophers. So let us, for once, be more cautious. Let us be unphilosophical.
That is very important. The philosophers are not cautious. They all assert more than they know. And so Nietzsche does not want to assert more than he knows. And to that extent he is concerned with truth in the old-fashioned sense of the word. How this strikes with this view that truth is human creation, we do not yet have the slightest suggestion. Yes?
Let us say that in all willing, there is first a plurality of sensations, namely, the sensation of the state away from which, and the sensation of the state toward which. The sensations of this from and towards themselves, and then also accompanying muscular sensation, which even without our putting into motion arms and legs, begins its action by force of habit as soon as we will anything. Therefore, just as sensations, and indeed many
not say feeling.
Therefore, just as feelings, and indeed many kinds of feelings, are to be recognized as ingredients of the will, so secondly should thinking also. In every act of the will, there is a ruling thought. Let us not imagine it possible to sever this thought from the willing, as if any will would then remain over. Third, the will is not only a complex of sensation and thinking,
feeling and thinking.
Of feeling and thinking, but it is above all an effect, and specifically the effect of the command. That which is termed freedom of the will is essentially the effect of superiority in relation to him who must obey. I am free, he must obey. This consciousness is inherent in every will, and equally so the straining of the attention, the straight look that fixes itself exclusively on one aim, the unconditional evaluation that this and nothing else is necessary now, the inward certainty that obedience will be rendered, and whatever else belongs to the position of the commander. A man who wills commands something within himself that renders obedience, or that he believes renders obedience. But now, let us notice what is strangest about the will, this manifold thing for which the people have only one word. Inasmuch as in the given circumstances, we are at the same time the commanding and the obeying parties. And as the obeying party, we know the sensation, the feelings, of constraint, impulsion, pressure, resistance, and motion, which usually begin immediately after the act of will, inasmuch as, on the other hand, we are accustomed to disregard this duality and to deceive ourselves about it by means of the synthetic concept I, a whole series of erroneous conclusions and consequently of false evaluations of the will itself has become attached to the act of willing, to such a degree that he who wills believes sincerely that willing suffices for action. Since in the great majority of cases there has been exercise of will only when the effect of the command, that is, obedience, that is, the action, was to be expected, the appearance has translated itself into the feeling, as if there were a necessity of effect. In short, he who wills believes with a fair amount of certainty that will and action are somehow one. He ascribes the success, the carrying out of the willing, to the will itself, and thereby enjoys an increase of the sensation of power which accompanies all success. Freedom of the will. That is the expression for the complex state of delight of the person exercising volition, who commands and at the same time identifies himself with the executor of the order, who, as such, enjoys also the triumph over obstacles, but thinks within himself that it was really his will itself that overcame them. In this way, the person exercising volition adds the feelings of delight to his successful executive instruments and useful underwills or undersouls. Indeed, our body is but a social structure composed of many souls. To his feelings of delight as commanded. L'effet, c'est moi. What happens here is what happens in every well-constructed and happy commonwealth. Namely, the governing class identifies itself with the successes of the commonwealth. In all willing, it is absolutely a question of commanding and obeying, on the basis, as already said, of a social structure composed of many souls. Hence, a philosopher should claim the right to include willing, as such, within the sphere of morals, morals being understood as the doctrine of the relations of supremacy under which the phenomenon of life comes to be.
So that is the first statement, and I believe the only thematic statement about the will which occurs in this world. Now we have already heard before that life is the will to power. More generally, life is will in Aphorism 13. But here, the will of which he speaks here is obviously the human will. And we would have to understand how the relation of other wills to the human will has to be conceived. One can safely say that he means that all non-human or subhuman life is defective life. Only in the human life and in the human will comes will fully into its own. Now, how can life be will to power? To some extent that is explained here. Only if the body too is will, that's to say soul, a hierarchy of souls, as Nietzsche suggests here. The final conclusion is life as a whole must be considered from a moral point of view. A moral point of view does not mean from the point of view of good and evil, because the whole consideration is, as the title says, beyond good and evil. There must be a morality different from that of good and evil. And Nietzsche describes it, calls it, when he speaks of it in elsewhere, good and bad as distinguished from good and evil. Good and evil is a particularly moralistic interpretation of morality, if that makes sense. Good and bad, this distinction must be made also from a non-moral sense, non-moral point of view. Think of health. When you speak of a healthy body or a diseased body, and the same would apply to the soul. So this is important. The overall consideration is moral in the sense, in the only sense in which Nietzsche can be a morality, can be moral. Now, there must be many, many things in this paragraph which calls for comment. Yes.
It seems that the line you've been following all the way through is in the peculiar effect language has on philosophical thinking. This here he says philosophers are accustomed to speak of the will, and he says because the people use one word, they attribute to it one thing. Earlier in 17, he said, one infers here according to the grammatical habit of cause and effect.
Yes.
Things like this subject or activity agent. I was wondering if you know any further thoughts on the effect language has.
Yes, sure. But I did not mention them. But did I not imply it in what I said? Because what you and what Nietzsche calls language is interpretation. Yeah? And we are all under the spell of interpretations, and as Nietzsche implies, particularly unintelligent interpretations, going back to our remote ancestors. So, but the other side, which one must also emphasize, the doctrine of the will here, the will to power, is not, it seems, an interpretation. That is a fact. That is itself. Whether that is, whether one can maintain that is another matter. To this difficulty we must return. Yes?
It seems to me that in the fourth paragraph, the last two sentences.
In the fourth paragraph, what do you mean by that?
Oh.
Aphorism, which aphorism?
In 19.
Yeah.
In the last two sentences of what in this book is the fourth paragraph, there's an argument that's given. And I'm not sure I understand the argument. Here's how it reads. Since in the great majority of cases...
Yeah, I see, I know, yeah. Yes, yes.
There has been exercise of the will only when the effect of the command, that is, obedience, that is, the action, was to be expected. The appearance has translated itself into the feeling. Well, in order to understand that argument, you have to know who expected it. That is it the expectation of the person who's doing the willing, or is it the expectation of someone?
No, the will.
The one who's doing the willing. Well, can you put that argument in a could you state that argument very simply so that I could follow the steps of it?
No, what does it mean in the context? The will is a complicated phenomenon, as he says, consisting of feeling, thinking, and an affect, the affect of command. But then he adds, one thing is not an ingredient of the will, namely the action.
But he says here that he who wills believes with a fair amount of certainty that will and action are somehow one.
Yeah, he believes erroneously.
But who believes that?
We do.
Do we?
Oh,
Do we think that our will and our actions are
very.
But doesn't it sometimes happen that our will goes one way and our action goes another?
Also, but this is perhaps not so important and was not so important for many philosophers. The fact that the will is not, does not determine the act. And what Nietzsche has, what he is driving at is this: what you need for the will issuing in an action is not the character of the commanding will, but of the sub-wills.
A good nature.
Here the body, but as he understands the body.
But that would be in Platonic terms of good nature.
You can say that, yeah.
Okay,
But it would not be Nietzsche's expression.
all right.
Because from Nietzsche's point of view, that would all be nature.
But still, the argument is very hard to follow. Because certainly Nietzsche understands that there's a possibility of a weakness, that some men are weak, and that their weakness might even be, to some extent, in their will, not in their body. So,
True, but then it's clear that is, and that is a relatively simple case. He speaks later on of that people of weak-willed, and strong-willed people. He makes this distinction.
wouldn't that mean that there has to be some kind of freedom that the will would have to strengthen itself?
Yeah, but the question is, in some sense perhaps, but the question is, to whom does the will owe that freedom?
To strengthen itself.
Yeah, or that's, to whom or to what does the will owe its strength?
If it can strengthen itself, then the strength that it gains in that way, it would owe only to itself.
He will take up this question later on. Under the heading, can there be a causa sui? Can there be a cause of itself?
Would you agree then that this argument is inconclusive?
Yes, I grant that of all arguments here. You can say they all are suggestive and meant to be suggestive. And some are very persuasive. There is no demonstration here, and there is not meant to be a demonstration. And that belongs, according to Nietzsche, is essential to the philosophy of the future, that it is not demonstrative in any sense. Yeah? That is the point. Yes? Help me. Does the distinction between feeling and thought make sense? So the thought is determinative and says, dictates, as it were. Yeah? Dictates. The feeling is from here to there. But then something comes down like a thunderbolt. This is must be. That's the thought. It's not further developed. It's not explained whether this has in any way the character of a logismos, of the reason. That's not stated. But it is important, and this is, of course, as you see, directed against Schopenhauer. And in Schopenhauer, the will is thoughtless. And against Schopenhauer, Nietzsche says, thought is essential to the will.
But it also seems that indicates that thinking is just a kind of willing. Thinking is just a kind of willing.
An ingredient of willing. He doesn't say thinking is the fundamental phenomenon, but the will to power. Will to power.
It's a ruling thought, which is an ingredient of will.
Yes.
Self-will is not thought.
But this, what is willed, if you take the complete phenomenon, what is willed is thought. Although thought alone would not account for everything, because there must also be feeling, and there must also be affect. No, you are not.
No, I think it's that. Let us not imagine it possible to sever this thought from the willing, as if any will that it remains.
Yeah,
My impression is that no thought would remain.
Yeah, but the main point, I believe, is that you cannot separate this thought from will. And as if there would still be will if you disregarded the thought. The thought is an essential ingredient of the will. And it is, of course, deplorable, you can say, that Nietzsche did not analyze what he meant by thought. That this thought has a character of theoretical thought, of complete independence from will impulses also. He is only, as it were, working his way toward his overall suggestion. The fundamental phenomenon is the will to power. What could this possibly mean? And why is this superior to what other philosophers have said before, and which Nietzsche regards as not acceptable? Then let us turn to the next.
That individual philosophic by rejecting Locke's superficiality regarding the origin of ideas.
Yeah. And that the critique of Locke was, of course, implied in everything that went before. That we never come to such a simple basic stratum like ideas in the Lockean or the human sense. Philosophy cannot be liberation from all prejudices, as it claims. There is no without, no beyond, no outside of the cave. That is the radical difference between Nietzsche and Plato. But the objects of recollection, of anamnesis, are not the ideas in the Platonic sense, but something, quote, historical, unquote, something conventional, as Plato might have called it. The philosophers all assert more than they know. They possess then some knowledge, obviously, what we call common sense knowledge. they knew that they use a pen or sit at a table and talk to someone else and so on. Now, this aphorism 20 seems to dispose of this difficulty. So common sense knowledge, which is of course presupposed by all philosophers, is historically variable. It is an acquisition which is not necessary. Say the Indo-Germanic races such different assumptions than the Semites or any other race of which Nietzsche has in mind. But so it seems then that grammar, yes, grammar, but grammar goes back to something more fundamental, according to Nietzsche. And that is what he calls here physiological value judgments, race conditions. This must be understood, of course, in the light of what Nietzsche has said. Physiology, the concern with the life of the body, is ultimately a concern with a certain kind of souls, if it is indeed true that the body is a hierarchy of souls. Yes?
I find it hard to conceive of physiological effects which influence language.
I believe that this is not something so peculiar to Nietzsche. People formerly spoke very often of the influence of climate and terrain and other things on human beings, and also on the difference between the various races of human beings. Is it not possible? I mean, are there not certain differences between human races?
I see that. I'm just trying to put it together how living in the heat all the time would affect differently the way I speak. In other words, the ramifications of that statement, how would, I have a hard time thinking of an example where climate would have to do.
But does it make sense to you that our language, the structure of our language, may influence our thoughts? Now, very well. That is what Nietzsche says in the first, it's the main one. And now he links that up with his general thesis, that the will to power. Can language structure be the ultimate? Must it not be traced to the will to power? And that he does in this sentence by speaking of physiological value judgment, which is only another way of speaking of the will to power. He doesn't carry it through. We have to undergo the toil of thinking to figure out how he could have meant it. But it is clear that broad purport of what he says, I think, is clear. I didn't hear.
Undergo some more toil.
Yeah, that is unavoidable from any point of view, even if it is not Nietzsche. And do you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to say that it's very easy to confuse something here because there's a modern school of anthropologists and sociologists who are doing a lot of talking about the relationship between physiology and language. And they say things like in peoples developing in certain kinds of climates, the roof of the mouth, that is the palate, is so high, and the teeth are more widely separated. Consequently, certain kinds of sounds can't be made, certain others can be made more easily. And I just wanted to offer that as
a clear-cut case of the influence of physiology on the sound that people make, and then to distinguish that from what Nietzsche is saying, because I don't think that he's referring to physiology in that sense, of the shape of people.
No, he speaks of physiological value judgments.
Yeah, I think that he's talking about what the kind of thing he's talking about is the concept of the subject and the development of the philosophy of grammar, which would have more to do with the nature of the people and not their physical nature, but their spiritual nature.
Yeah, if the spiritual nature, as you call it, is completely separate from their bodily nature, which he would deny.
He talks about undersoul.
Yeah. Well, that sure, that is clear, but that doesn't affect the issue now. The main point is that.
He might be a racist.
You got, in a way, we all are racists. I mean, I don't see what's wrong with that. A racist is a man who says there are different races, and I do not have sufficient evidence to answer the question whether there are not some races more gifted than others. That is the most scientific definition of racism which I have ever heard. I say this, although I just made it up at the moment. But I bet that I would be called a racist if I say that. That doesn't mean much. I mean, that is a slogan like many others, I mean, there's a bogey.
No, but certain people would be spiritually, or in their souls, superior to others. It's certainly in contradiction to the kind of thing that Lincoln was talking about, when he said that men are created equal. He certainly
he didn't. What has this to do? What has Lincoln's demand for political equality, and that one must not exploit people through slavery? What has this to do with the question of equality in other respects?
Well, I mean, Lincoln would be the first to agree that people may be very different with regard to intelligence, strength, or beauty, or something like that. But when he talks about the equality, I think that he's referring to, insofar as they have souls, they are spiritually equal.
Yeah, but you see, then we would have to find out what Lincoln understands by soul. Now, if he understands by soul, which is possible, an immortal soul, then he argues from an entirely different ground than Nietzsche, who denies that there is an immortal soul. Yeah? And we have seen that. So there is no soul separable from the body, Nietzsche. And if there are great, profound differences among human beings in bodily respects, they would be connected, to use a very loose word, with profound differences in the higher aspects.
Yeah. That's a very difficult question.
I don't believe that this is so difficult. It may be obnoxious, but I don't believe it's difficult to state it and to understand the meaning of the proposition.
But the answer is?
Yeah, that requires these famous scientific empirical studies to which I referred in my definition of racism, and which are still coming. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he says so ultimately. Ultimately, because the sameness of the grammatical functions is traced by him at the end of this aphorism to physiological value judgment. Pardon? Yeah, sure it is unconscious. Sure it is unconscious. Just as the physiological origin of the value judgments is unconscious. Yeah? I believe that is not. That is not. Yeah. I would wish that we read. Oh yes, Mitterrand.
Struck by the statement that philosophizing is to this extent a kind of activism or a bias disorder.
Yeah.
And struck by this seemingly somewhat ironic, but I think nevertheless almost partly serious backhanded phrase, philosophizing, and in connection with previous
Yes. Yes, sure. In other words, what does he understand by spiritual? What does he understand here by the highest rank? What are the criteria? Are these criteria his value judgments, his preferences, or are they something more, much more? We have not yet sufficient evidence to settle that question. But I must say, if you crudify and vulgarize what Nietzsche says, you arrive at what is going on all the time in the social sciences. You know, I mean, the destruction of the whole, of every possibility of distinguishing responsibly between high and low, good and bad. But that is, of course, only the least important part of it. Please.
I would like to refer to previous paragraph 19 and which Mr. it is very difficult to understand why he says that let us not imagine it possible to severe the thought from the youth. Now, Nietzsche shows us the elements of the will, but he does not say what is thought. You see, what is will is everything. Is when I thought together, and then there is the soul. Soul is simple. In Nietzsche, thought. And the very simple thing as example, I will to understand. The will is there. Till I understand, I have no thought. But I have only one answer. I will. So will to all thought or thought will it is. We have to know what.
No, you have the will and you have the thought. You say, I want to understand Nietzsche, that as an object of your will, what you understand, these are thoughts.
But what is thought?
That is true. He owes us an account of what thought is, and he doesn't give us. That is absolutely correct.
Then we cannot say that what he thought definitely said that in every will that it is thought that don't dare to distinguish. Because do that, we can't
Yeah, that is very hard to say. You see, that has something to do with Nietzsche's way of writing. Then later on there occurs an aphorism in chapter 4, which is which is to this effect that a man's sexuality shows itself even in the highest peaks of his spiritual life. Not an atom of a proof. Can he assert that? But perhaps one can reconstruct the argument if one thinks that Nietzsche was tolerably careful in spite of, he says, let us be cautious, let us be unphilosophical. Well, and I believe one knows a bit of Goethe in Germany. One knows a bit about Goethe's fantastic love life, going together with this fantastic ability to change, go into the highest age, undergo radical changes. One knows a bit about Kant, but there is nothing of this kind. And one can compare perhaps Goethe's work with Kant's work and say, or Goethe's style with Kant's style, and see, does this not reflect that? And one can also think, although that is embarrassing, of Nietzsche himself. He must have known a bit about himself. People who were not very delicate dug up Nietzsche's love life after, in my lifetime, and found that it was very deplorable on the whole. And Nietzsche knew that, I suppose, and thought about it, and saw how it affected his highest thoughts. So, and surely he did not investigate all human beings by questionnaires, so which is even impossible if he wanted. Most human beings being dead already and can no longer be questioned. And the others, if you try to send questionnaires to people in China and Russia, they would not permit you to answer you. So you have to make a selection at any rate. And so it is here so too. Nietzsche looks at will and sees this against Schopenhauer. The essential ingredients of thought, of thinking in will must be strongly stated. Will is not a brewing of urges merely, but there is some brightness, light, thought. Does it make sense? Yeah, but we will come to read. He will speak in the second chapter. He will speak a bit about his way of writing, and perhaps this will retroactively help us to the understanding of the first chapter. He does not. That is Nietzsche's set purpose, not to demonstrate. And to some extent he does it in some later writings, like the Genealogy of Morals, which is a much more popular writing than Beyond Good and Evil. But it is also much more misleading because of a certain crudification which takes place for this very reason. Now, I believe it is essential for us now and we will read the 21st aphorism very soon, but let us first read the 22nd, because that is of a very broad bearing.
Forgive me, as an old philologist who cannot desist from the malice of putting his finger on bad modes of interpretation, but nature's conformity to law, of which you physicists talk so proudly, as though, why, it exists only owing to your own interpretation, and you will be eager enough to make this objection. Well, so much the better.
Yeah. Now, that is perhaps not the last word, but it is surely the penultimate word of Nietzsche on the subject. So he makes here a distinction between interpretation and text. And as a philologist, an old philologist, he makes a distinction. This is a text, this is written, and what you say is your addition, your tampering with the text. Now this corresponds, the distinction between interpretation and text, corresponds to the distinction between mythology and what is in itself, nature. The alternative, which is suggested by Nietzsche, the will to power, is also only interpretation. But Nietzsche says then, all the better, tant mieux. What does that mean? What does he enigmatically point to? The previous philosophers claim to have established the text, the objective truth. But their claim is baseless. The text is unknowable, unsayable. One can never get more than an interpretation, a human creation. But is this very insight a human creation or the objective truth? Nietzsche himself calls the will to power a fact, the fundamental fact. Philosophy is the most spiritual will to power. That's to say, interpretation is the most spiritual will to power, in the light of which everything else must be understood. But is not self-knowledge of the will to power both knowledge of the most fundamental fact and interpretation at the same time, creation? For does it not require a radical change, a metabasis from naive, unconscious interpretation to self-consciousness of interpretation? But what Nietzsche explicitly says is, I'm perfectly satisfied that what I propose is also only an interpretation. But he implies a better one, a sounder one, a healthier one than the others, the former ones. Yeah, there is another passage in the preceding aphorism. If you will have a look at it, we cannot read these whole things. We are it who alone have made the fiction of the causes, the sequence.
It is we alone who have devised cause, sequence, for each other, relativity, constraint, number, law, freedom, motive, purpose. And when we project and mix the symbol world into things, as if it existed in itself, we act once more as we have always acted, mythologically. The unfree will is mythology. In real life, it is only a matter of strong and weak will.
Yeah, now listen to it. In real life, and that is not something, obviously not something behind the things, not something metaphysical, but something to which everyone has access, and more fundamental than what the philosophers are talking about. Here we see the difference between strong and weak wills. And here the question of free will or unfree will doesn't arise. Whereas the distinction between strong will and weak will is of the utmost importance and evidence Yes, no, let us first finish.
It is almost always a symptom of what is lacking in himself when a thinker's senses in every causal thing pose as la religion de la souffrance humaine, as is its good taste.
It is good, yes. So the point which he makes is that free will and unfree will as metaphysical doctrines are unnecessary. They both assert too much, and this too much stems, as in all cases, from will. A will to be fully responsible, much more responsible than one can possibly be. Free will. And those who want to get rid of all responsibility, unfree will. That is, so these doctrines, claiming to be theoretically true, have such a moral motivation. But the point which we read first is the distinction between mythological and real life. And of course, real life is the only one which counts for a reasonable man when he makes this distinction. But the question is, what is the relation of real life to nature, of which he had spoken in Aphorism 9? That we must wait. We don't know. But it makes obviously sense to speak provisionally, as Nietzsche does here all the time, of real life, doesn't it? As distinguished from what metaphysicians assert on the basis of prejudices of which they are unaware. I think we should also read the last aphorism of this chapter so that we can begin with the second time. Yes.
All psychology fundamental problem.
Yeah. So psychology, but Nietzsche explains it a bit. He says physio-psychology. And the other point which he does not make here, but which he made in an earlier paragraph, in paragraph 20 or thereabouts, where he spoke of the differences of linguistic structures. One could say, and one must say, I think, in the matter of Nietzsche said it as a whole, historical physio-psychology. That is ought to be the fundamental science. And one must see whether the psychologies which in a way stem from Nietzsche, and Freud and Jung and such people, to what extent they live up to that standard. But Nietzsche says something else. The psychology must or will again become the way to the fundamental problems. That psychology should again be recognized as mistress of the sciences. Again, when was psychology the mistress of the sciences? I mean, it obviously excludes logic, which played a great role in Nietzsche's time, a certain kind of logic, that is obviously excluded. But when was psychology recognized as a mistress of the sciences? It is possible, I think, that he thinks of Plato. And it would be most interesting if he thought of Plato, because Plato is the irritant for Nietzsche. Plato brings out of Nietzsche all these strange thoughts and the way in which these thoughts are uttered. But there is this great difference. And if we compare Nietzsche's psychology with Plato's, what is a Platonic equivalent to the will to power, may I ask? Yeah, what makes life life. But what is the Platonic equivalent of the will to power? Eros, just simplest. But here we have the difference. The eros is directed towards, in Nietzsche's language, eternal values. And the will to power generates values. In Plato there is a self-subsisting order toward which the eros is directed. There is no such self-subsisting order in Nietzsche. Therefore, Nietzsche's psychology is beyond good and evil, and Plato's cannot be said to be good and evil, because for Nietzsche there is nothing higher than life, but life can be higher or lower, and therefore psychology can be, I don't wish to quote this wrongly, in aphorism 19, I believe it is, will as itself must be seized within the circle of morality, within the circle of vision of morality. This remains. There must be a distinction between the higher and lower life, of which there is a sign in the real life distinction between strong and weak wills. A very inadequate sign, but still it points to it. But indeed, beyond good and evil. Well, if everything goes well, we will next time begin the second chapter, entitled The Free Mind. As you could easily see by browsing in that chapter, chapter 2 deals also with the philosophers. But whereas chapter 1 deals with the prejudices of the philosophers, chapter 2 whereas chapter 1 is directed against the philosophers, chapter 2 states a case for the philosophers, but not under the name of philosophers, only under the name of the free mind. And that has its reason, because the philosophers of whom Nietzsche speaks in chapter 2, they are the philosophers of the future. And therefore we must, since they are new phenomenon, they also must have a new name. And Nietzsche prefers for this purpose the free mind, although that is not a new name at all, but perhaps less burdened than the name philosopher. And I suggest that we begin there next time. First, to say a word about the plan of Beyond Good and Evil, for which we can probably understand somewhat better now after we have read the first chapter. The first chapter, as you will recall, is entitled Of the Prejudices of the Philosophers, the Philosophers. It is a chapter directed against the philosophers, the philosophers. Just one example, he says in a passage which we have read, let us be cautious, let us be unphilosophic. But it goes without saying that the first chapter is not unqualifiedly anti-philosophic. as you have seen when reading the chapter. Yet still it is remarkable that at the end of that chapter, he calls psychology, not philosophy, the mistress of the sciences. Now, it is clear that what Nietzsche understands by psychology is philosophy. That is a kind of disguise of Nietzsche's philosophy if he presents it as philosophy. But we must take it seriously that he prefers here the term psychology. And he says now psychology will again become the mistress of the sciences. And the most simple explanation of that, of course, is psychology and not logic or physics, of which he had spoken before in that chapter. Now, the second chapter, the free mind, is in fact the statement for the philosophers of the future. Then comes the third chapter, which I don't know how the man translates it. No, you have the plan. Yeah.
What is religion?
Yeah, that one can say, but the German is das religiöse Wesen, and that is, I believe, directed against a very famous thought and book, Das Wesen der Religion, Feuerbach, the essence of religion. For Nietzsche, there is no essence of religion, but there is something which one can call, because the German noun Wesen has a verbal meaning, the religious goings on, the religious doings or something, is not easy to translate into English. Now, then comes an interlude, chapter called Sayings and Interludes, as one could translate it. There are aphorisms reminding of the maxims of La Rochefoucauld, and I think you told me he translates it epigrams. All right, but by the position of chapter 4, it is made clear that chapter 1 to 3 form a unit in contradistinction to chapters 5 to 9. The first unit, deals then with philosophy and religion. One could say eternally friendly enemies or eternally inimical friends. The formula atheism does not exhaust Nietzsche's posture toward religion. And chapters 5 to 9, as you see, I think from the headings, are more popular themes, where Nietzsche descends to the preoccupation of most readers. So this much about the plan. Now, as for chapter 2 in general, I would like to make this point. In that chapter, Nietzsche delineates the character of the philosopher of the future, of the philosopher who is free from the prejudices of the philosophers. We can also say, we must say, he delineates the character of the true philosopher. This true philosopher has not existed before, that's the implication. The experience on which this delineation is based is Nietzsche's own experience, his experience of himself. In other words, without saying so, Nietzsche describes himself as the true philosopher. One cannot help contrasting it, and we are entitled to do so, by Nietzsche's remark in the preface, one cannot help contrasting it with Plato. Plato, who presents Socrates, not himself, as a true philosopher. Nietzsche had no Socrates. The only man who he quotes with approval in chapter 2 is Stendhal, as you will see very soon. But naturally, some footnotes are needed, long footnotes, in regard to this contrastation of Nietzsche and Plato. First, one can raise the question, is Socrates the philosopher for Plato? The most obvious point one could make is the Eleatic stranger and the Timaeus in the corresponding dialogues. And secondly, Nietzsche has in a way a Socrates, Zarathustra. But the relation of Nietzsche and Zarathustra is also very complicated. As a first approximation, one may say that Plato never speaks in his own name, and Nietzsche always speaks in his own name, subject to the qualifications I have mentioned. So, would you like to take up any of these points I made? All right. Then we turn to the next, the first number 24.
Sancta simplicitas. In what strange simplification and falsification man lives. One can never cease wondering, once one has acquired eyes for this marvel. How we have made everything around us clear and free and easy and simple. How we have been able to give our senses a passport to everything superficial, our thoughts a divine desire for wanton leaps and wrong inferences. How, from the beginning, we have contrived to retain our ignorance in order to enjoy an almost inconceivable freedom, lack of scruple and caution, hardiness and gaiety of life, in order to enjoy life. And only on this now solid granite foundation of ignorance could knowledge rise so far.
He says science. Why not leave it at that? Yeah.
Could science rise so far? The will to science on the foundation of...
the will to knowledge. Yeah, I'm sorry.
The will to knowledge on the foundation of a far more powerful will. The will to ignorance, to the uncertain, to the untrue, not as its opposite, but as its refinement. Even if language, here as elsewhere, will not get over its awkwardness, and will continue to talk of opposites where there are only degrees and many subtleties of gradation, even if the inveterate Tartuffery of morals, which now belongs to our unconquerable flesh and blood, infects the words, even those of us who know better. Here and there we understand it and laugh at the way in which precisely science, at its best, seeks most to keep us in this simplified, thoroughly artificial, suitably constructed, and suitably falsified world. At the way in which, willy-nilly, it loves error because, being alive, it loves life.
And yet, being alive meaning science. Well, so the truth we have heard is deadly. But science, which is supposed to aim at the truth, is not deadly. For science, paradoxically, does not aim at the truth. Science has in German, and hence also in Nietzsche, a much broader meaning than in English. It means not even primarily the natural sciences, but also scholarship would be included. There is, in other words, there is a perfect harmony between science and life. We may also say between philosophy and life. Everything is fine, very clarified. question. Is it? And this question is answered in the next aphorism. Perhaps we should read that first before we discuss this aphorism.
After such a cheerful commencement, a serious word would like to be heard. It appeals to the most serious. Take care, philosophers and friends of knowledge, and beware of martyrdom, of suffering for the truth's sake, even of defending yourselves. It spoils all the innocence and fine neutrality of your conscience. It makes you headstrong against objections and red rags. It stupefies, animalizes, and brutalizes when in the struggle with danger, slander, suspicion, expulsion, and even worse consequences of hostility, you have to pose as protectors of truth upon earth, as though the truth were such an innocuous and incompetent creature as to require protectors. And you, of all people, you knights of the most sorrowful countenance, dear loafers and cobweb spinners of the spirit, after all, you know well enough that it cannot be of any consequence if you, of all people, are proved right. You know that no philosopher so far has been proved right, and that there might be more laudable truthfulness in every little question mark that you place after your special words, favorite doctrines, and occasionally after yourselves, than in all the solemn gestures and trumps before accusers and law courts. Rather, go away, flee into concealment, and have your masks of subtlety, that you may be mistaken for what you are not, or feared a little. And don't forget the garden with golden trellis work. And have people around you who are as a garden, or as music on the waters in the evening, when the day is turning into memory. Choose the good solitude.
The good solitude.
The good solitude. The free, playful, light solitude that gives you, too, the right to remain good in some sense. How poisonous, how crafty, how bad does every long war make one that cannot be waged openly by means of force? How personal does a long fear make one? A long watching of enemies, of possible enemies. These outcasts of society, these long pursued, wickedly persecuted ones, also the compulsory recluses, the Spinozas or Giordano Brunos, always become in the end, even under the most spiritual masquerade, and perhaps without being themselves aware of it, sophisticated vengeance seekers and poison brewers. Let someone lay bare the foundation of Spinoza's ethics and theology, not to speak of the stupidity of moral indignation, which is the unfailing sign in a philosopher that his philosophical sense of humor has left him. The martyrdom of the philosopher, his sacrifice for the sake of truth, forces into the light whatever of the agitator and actor lurks in him. And if one has so far contemplated him only with artistic curiosity, with regard to many a philosopher, it is easy to understand the dangerous desire to see him also in his degenerated into a martyr, into a stage and platform baller. Only that is necessary with such a desire to be clear what spectacle one will see in any case. Merely a satyr play, merely an epilogue farce, merely the continued proof that the long real tragedy is at an end, assuming that every philosophy was in its genesis a long tragedy.
Yes, but we have seen in the preceding paragraph that there is or seems to be perfect harmony between philosophy and life. And now Nietzsche takes up the objection. There is no harmony between philosophy and social life and solitude. There's no harmony between philosophy and society. solitude, living incognito for the sake of inner intellectual freedom. And he mentions here in this connection the greatest danger of persecution, because it endangers the inner freedom of the persecuted. Inner freedom requires some goodness. It's beyond good and evil, but some goodness. And that goodness which is meant here is freedom from resentment. In order to illustrate his point, Nietzsche refers to the examples of Giordano Bruno and Spinoza. As for the example of Spinoza, of which I know more than of Giordano Bruno, and Nietzsche does not even attempt to prove his psychology of Spinoza. About a generation after him, after Nietzsche's death, Hermann Cohen, the founder of the Neo-Kantian school, attempted to prove fundamentally this point, this corruption of character. Cohen failed. I think the reason is this, and that is both true of Nietzsche and Spinoza, Nietzsche and Cohen, however different Nietzsche and Cohen were. Spinoza was, I think, a cool, not to say cold man. His posture toward revealed religion, in particular Judaism, was simple contempt for the confused ideas underlying revealed religion. Nonsense. His posture, I believe, is rather that of the cocksure, unbelieving scientist than that of any man of an inner tragedy. He was less concerned with the truth of the principles, we can say, than with what one can do with the principles in order to get a clear and distinct account of everything. I would like to stress one point. A certain goodness is indispensable for freedom of mind. So however valuable hatred and envy and the other things which Nietzsche mentioned occasionally before in chapter 1 may be for life in general, they are very bad for the most spiritual will to power. Good. Now, is there any point you would like to bring up? So, yes?
First of all, what do you mean by this regarding the golden trellis work?
The garden of the golden trellis.
Yeah, I do not know whether he has in mind, and when we hear of a garden, we think, of course, of Epicurus. Whether there was such, whether Epicurus' garden had such golden trellis work, I do not know. Whether he thinks of something he has seen somewhere and enjoyed, that I couldn't say. Music over waters, that's of course Venice. But I do not know what this means.
Also, what is good solitude? I don't understand what you mean by good solitude.
Well, in opposition to the imposed solitude, you know, of which he speaks later, of the imposed solitude which makes men bitter and poisonous. The freely chosen solitude.
Last question. For Nietzsche, does the philosopher have any place in society like he did for Plato?
Yeah.
When you go back into the cave?
That is a very good point which you make now. Nietzsche will take it up at once, but not in exactly that form which you suggest now. Surely you only have to, if you look at the headings of chapters, one is called Of Peoples and Fatherlands, for example. Political theme. Nietzsche was very much concerned with the unity of Europe, which is now a matter of concern, as you know, of everyday political concern. So surely Nietzsche was concerned with politics, but that will come in the later chapters, not now. So in other words, we have again a solution. There is indeed a conflict between philosophy and social life, but that is solved by voluntary solitude, voluntary incognito. Yes?
At the end of 24, when he says that science willy-nilly loves error, I'm not sure I understand why it's willy-nilly.
Yeah, well, if science is based on error, then and this error is required for life, for human life, then science necessarily loves life. And that is due to, Nietzsche links it up with another fact, that science is, after all, itself a phenomenon of life. Science is something living. And therefore, it is natural for life, for science, to love life.
Why does it love error willy-nilly?
Because it wants to have the truth, even the truth which is deadly. And therefore there is a certain ambiguity in that law.
Except there seems also to be a certain formula, a certain, he says right before that he talks about a suitably constructed, suitably falsified world. So it seems that science would love error in a very programmed way, a way that had some science to it.
Because let us assume that science is based, even the most sophisticated science is based ultimately on common sense knowledge. And this common sense knowledge is relative to man, and therefore, absolutely speaking, untrue, because it is relative to man. Now, if science is based on such common sense knowledge, then it is bound to man's world, and to a world of man which science has not created in any way, which it only presupposes. It cannot say yes to itself as science without saying yes to life. That it is at the same time rebellious to life because of its concern with the truth which is not relative to man. And that is true, and Nietzsche knows this very well, as we have seen from the first chapter. But this does not do away with that fundamental dependence and with that fundamental love. The love is a voluntary, involuntary, and as he says, an involuntary, voluntary one. This is first involuntary, involuntary. Yes?
He says here, how poisonous, how crafty, how bad does every long war make one that cannot be waged openly by means of force.
Yeah.
And he said earlier that every living being by nature seeks to discharge its strength.
Yeah.
So putting those two things together, it would appear that every living being by nature seeks to not be poisoned, not be crafty, and not be bad.
No, but these, well, we cannot possibly consider all species of animals. But if you take, say, a lion and a man, the lion does not conceal its desire for eating, for killing and eating the lamb, does it? Open, straightforward, terrible for the lamb. But there is nothing which makes the lion filled with resentment.
It seems that the implication, I mean, that may be true of lions and lambs.
Well, you can apply it also to human beings. There are lion-like human beings and lamb-like human beings.
Well, what do you think of the idea that maybe those wars that are not waged openly by means of force do poison people? And if people by nature want to discharge their strength, that might mean that they by nature seek the good in a different way.
Yeah, that is all right. And then you have to say beyond good and evil, and good in a different sense. And good and evil, as is used here in the title of the work, means in the moral sense as that is ordinarily understood. But there is another way of good, of understanding good and its opposite, which is implied in what you said now.
What do you think about that?
What I think about that's a very long question. That is the whole question of morality. You would have to be raised, and I hesitate to take it up in the presence of Mr. Klein, who believes that is a simple thing. At least he almost said that. Complicated, but you only have to think of such simple everyday occurrences as wars. Yeah? And where there is the moral question, and I don't mean to say that Mr. Klein says that, there are just wars and unjust wars. Or as some people say, ethical and unethical wars. Yeah?
Yeah, I think
only the line is terribly difficult to draw. There are extremely crude cases where you can say, yes, well, everyone who opposes these people acts rightly. Said like Hitler and his fellows. So that was a simple, morally simple situation. But in other situations, it's more complicated. For example, think Gandhi in the British Empire. Was Gandhi's position unqualifiedly morally superior to that of the decent Britishers? I'm speaking only of decent people. Think of the India now. I mean, of the map of that subcontinent.
Yeah, it seems to me that what Nietzsche is implying is that where men have a real difference of principle, all wars is good in a certain sense.
Yeah, Nietzsche was not a pacifist in any sense of the term. There's no doubt about that.
Better to go ahead and fight openly than to have it within inside.
Yeah, no, well, this can be defended, can it not? I mean, they say a dishonest and concealed enmity is not more hate-worthy than an open enmity.
That's where I agree so much with this,
Yeah.
and that's why it seems that the distinction between just war and unjust war would be dissolved when you simply define war as a difference in principles and then say that war is good. That is
Yeah, but that
expression
is
of it.
also hard to say so without some footnotes that war is good. Did you read the first book of Plato's Laws, where the Athenian stranger makes some points against the Cretan or Spartan view that war is good? Because if war is good between cities, then there must also war be good between individuals. There must also war be between the parts of the individual. Yeah? Must be good. And that leads to some place must be found for peace and rest. Otherwise, no life is possible. And so people who are in favor of war ordinarily mean by that war between nations and not war, not civil war. So one must, one would have to elaborate this a bit more. But the main point is important in the context of the whole book is this, that Nietzsche makes here the point that good in some sense is indispensable, and namely indispensable for intellectual freedom, because hatred, envy and such things narrow a man, narrow his horizon, and that is incompatible with the desire to have an open horizon. And so we must not forget the overall context. Yeah? And the context is, to repeat, solitude as a solution of the difficulty pending between philosophy and life. Yes, but can you leave it at the solitude? And here is what one of you said about the cave. Must he not return to the cave? And Nietzsche's answer in the next paragraph, aphorism, is he must return to the cave, but not for the reasons given in Plato's Republic. Will you read it?
Every choice human being strives instinctively for a citadel and a secrecy where he is saved from the crowd, the many, the great majority. Where he
safe is too weak, where he is redeemed, and the word is underlined in the German. So the emphasis is altogether on the word redeemed. Yes?
Where he may forget men who are the rule, being their exception, excepting only the one case in which he is pushed straight to such men by a still stronger...
Yes, to that rule, yeah? To the rule concerning men. Yes?
By a still stronger instinct, as a seeker after knowledge in the great and exceptional sense. Anyone who in intercourse with men does not occasionally glisten in all the colors of distress, green and gray with disgust, satiety, sympathy, gloominess, and loneliness, is certainly not a man of elevated tastes. Supposing, however, that he does not take all this burden and disgust upon himself voluntarily, that he persistently avoids it and remains, as I said, quietly and proudly hidden in his citadel, one thing is certain. He was not made, he was not predestined for knowledge. If he were, he would one day have to say to himself, the devil take my good taste. But the rule is more interesting than the exception, than myself, the exception. And he would go down. And above all, he would go inside. The long and serious study of the average man, and consequently much disguised, self-overcoming familiarity and bad contact. All contact is bad contact, except with one's...
No, company, one could perhaps say better than contact.
All company is bad company, except with one's equals. This constitutes a necessary part of the life history of every philosopher. Perhaps the most disagreeable, odious, and disappointing part. If he is fortunate, however, as a favorite child of knowledge should be, he will encounter suitable shortcuts and helps for his task. I mean so-called cynics, those who simply recognize the animal, the commonplace, and the rule in themselves, and at the same time still have that degree of spirituality and that itch which makes them talk of themselves and their likes before witnesses. Sometimes they even wallow in books, as on their own dung. Cynicism is the only form in which base souls approach honesty, and the higher man must listen closely to every coarse or subtle cynicism and congratulate himself when a clown without shame or a scientific satyr speaks out precisely in front of him.
No, yeah, not precisely, but... Oh, precise, yeah, precisely. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
There are even cases where enchantment mixes with disgust, namely, whereby a freak of nature, genius is tied to some such indiscreet billy goat and ape, as in the case of Abbe Galliani, the profoundest, most clear-sighted, and perhaps also filthiest man of his century. He was far profounder than Voltaire, and consequently also a good deal more taciturn. It happens more frequently, as has been hinted, that a scientific head is placed on an ape's body, a subtle, exceptional understanding in a base soul, an occurrence by no means rare, especially among doctors and physiologists of morality. And wherever anyone speaks without bitterness, quite innocently, of man as a belly with two requirements and a head with one, whenever anyone sees, seeks, and wants to see only hunger, sexual lust, and vanity as the real and only motives of human action. In short, when anyone speaks badly and not even wickedly of man, the lover of knowledge, should listen subtly and diligently. He should altogether have an open ear whenever people talk without indignation. For the indignant, and whoever perpetually tears and lacerates with his own teeth himself, or as a substitute the world or God or society, may indeed, morally speaking, stand higher than the laughing and self-satisfied satyr. But in every other sense, they are a more ordinary, more indifferent, and less instructive case. And no one lies as much as the indignant do.
Yeah. So there is something like a return to the cave, but not in order to save the cave dwellers or those who can be saved, but in order to understand the cave dwellers. And here Nietzsche speaks at some length of the immense usefulness of cynics. He refers here to the obvious inadequacy of the understanding of man in terms of hunger, sex, and vanity. That is the negative complement to what Nietzsche says about the will to power. The will to power is a possible key to man, whereas hunger, sex, and vanity could never be. The most elementary urges, elementary in quotation marks, are not the key to man. In this respect, Nietzsche agrees, of course, with the so-called idealists, but he says we must find an urge which is truly elementary and covers all phenomena of life, and there he sees none which fill that bill except the will to power. Yes, one may also wonder whether any of the earlier philosophers, in particular Plato, would ever have suffered so terribly from people inferior to him and being together with them as Nietzsche does. Nietzsche was of an extreme tenderness that is, we will find more traces of that. So does this answer your question regarding the cave? Yeah. Where is that? Well, that he, because very few people have this desire for knowledge in this comprehensive sense. Yeah? I mean, most people who are devoted to knowledge are devoted to specialties. Yeah? And here, what Nietzsche is concerned with is, as he calls it occasionally, the whole fact man. A man who is concerned with that must go to the cave, go down to the cave.
It's necessary to have bad company in order to...
Yes, for some, yeah, obviously, but there is also, as he says, there are some abbreviations. So he doesn't have to study each individual case, but let me what the cynics tell him and what he can then test. Yeah?
It seemed that just in 25, he told us not to fight not to become a platform baller. That is, not to fight with those people unless you could do it by force. And now he says,
Yeah, but
listen to that.
No, the qualification with these people is unjustified when you speak about agitators. Nietzsche did not like any agitators. Any.
Why would he listen then to the
Yeah, he might, there could be an interesting phenomenon, but nothing. They surely wouldn't be philosophers.
But wouldn't that agitate him? That is, he agrees that he's not going to talk to them, especially in the way that they talk. And he listens to them nonetheless. Wouldn't that cause him in his soul to have a certain feeling against them?
Yeah, but he says something how difficult it is to not to suffer all kinds of misery if one is together with the wrong kind of people. But that is necessary nevertheless. I mean, doctors also don't like what they see in human bodies. And they have to, if they want to help.
Like turn into a passion and hatred, and it could begin.
Yeah, no, then it is wrong. Then it leads to this narrowing of which Nietzsche spoke of, that lack of intellectual freedom.
Might lead to craftiness, right?
Yes, to some, yes.
Maybe to Nietzsche.
Not quite. I think you always try to, you are not patient. I mean, Nietzsche's thought is very broad, and you try to establish a link between a sentence here and a sentence here, and you believe without having considered what other points come in and complicate the situation. If I may still use the word situation. Yeah.
Does the philosopher have to seek bad company so that he can gain an understanding of the bad company, or is it so he can feel the low state that they are in? In other words, is it essentially a matter of knowledge or a matter of empathy?
Why should this one exclude the other? Perhaps it is impossible to know a man without having empathy. Yeah, that's not the empathy. But someone, yes?
I agree with that. You said before that all science is
All science is interpretation.
My question is the will to power also an interpretation of man's action?
Yeah, we have read an aphorism last time. in which he says people might make the objection, is the will to power doctrine not also interpretation? And then he says, well, all the better. With this enigmatic exclamation mark does he conclude that point. That is dark. It is an interpretation and it is a fact. And how the two things go together has not yet been cleared up. Whether it has ever been cleared up by Nietzsche is a question. We will take up this question today in the central paragraph of this chapter, Aphorism 34. He is the only place in this chapter where he speaks of that. So we must be patient. And Nietzsche tells us now something which can cure or appease our impatience. He begins now to speak of how he writes and why he writes the way he does. And I suggest that we read the next part.
It is hard to be understood, especially when one thinks and lives gangas rosagata, among men who think and live differently, namely kurmagati, or at best the way frogs walk, manduk kagati. I obviously do everything to be hard to understand myself. One should be cordially grateful to the goodwill to some subtlety of interpretation. As regards the good friends, however, who are always too lazy and think that as friends they have a right to relax, one does well to grant them from the outset some leeway and wrong place for misunderstanding. Then one can even laugh, or get rid of them altogether, these good friends, and also laugh.
So the main point, I believe, is this here. Nietzsche does everything in order. These words which he uses are Sanskrit, a language of which I know nothing. And one means obviously in the way of going like Ganges, the river Ganges. And the last is the way of going of a frog. Yeah? But that's understood. Nietzsche does everything in order to be understood with difficulty. He makes it deliberately difficult. There is a remark of his about his famous contemporary, John Stuart Mill, which is to this effect: John Stuart Mill, or the insulting clarity. Nietzsche is never insultingly clear. The individual sentence may be insultingly clear, but not the context. His obscurity is intentional. Are there no unintentional obscurities in Nietzsche? That does not follow. Does Nietzsche point out his unintentional obscurities to the extent to which he is aware of them? To some extent, I believe he does, as this remark about the will to power shows. Yeah? So, good. Now let us turn to the next one.
What is most difficult to render from one language into another is the tempo of its style, which has its...
You know, the tempo and the... How does he say Gangart? How does he translate that in 27? No, he doesn't translate it. All right, the way of walking.
The gait?
Yeah, the gait, tempo, that is connected, yes?
No exception, being a reflection reflection. There still was a German taste, a Rococo taste in the moribus and artis.
This is a strange expression. Nietzsche asked that one, forgive him the fact. Should he not rather have said, asked that he be forgiven the mention of the fact? And Nietzsche could never make such a slip. I mean, such a slip, that was intentional. The fact that Goethe's style has ceased the fact becomes a fact through Nietzsche. Prior to Nietzsche, at least among Germans, this limit of Goethe's style could not be seen. It was not there as a limit. It became a limit through Nietzsche seeing it. Fact and interpretation are the same. Yeah.
Lessing is an exception, owing to his histrionic nature, which understood much and understood how to do many things. He was not the translator of Bale for nothing. He liked to please the neighborhood of Diderot, Voltaire, and better yet, that of the Roman comic writers. In tempo, too, Lessing loved preaching and escape from Germany. But how does the German language, even in the prose of a lesson, imitate the tempo of Machiavelli, who is Prince? Lets us breathe the dry, refined air of thought, and cannot help presenting the most serious matters in a boisterous, allegoric perhaps not without a delicious artistic sense of the contrast he risks, long, difficult, hard, nature and thought, and the tempo of the gallant and very best, most vicious imagery. We finally could venture on a German translation of Beethoven, who more than any great musician so far was master of precedent, invention, ideas, words. What do the swamps of the sick, wicked world, even the ancient world, matter in the end when one has to think of a wind, as he did, the rush, the breath, the liberating scorn of a wind that makes everything healthy by making everything run? And as for Aristophanes, that transfiguring complementary spirit, for whose sake one forgives everything, alleged, for having existed, provided one has understood in its full profundity all that needs to be forgiven and transfigured. There is nothing that has caused me to meditate more on Plato's secrecy and Sphinx nature than the happily preserved faith that under the pillow of his deathbed, there was found no Bible, nor anything Egyptian, Pythagorean, or Platonic, but a volume of Aristophanes. How could even Plato have endured life and Greek life and refuted without an Aristophanes?
Yeah. That's very beautifully said. But we must not fall victim to the beauty. This much is clear, that the difficulty which Nietzsche causes his reader, and deliberately causes to his readers, has nothing to do with heaviness. With heaviness, that is clear. Why does he say in the case of Machiavelli that he had perhaps a malicious artist feeling about the contradiction he dares to make? I think he underestimates Machiavelli. Machiavelli knows this very well when he speaks, for example, in a single sentence, so to speak, of the complete absence of virtue in an abominable political criminal, a government certainly was, and at the same time of the presence of virtue, the admirable presence of virtue in the same individual, and the use of the word virtue in two opposite meanings was obviously intended. Plato and Aristophanes, I think that it makes very much sense, as would not be too difficult to show. But this is not the reason which Nietzsche gives, that Plato needed Aristophanes, as it were, in order to bear the Greek life which he repudiated. I believe that is not a Platonic reason. I mean, the attraction of Aristophanes was not mediated by suffering, as it would have been in the case of Nietzsche. Yeah. Now let's see. The next one. Huh?
Independence is for the very few, is a privilege of the strong, and whoever attempts it, even with the best right and without inner constraint, that he is probably not only strong, but also daring to the point of reckless. He enters into a labyrinth, he multiplies a thousandfold dangers which life brings with it anything, not the least of which is that no one can see how and where he loses his way, becomes lonely, and is torn to piecemeal by some minotaur of conscience. Supposing one like that comes to grief, this happens so far from the comprehension of men that they neither feel it nor sympathize. And he cannot go back any longer, nor can he go back to any of men.
Now this is again a corrective, as it were, of the preceding aphorism. They spoke of the gay and daring character of the free mind. Yet Nietzsche adds, yet he is torn to pieces by some cave minotaurus of conscience. And by conscience, I think we have to understand the intellectual conscience. The intellectual conscience, intellectual probity, which is a key word in Nietzsche. And that is not the same as love of truth. To take a superficial example, if someone is honest to himself about what he believes and does not believe, as distinguished from a man who wishes to believe and regards this and believes then that he believes it, therefore. This is intellectual honesty. But can one leave it at that, at this kind of probity? Must one not raise a question as to whether what one believes sincerely, honestly, is sound? And that would be the love of truth, as distinguished from intellectual probity. Intellectual probity can very well be easily satisfied, which the love of truth cannot so easily be done. I would like to make this point clear. Intellectual probity is understood by Nietzsche frequently, and also by others, the willingness to admit the ugly truth. And love of truth seems to imply that the truth is attractive. But why is the truth about the whole, attractive? Why is philosophy necessarily edifying, to use another expression to the same effect? And I think the simple answer which one can give to this question is this. The phenomenon which we have, with which we are easiest with which we can be familiar most easily, is the attractiveness of virtue, if I may use this old-fashioned term. But whatever may be true of the whole, it is sure that the whole renders possible virtue. Therefore, it is more beautiful, more noble than virtue. It is perhaps no accident that Nietzsche turns to the beauty of virtue, although he doesn't use that expression in the next aphorism. I believe we must keep this in mind, the difference between intellectual probity and a love of truth. Yes?
Our highest insight must and should sound like follies and sometimes like crime when they are heard without permission by those who are not predisposed and predestined for them. The difference between the exoteric and the esoteric, formerly known philosophers, among the Indians as among the Greeks, Persians, and Muslims. In short, wherever one believes in order of rank, not in equality or rights, does not so much consist in this, that the exoteric approach comes from outside, sees, estimates, measures, and judges from the outside, not the inside. What is much more essential is that the exoteric approach sees things from below. The esoteric looks down from above. There are heights of the soul from which even tragedy ceases to look tragic. And rolling together all the woe of the world, who could dare to decide whether its sight would necessarily seduce us and compel us to feel pity and thus double this woe? What serves the higher type of men as nourishment or delectation must almost be poison for a very different and inferior type. The virtues of the common man might perhaps signify vices and weaknesses in a philosopher. It could be possible that a man of a high type, when degenerating and perishing, might only at that point acquire qualities that would require those in the lower spheres in which he had sunk to begin to venerate him like a saint. There are books that have opposite values for soul and health, depending on whether the lower soul, the lower vitality, or the higher and more vigorous one turn to them. In the former case, these books are dangerous, weak, crumbling, and disintegration. In the latter, heralds cries that call the bravest to their courage.
To their courage, yes, that translates.
Heralds cries that call the bravest to their courage. Books for all the world are always foul-smelling books. The smell of small people clings to them. Where the people eat and drink, even where they venerate, usually stink. One should not go to church if one wants to breathe pure air.
So the main point which he makes here seems to be this: the concept of the philosopher, inseparable from that of order of rank. The philosopher's soul, the highest soul. The higher soul, the higher vitality. And it refers us back to the will to power. The will to power itself supplies the standard of higher and lower. But that standard is not at the disposal of the lower, because they do not know that I am. These virtues of which he speaks, the virtue of the common man, whether they are identical with what is traditionally called the moral virtues is a long question. But there is a certain kinship between the two. Yes? That's very hard to say. Nietzsche Zarathustra has a title at the book for no one and everyone. For no one, perhaps because it is Nietzsche's most personal thought. That's at least the way in which I understand. And for everyone can get some direction, some edification through it. Yeah, but one must distinguish. There is a certain. Every book is understood in n different ways, whether the author wants it or not. Yeah, that's clear. And now, what did that is, so to speak, the starting point of Plato. And Plato writes his book in order to, with the intention that they be understood differently by different kinds of people. That is what you have in mind. And how I do not, the most obvious difference which I see is this, that Nietzsche has and refuses to have any, quote, social responsibility in the ordinary meaning of the term. Yeah? I mean, if the truth is dangerous, that's no reason for Nietzsche not to say it. For Plato it's different, and not only for Plato. That doesn't matter. Yeah, Nietzsche would say, he speaks of it later in this chapter. These guys would come naturally, without any contrivance. And at the same time, there is contrivance, as he has said, he does everything in order to be understood with difficulty. Mr. Zuckerman? That the author is misunderstood. That the author is misunderstood. I mean, if one only has to look at a list of the labels which were put on Nietzsche from the beginning of his publications, his publishing, for up to the present day, then one sees that there is the disguises, the masks, as Nietzsche calls it, grow naturally, without any contrivance. Yet there is contrivance in which there's no doubt about it.
I agree, but you do agree that very easily they're going to put more harm.
The latter, yeah, one can say that. I mean, one can put it, on the most simple level, more political level, I suppose. And Nietzsche attacks violently the ideals of 1789, liberty, equality, fraternity. And that meant, of course, liberalism and democracy and socialism and communism and anarchism involved. This was not in itself nothing striking, because that the conservatives in Germany always thought that these are all, that liberalism is, as it were, the progenitor of this brood, this terrible brood. I believe in America, old-fashioned America, there must also be such people who think that there is only a short step from liberalism to communism and anarchism. At any rate, in an old-fashioned country, the Germany was much stronger, but they were the conservative. But Nietzsche also rejects the conservatives and says the conservatives do nothing, this is only a defensive position, which, because it is only defensive, is being eroded, and has no future. What remained on the political plane? What remained? Superman. But what is the political meaning of Superman? So, whatever one may say against Marx, the way from Marx to practical Marxist politics, including Lenin, is very simple. But there is no clear way leading from Nietzsche, who touches all political hot irons with the greatest gaiety, one could almost say. This didn't lead anywhere, and it is not surprising, not altogether impossible, that such people like D'Annunzio in Italy and similar people in Germany used him as a progenitor of fascism. And that Nietzsche would have been shocked, surely, by Hitler and his people. I have not the slightest doubt. And I suppose Mussolini's final, his culmination, as it were, also showed the inadequacy of that. But still, can one do that? As a philosopher, Nietzsche is compelled to take up the fundamental political question. But he is necessarily vague. Necessarily vague. There is no way leading from the Zarathustra or from his other writings to politics, although all these books deal with politics. No, that one cannot say. Well, he was not interested in who would win the next election. He is very much. There is a passage which we will come across later in Beyond Good and Evil. You remember the passage when he said, in absolute philosophy, one does well to ask what the morality is to which the teaching tends. In a later passage he says, the moral, paren, the political, close by. It's the same. Because
that would be a way of saying that the present morality is all important. I'm going to say that once I really talk about morality, then the political morality somehow follows.
Yeah.
But I'm not particularly interested in what I use the category.
Yeah, but is this not the core of, I mean, I don't know what political theory is, but that is assumed that the core of political theory is exactly that, the spirit which should animate politics. Could we agree on that?
Yes, I agree.
And then it's a moral question.
Yeah, but usually that follows.
Yes, that is true. But on the other hand, as for the technicalities, there can be a lot of great leeway. That is not so important. But doubtless Nietzsche has a great responsibility. It is Nietzsche wrote such sentences as recommending, demanding, praising the extermination of the weak. The weak. One cannot do that without being responsible for how this will be understood by former non-commissioned officers.
I think that's what I mean when I say that the irresponsibility consists of not going to tell political conclusions from moral considerations. Everything being so that although the irresponsible people did all these political conclusions from that.
Yeah, that is true. That is undeniable. That's undeniable. That is undeniable. But the only thing one can say is, did anyone do better? I mean, after Nietzsche. I mean, if I compare with what happened in philosophy in Germany, after all, Nietzsche was a German, however critical of the Germans may have been. Who was there? There was Husserl. Not a word about politics. The first political word of Husserl was uttered, as far as I know, in 1938, where even the most politically insensitive individual had to become aware of the power of politics. And Husserl's pupil Heidegger, Heidegger was in 1933 a man who welcomed this revolt of the German youth as an expression of the spirit of moderation. That, of course, this was never reprinted since, but that exists. So, and there was, of course, old-fashioned people like Hermann Cohen, but that was truly old-fashioned. That died of its own old-fashionedness. That was pre-First World War and did not cut any ice, if I may use this expression, after the First World War. So there was nothing. And I suppose the situation is not, well, in England, of course, that was relatively untouched, but still, fundamentally, it was not better. In France, too. And so, I mean, one can therefore say that Nietzsche's terrible things were only the obverse side of his clear-sightedness. That he saw that the possibilities of the 19th century, this seesaw between conservatives and liberals, was drawing to a close.
Will to power. And we saw that it is really kind of political, rather immoral, because it's not judgment of one or many, but why it looks political judgment, great
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but one cannot call it immoral unless one identifies morality with democracy. Unless one identifies morality with democracy. And that is hard to do.
Proper way of judgment, the proper way of seeing before going to this one without possibility of judgment. Unless the previous two paragraphs, what he said, knowledge speaks about knowledge. It is suppose that this will, how is little will to knowledge some extremely higher way of this utility.
Of course,
then power is until now you can say what is power. But now he speaks about knowledge. Before he didn't speak about knowledge. He said it was kind of it was not clear whether he even wants.
Yeah, he wants truth, but the question is whether one can have it, whether one can possess it. That was the question. But surely he means in the first place, and surely in this chapter, between the two kinds of human beings, those who have a desire for understanding and those who cannot have that desire. That is clear. And that he links up with the will to power by the statement which we read, that philosophy is the most spiritual will to power. The will to power, it is that one, of course, one must not, we don't know clearly what he understands by spirit. That is that excellent statement is very effective.
You said before that terrible the reverse side of your sight. The discussion went on about the direction you seem to be going with. It's by virtue of misunderstanding that terrible things happen. I would, it could be terrible things on a large political scale come from misunderstanding. But in a progress of life, maybe terrible things could come from some understood teaching that how religious art is common.
Yeah, but I don't believe that you interpreted Mr. Zuckerman there. Mr. Zuckerman, I believe, meant that Nietzsche does have a political responsibility. Didn't you say that?
No, I simply, I think I want to say simply that Nietzsche was not interested in political change as what he said. And I don't know whether I think he was interested or not.
Yeah, but when you speak about a subject, and the subject which we are speaking about affects the subject about which you speak, there you have to be considerate.
But any imaginable conclusion of any imaginable political theory based upon distinction among people, it would be unacceptable.
Yeah, sure, but that is where the vagueness comes in. He understands, of course, by Superman a man of the highest spirituality. But he has a formula. A synthesis, no. Caesar with the soul of Christ. That's it. Yeah? I mean, the bodily health and political power of ruling, which Caesar had with Son of Christ. But this could not be understood, especially in the writings which are of a more screening character, like the genealogy of morals, and so which lend themselves very easily to political propaganda. And I think one should grant it, but of course I would indeed say that Nietzsche's seeming lack of responsibility, or actual lack of responsibility, is only the first sign of his far sightedness. That he saw these dangers, he saw the impossibility of going on in the way in which Europe had been going on throughout the 19th century, and that the two things are inseparable. This inside the situation and the wide shouts from the housetops.
That means that the bad that comes always comes from the inside. That is, the people who are smart enough to understand it either doesn't hurt them, or they don't hurt others. Or
No, that I didn't say, and that would be absolutely opposed to Nietzsche, because Nietzsche says, as we will read, it is impossible to live without hurting.
So maybe bad comes from
Nietzsche says, I mean, that is one first interpretation of beyond good and evil, that good and evil in the ordinary sense implies do not hurt or harm others. And Nietzsche says it's impossible. Take the extreme case of the conclusion drawn from Albert Schweitzer, for example, regarding from good and evil in the ordinary sense, reverence for life. Of course, you must exclude a tiger who jumps in a child. There it stops. You must exclude bacteria. He was a physician, and some other things. But it comes also, there is no human life possible, according to this view, without harming others. That does not mean necessarily that men cannot live without shooting their neighbors, but they harm them.
So you might be able to say that even if you know that it is such a mystery, but all the people who had read Nietzsche had understood it perfectly well, still Nietzsche might be a very harmful man.
Yeah, it depends whether if you accept the good and evil morality. From that point of view, he is a harmful man without any question. And he is the first to admit it. Therefore, he gave the book the title Beyond Good. Yeah. The example of the lion and the lamb which I used, it was used in that sense by Nietzsche himself. As an example of what's truly good and what's a true understanding of good and bad is. The lion thinks that lamb flesh is good. And the consequence is that it kills it. And the application to human beings is too unpleasant to contemplate. But it can be figured out. Our time has come, and we will next time continue at aphorism 31. Second chapter of Beyond Good and Evil. The theme of that chapter is the character of the true philosopher. And the true philosopher is understood as a philosopher of the future. He is described as free mind. And that means above all that he is free from the prejudices of the philosophers. He does not wear the blinders of all earlier philosophers. The earlier philosophers were not or not sufficiently aware of the fact that no philosopher has ever proved right, that no philosophy has ever proved to be true, finally true in the decisive respect. In every case, without their dreaming of it, there were unsuspected, unexpected upheavals, enlargements of the horizon, which rendered questionable the very foundations of earlier philosophy. Now, a very important part of the character of the philosopher of the future is his relation to other men, to, quote, society, unquote. That relation is characterized by voluntary solitude of the philosopher, voluntarily interrupted by descents to the cave. Now, given the solitude of the true philosopher, the most important form in which he communicates with others is writing. He makes it difficult to understand him, and not by the use of technical language, which would only mean by the use of congealed and concealed certainties, but by making himself intelligible only to attentive readers, to readers who are able and willing to solve riddles. He educates his readers while they read, while they go. Now we turn to the next aphorism, which we have not yet read, aphorism 31. Or would you like to take up the points I repeated now?
There is a sentence which I think is very understood.
In 30. In aphorism 30, we have read 30. Yeah.
Here, this is in the midst of the second paragraph, certainly in the English translation. It could be possible that a man of high kind and degenerating and perishing might only at that point acquire qualities that would require growth in the Lord's fear which he had sung, to begin to venerate him like a saint. I don't quite in German, I don't quite understand.
Now, may I try to state it in old-fashioned language? Let us assume that there is a difference between theoretical excellence and moral excellence. Now, if the man of theoretical excellence, in the highest case a philosopher, who as such is not intelligible or not easily intelligible to the non-philosophers, becomes intelligible and visible to others by virtue of his moral virtues, and may on this account be revered as a saint. I think that is something like this is what Nietzsche has in mind. His true excellences are invisible, and some lower excellences, which he also has, become more visible the less his true excellences are actual, the more they recede.
Therefore, it says here that he has to degenerate and go to brutally.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, because if the highest loses its power, then one can call this a degeneration and a perishing even. A strong language, but intelligent language. So then we shall turn to the next number, 31.
When one is young, one venerates and despises, without that art of nuances which constitutes the best gain of life. And it is only fair that one is to pay dearly for having assaulted men and things in this attitude characteristic of youth, do not seem to permit themselves, still hot and wild, even in its suspicion and pangs of conscience. How wroth it is with itself now, how it tears itself to pieces, impatiently, how it takes revenge for its long self-delusion, just as if it had been a deliberate blindness. In this transition, one punishes oneself with mistrust against one's own feelings. One tortures one's own enthusiasm with doubts. Indeed, one experiences even a good conscience as a danger, as if it were a way of wrapping oneself in veils and the exhaustion of subtler honesty. And above all, one takes sides on principle against youth. 10 years later, one comprehends that all this too was still youth.
Yeah. And it is, I believe, not difficult to see that Nietzsche speaks here of his own experience, his youthful enthusiasm for Wagner and Schopenhauer, his passionate turning against sin, and then finally an overcoming of this spiritedness, the spiritedness of both levels, the spiritedness, the wrathful, the spiritedness, and reverential, which is characteristic of youth, as he says, and that was surely so in former times. Now, there is a connection, I believe, with the preceding aphorism. In the preceding aphorism, Nietzsche has spoken of the incompatibility of philosophy and, quote, people, unquote. Now he speaks of the incompatibility of philosophy and youth. But the case of youth is obviously different from that of people, because every philosopher has to be young for some time, and there is no such necessity of his being ever of the people.
Is the implication here that Nietzsche has gotten over being youthful?
Yes, I think so.
Well, the anti-Wagner writings at the end of his life
Yeah,
are
but sure.
extreme as
Yeah, but the true anti-Wagner writing was, I believe, were the earlier writings, human all to human and this kind of thing. And these later writings were self-presentations meant to prevent his being mistaken for something else. This was no longer, and one sees it from the very amusing character of these writings, that it is not wrath and indignation against Wagner which is speaking there, you know?
that it is indignation.
No, no. Yeah, I mean, ultimately not. That is, if you think only what he says about the Wagnerian texts, operatic texts, for example, this extremely funny way. I don't think that he could have written, he surely could not have published that in 20 years earlier. I believe that he had no longer to overcome any Wagnerianism in himself in the 80s, in the 1880s, when he wrote these writings, when he published these and wrote them. Or you do?
Well, it would take very long to discuss it. It seems to me that he's still absolutely under the spell of the music and wants to fight that within himself.
Yeah, but no, it is no longer in himself. It rules Germany and in a way Europe.
No, I don't mean the social aspect of music. I mean his own fondness for it, but it would take.
Yeah, but it is extremely limited. It makes it clear what he regards as great in Wagner's music. And precisely not that of which Wagner himself was most proud.
Doesn't Nietzsche make a distinction between Wagner's music and what it is about Wagner that he doesn't like?
The music's the most dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, what he finds greatest in Wagner, very short passages here and there, the Tristan and Elsbeth, and not precisely the whole, like in the Ring. Yeah, all right, that is, we would have to read these writings in order to reach agreement either way.
What does he mean in the first paragraph by to risk trying what is artificial as the real artist might do?
Yeah, well, the worst of all tastes is the taste for the unconditioned, for the absolute. Yeah. Passionately yes, passionately no. It's the worst of all tastes. And now, after one has overcome that, then one must, after one has followed this natural inclination, one must learn to put some art into one's feelings and rather make an experiment with the artificial as distinguished from and opposed to the natural. And that is what the true artists of life do, that they do not follow the impulses, the natural impulses, but experiment with the artificial.
Does this have something to do with interpretation? He sort of made it clear that we can't expect to find the unconditional or anything like that.
No, I think it has here a more limited meaning. But is it not generally speaking true that younger people are more radical, more unqualified in their yeses and nos than older people? Is this not true?
It seems to me to be so, and the nuances that one gained with experience with age. But isn't trying to risk what is artificial, is that the same thing as gaining these nuances of ability to see the nuance?
Well, is it not necessary in order to fight a vice or a defect to use the opposite extreme? You must not, for example, such an abominable vice as snobism, can this not sometimes have a redeeming function? And perhaps the artists of life are a kind of snobs, but who are helpful as counterpoison to that absolute yes and the absolute no of the simply young.
So, by using something, some sort of opposite to counteract something, that's using the artificial.
It seems to be in this connection. Surely not the last word. It's only one stage. Dr. Krause.
On the same point, it seems to suggest that the passage at least reminds me of the discussion, let's say, in Aristotle ethics. There seems to be a kind of plea for moderation, although not in that language. And he seems to suggest that anything other than the extremes is artificial. That what is natural is useful extremes.
No, that goes too far. I mean, there is an enormous difference between Aristotle and Nietzsche, precisely regarding moderation. But I think that goes too far. He is speaking here of a limited subject, namely it's the subject of youth and maturity, and how what are the specific infirmities of youth, and how they are overcome, and certain stages in the overcoming. But the final stage is, of course, that one is no longer young, as he makes clear in the last sentence.
So, are the nuances one gains with age artificial, or are there really nuances?
There are nuances, of course.
There are nuances, and the artificiality is only a mode of education.
In a way, yes.
No, I think no. Life is not black and white. There are one should see the transitions. One should contemplate the things only black and white as the young people or moral people see the same.
All right.
The artistic seems to be to contemplate the not to say left and right, believe or not believe.
I guess my question was what this word meant, whether it was artificial or, as you apply, artistic and character.
No, the word which he uses is here in German artificial. He says to put some art into one's feelings and rather to make an experiment with the artificial as the true artists of life do.
It seems to imply that the nuances are not very natural if one has tried them artificial. Can I not see that?
No, the nuances are there, but the emphasis put on them, that may be overdone. Yeah? So, shall we go over to the next paragraph?
During the longest part of human history, so-called prehistorical time, the value or disvalue of an action was derived from its consequences. The action itself was considered as little as its origin. It was rather the way a distinction or disgrace still reaches back today from a child to its parents. In China, it was the retroactive force of success or failure that led men to think well or ill of an action. Let us call this period the pre-moral period of mankind. The imperative, know thyself, was as yet unknown. In the last 10,000 years, however, one has reached the point, step by step, in a few large regions of the earth, where it is no longer the consequences, but the origin of an action that one allows to decide its value. On the whole, this is a great event which involves a considerable refinement of vision and standards. It is the unconscious after effect of the rules of aristocratic values and the faith in dissent, the sign of a period that one may call moral in the narrower sense. It involves the first attempt at self-knowledge. Instead of the consequences, the origin, indeed a reversal of perspective. Surely a reversal achieved only after long struggles and vacillations. To be sure, a calamitous new superstition, an odd narrowness of interpretation, thus become dominant. The origin of an action was interpreted in the most definite sense as origin in an intention. One came to agree that the value of an action lay in the value of the intention. The intention as the whole origin and prehistory of an action, almost to the present day, this prejudice dominated moral praise, blame, judgment, and philosophy on earth. But today, shouldn't we have reached the necessity of once more resolving on a reversal and fundamental shift in values owing to another self-examination of man, another growth in profundity?
Not a deepening of man.
Another deepening of man? Don't we stand at the threshold of a period which should be designated negatively, to begin with as extra-moral? After all, today, at least we immoralists have the suspicion that the decisive value of an action lies precisely in what is unintentional in it, while everything about it that is intentional, everything about it that can be seen, known, conscious, still belongs to its surface and skin, which, like every skin, betrays something, but conceals even more. In short, we believe that the intention is merely a sign and symptom, which still requires interpretation. Moreover, a sign that means too much, and therefore taken by itself alone, almost nothing. We believe that morality, in the traditional sense, the morality of intentions,
was a prejudice, precipitate and perhaps provisional, something on the order of astrology and alchemy, but in any case, something that must be overcome. The overcoming of morality, in a certain sense, even the self-overcoming of morality, let this be the name for that long secret work which has been saved up for the finest and most honest, also the most malicious consciences of today, as living touchstones of the soul.
Yeah, well, I think there is an obvious connection between this and the preceding aphorism. In the preceding aphorism, he had spoken of 3 stages in the development of the high-class youth. Now he speaks of 3 stages in the history of mankind in regard to morality. There is no parallelism of the 2-3 stages. I believe it would be, it is possible that Nietzsche just wanted to let us see that there is no parallelism between the, was this called? The phylogenetic and the ontogenetic development. The highest stage here is the extramoral, the transmoral stage, which is characterized by the overcoming of morality, and as he adds, in a certain sense, self-overcoming of morality, overcoming of morality through morality, out of morality, intellectual probity leading to the turning of morality against itself. Intellectual probity leading to the questioning of morality. And that is what is happening here in this book as a whole, beyond good and evil. But there are many more things here you might wish to discuss. Yes?
There's a passage which really baffles me, trying to understand it. This is the last paragraph of this aphorism. We moralists have the suspicion, after all, today, at least we moralists have the suspicion that the decisive value of an action lies precisely in what is unintentional in it. Well, everything about it that is intentional, everything about it that can be seen, known, conscious, still belongs to its surface of the skin, which, like every skin, betrays something but conceals even more. In short, we believe that the intention is merely a sign of symptoms that still requires interpretation. Moreover, a sign that means too much, and therefore taken by itself alone almost nothing. Those 2 sentences, first of all, will they be elaborated on later?
Yeah, but I believe it is not. We have already enough material to understand it now, don't we? Yeah, it has something to do with that. It can easily be understood in terms of depth psychology, which goes beyond the skin, beyond the conscious intention. But what does Nietzsche mean more precisely by that? I mean, without going into any technicalities of these depth psychologies. Well, one expression used for morality, for the 2nd stage of morality, as here presented, is the conscience. The conscience. Now, there are many people who are satisfied with whatever they propose or do, if they can say, my conscience dictates it to me. Yeah? That's the same. You can replace intention by conscience. Now, Nietzsche says somewhere this simple thing, that the conscience of a man is as much worth as the man himself. So you cannot leave it as a conscience, as an intention, although that may be the only thing which falls within the purview of the actor or speaker. But you have to take the whole man. And one must, in one's own case, be aware of it, that there is always something in what appears to be the irreducible decision of the conscience, which prompts one. And one has to take this into consideration. That is, what Nietzsche suggests is that the intention morality is almost as superficial as a consequence morality. You know, if someone does something which has bad consequences, and he didn't intend these consequences in any way, and there is no intrinsic connection between what he intended and the consequences. That's very superficial. But Nietzsche says it is almost as superficial to make the intention the sole consideration for moral judgment.
That's the first sentence I'm saying, but then he goes on and says that this whatever would be in a man behind the proper word, his intention is too clear, means too much, and means therefore almost nothing. Is that what you just said?
I did not quite understand you acoustically. I'm sorry that I'm a bit hard of hearing.
Okay, well, the last sentence I read, I don't think you explained the relationship it seems to Nietzsche, the last sentence which I read, adds a bit more than the fact that he seems to think that intention is not is a too superficial way of judging the value of an act. That even something beyond that which is beyond the intention is what policy? It seems that he goes beyond intention and beyond conscious. It says let's look beyond conscious into the depths of man. But then he says there are things there which are too thin.
Well, you read, I believe, every day in the daily papers or magazines of cases of men who have very indignant about pornography and such things. And some people say that in many cases the indignation, which is the intention of these people, is not the whole story of what is going on in these indignant people. You must have heard of this. That there can be a kind of obscene interest in obscenity. Have you heard of that?
Well, not that way. Not really. I don't recall it being described that way.
You know, that I read sometimes in columns and so on. And that would be a simple example of the insufficiency of intention.
I don't understand your example. Try again.
Well, if someone fights obscenity, which I regard as something laudable, by the way, But if he does it, he may very well be prompted by prurient interest in himself. So his intention would not be sufficient for understanding his action. And this is true in other cases as well. Yes?
The ideas that he expresses here and expresses to the artist.
No, here he doesn't speak of the artist.
Here he speaks of more. What about artistic action?
Pardon?
Artistic action. Do they have any relationship to...
Yeah, what do you mean with that?
Well, it seems to me that we're no longer judging an action, whether an action is moral, by its intention. So should we judge the work of art by its intention?
Well, he doesn't speak of that here. And in a certain sense, Nietzsche would say, in his sense of the word, that the works of art have to be judged in moral terms. Only what he understands by morality is not the morality of good and evil, but another morality. And therefore, it's not very helpful by itself for that purpose. I suggest that we postpone discussion of the question of art. He will take this up later on. Yes.
It's one thing to say that the intention isn't the whole story, but it's another thing to say that the decisive value of an action lies precisely in what is unintentional in it. That would mean that if I said something to you and that set you off on some tangent of thinking which was completely different from what I had intended.
No, that would not be your merit.
What?
That would not be your merit or your demerit.
That wouldn't be my value because I had done something that was unintentional.
Yeah, sure.
And caused
No,
me to go off
he
on
does
some-
not. No, they don't. What then does he mean?
Well, I don't understand it. This strikes me as being it has a misology.
It's simple, right? Let's imagine that I pass here alone, and I want to go home. That's my intention. Right? Yeah. And while I go this way, I'm not thinking of entering before you home. And I talk to you, I slap your face. But not intention. What do you think?
Not intentional.
Not intentional.
You mean by accident? Now, wait, let me understand.
These things are not accidental.
I don't understand the case. I really don't. You wanted to go home. That was the intention.
Yes, that's my intention.
But could you have some sub-intentions on the way?
Maybe even at the moment I see it.
So then you intend to...
Well, then I will pretend I just do it.
I don't think that people act that way.
Oh yes, sometimes they do. And you yourself must have done that sometimes.
You mean act in a way that is completely spontaneous,
Yes.
that has no intention at all?
Yes.
Well, if I agreed that I acted that way on some occasions in my life, that wouldn't lead me to think that the decisive value of my action in the general case lay in what was unintentional. I mean, that really wouldn't lead me to that conclusion. So I think that your argument is an example of something, and I think it's a valuable example, but it certainly doesn't make the point that Nietzsche made. Nearly as strongly as he makes it.
So what is the point?
That if there is value in the world, it comes from unintentional things. Yeah, well, how absurd. How could he say that? I mean, shouldn't we question that? Is that something that
Sure.
that we should accept or even
countenance?
Now let us perhaps say as follows. If the worth of a man consists not or not only in his intentions, but in his whole being, if this is an intelligible expression.
That would mean that fits well with another idea, which is that we love people because of what they are.
Yeah, all right. Think of love if you don't like Mr. Klein's example of slapping the face.
Yeah.
That can, because he could have as well have said he embraces you, of course. Yeah, or hugs everyone. And he in no way intends to do that, but
I see where.
so you like that better. It's easy. Well, that shows something of you, which was not your intention to show.
That's true.
Okay. So.
If this period, he says, should be unintentional period of something which action is unintentional. Anyway, the designation of this as extra moral seems to be not right, just even in using the word moral. Should be then not extra, not amoral, but beyond moral. We don't know. We have no,
all right, but
no
if it is something beyond the Alps, then it is transalpine, on the other side of the mountain, ultramontane, and in the same way, what is beyond, what is outside of morality is beyond morality, beyond good and evil.
Yeah, but this is the answer. We gave answer that we cannot judge. Really, we cannot judge what he means by this. It's not clear. But it is clear one thing, that first with the pre-moral can be called pre-moral. It doesn't exclude immoral, it is not that, but it's pre-moral. Yeah. Second moral, but this is out of this. It is at least between these two.
Yeah, but Nietzsche has his good reasons for calling it extra moral, as you will see from the next aphorism. But apart from the next aphorism, and think only of the book title, Beyond Good and Evil. Nietzsche wants to show the necessity of going beyond good and evil. And since good and evil are the fundamental distinctions of all reigning morality, it is good, rhetorically wise to say it is that he goes beyond morality, that he is an immoralist, as he occasionally says too. And that doesn't mean that he's a criminal or that he is bestial or a monster, but a questioning of the whole of the usual morality, even on such high levels as, say, Kantian morality. I suggest that we read the next aphorism, then it will become a bit clearer.
There is no other way. The feelings of devotion, self-sacrifice for one's neighbor, the whole morality of self-denial must be questioned mercilessly and taken to court, no less than the aesthetics of contemplation devoid of all interest, which is used today as a seductive guise for the emasculation of art, to give it a good conscience. There is too much charm and sugar in these feelings of for others, not for myself, for us to need to be doubly suspicious at this point and ask, are these not perhaps seductions? That they please those who have them and those who enjoy their fruits, and also the mere spectator. This does not yet constitute an argument in their favor, but rather invites caution. So let us be cautious.
That is, of course, again a reminder of this. Let us be cautious, let us be unphilosophic, which occurred in the first chapter. So the morality to be questioned, which he called intention morality, in the preceding paragraph he calls now altruism, although he doesn't use that word, the reigning morality. And Nietzsche, you can say, speaks in favor of egoism. But again, all depends what kind of ego. Yes?
When he speaks of the charm and sugar in the feelings, it seems to me Nietzsche could condone the effects of altruism, but be focusing on the people's reasons for it. In other words, he could say that the effects of acting in this way towards other people are good effects, and yet a person supposing that his reason for doing it is not the complete reason. Is that possible?
No, I believe he simply means that one must mercilessly, as he says, question the whole morality of self-denial, of self, and also, how should I translate that? Pardon?
Self-renunciation?
Yeah, something, yeah. Yeah.
I suppose what makes me ask that is too much charm and sugar.
Yeah, charm is perhaps not the proper pronunciation. Bewitching, something bewitching, all right. Something bewitching and sugar.
In other words, we're attracted to these views because they seem nice.
Yeah, to many people, but not to Nietzsche. And Nietzsche is rather disgusted by it, just as he is as a parallel phenomenon in aesthetics called disinterested contemplation. He thinks that he has a long discussion of that subject in what is the significance of aesthetic ideals in the genealogy of morals, where he questions that Kantian and pre-Kantian view of the beautiful. And he opposes there Stendhal's definition of the beautiful. Not what is pleasing in disinterested beholding, in disinterested beholding, but what promises happiness. Art as a stimulant rather than as something as a sedative. And a parallel example in morals is the morality of altruism as opposed to morality of the right kind of egoism.
I suppose, still I'm not quite clear, is he particularly against the effects of altruism or the rationale of altruism?
Well, the effects to a certain extent are all right, but that is not the key point. It concerns the principle. And the principle means what extends to everything. It is not that there are quite a few altruistic actions of which every sensible man, and therefore also Nietzsche, of course, would approve. But he would question his own altruism in it. He would say there is a lot of indifference, there is a lot of convenience, and other things which are not truly love of neighbor. Now, the next aphorism is, in a way, the most important of this chapter. It is the central aphorism of it. Now, let us read it. In this chapter, in this aphorism, Nietzsche returns to the overall subject of chapter 1, which he seems to have lost sight of. But now he seems to continue the harmonization affected in the first paragraph of this chapter. Now let us read.
Whatever philosophical standpoint one may adopt today, from every point of view, the erroneousness of the world in which we think we live is the surest and firmest fact that we can lay eyes on. We find reasons upon reasons for it, which would like to lure us to hypotheses concerning a deceptive principle in the essence of things. But whoever holds our thinking itself, the spirit, in other words, responsible for the false...
Yeah, the mind, I would say. Yeah, it's hard to understand. Yeah.
Whoever holds our thinking itself, the mind, in other words, responsible for the falseness of the world, an honorable way out which is chosen by every conscious or unconscious advocatus Dei. Whoever takes this world, along with space, time, form, movement, to be falsely inferred, anyone like that would at least have ample reason to learn to be suspicious at long last of all thinking. Wouldn't thinking have put over on us the biggest hoax yet? And what warrant would there be that it would not continue to do what it has always done? In all seriousness, the innocence of our thinkers is somehow touching and evokes reverence, when today they still step before consciousness with the request that it should please give them honest answers.
Honest answers, yeah. Underline. Yeah.
For example, whether it is real.
Whether the consciousness is real, yeah? Yeah.
And why it so resolutely keeps the external world at a distance, and other questions of that kind. The faith in immediate certainties is a moral naivete.
He also underlines moral, yeah? It's a moral.
That reflects honor on us philosophers. But after all, we should not be merely moral men. Apart from morality, this faith is a stupidity that reflects little honor on us. In bourgeois life, ever-present suspicion may be considered a sign of bad character, and hence belong among things imprudent. Here, among us, beyond the bourgeois world and its yes and no, what should prevent us from being imprudent and saying, a philosopher has nothing less than a right to bad character?
Has eventually, rather, it's not the best translation. After all what has happened, the philosopher has a right to a bad character. Yeah?
As the being who has so far always been fooled best on earth, he has a duty to suspicion today to squint maliciously out of every abyss of suspicion. Forgive me the joke of this gloomy grimace in trope, for I myself altogether. Well, supposing you could do that, at least nothing would be left of your truth either. Indeed, what forces us all to suppose that there is an essential opposition to true and false. It is not sufficient to assume degrees of apparentness and, as it were, lighter and darker shadows and shades of appearance, different values in each language of things. Why couldn't the world that concerns us be a fiction?
That concerns us is underlined. Yeah, they are. That's the same. It's only the difference between Anglo-Saxon and German usage.
And if somebody asks, but to a fiction there surely belongs an author, couldn't one answer simply, why? Doesn't this perhaps belong to the fiction too? Is it not permitted to be a bit ironical about the subject no less than the predicate, the object? Shouldn't philosophers be permitted to rise above faith and grammar? All due respect for governance, but hasn't the time come for philosophy to renounce the fate of governance?
Yeah, the key sentence is this sentence, which Nietzsche partly underlined. The world which is of concern to us. This is the fictitious world. It is fictitious because it is anthropocentric. But is the true world of which people spoke, however the true word be understood, not also fictitious, an interpretation, anthropocentric, as he indicated when he spoke of Boskovic and Copernicus and modern physics in aphorism 14. There is a passage which Nietzsche himself did not publish, which was found among his papers after his death, and which states in the clearest form the thought which is in mind. And that in Kaufmann's edition of or translation of the Zarathustra, it's on page 485. It is, of course, not part of the Zarathustra. The title is How the, quote, true world, unquote, finally became a fable. The history of an error. First, the true world attainable for the sage, the pious, the virtuous man. He lives in it. He is it. Parenthesis. The oldest form of the idea, relatively sensible, simple, and persuasive. A circumlocution for the sentence, quote, I, Plato, am the truth, unquote. Close of the parenthesis. Second stage. The true world, unattainable for now, but promised for the sage, the pious, the virtuous man. And then, quote, for the sinner who repents, unquote. Again, perhaps, progress of the idea. It becomes more subtle, insidious, incomprehensible. It becomes female. It becomes Christian. Close parenthesis. Third stage. The true world, unattainable, indemonstrable, unpromisable. But the very thought of it, a consolation, an obligation, an imperative. And at bottom, the old sun, but seen through mist and skepticism. The idea has become elusive, pale, Nordic, Königsbergian. Königsberg was the birthplace of Kant. Fourth stage. The true world, unattainable, at any rate, unattained, and being unattained, also unknown. Consequently, not consoling, redeeming, or obligating. How could something unknown obligate us? Grey morning, the first yawn of reason, the cock-crow of positivism. Close point. 5. The true world, an idea which is no longer good for anything, not even obligating, an idea which has become useless and superfluous, consequently a refuted idea. Let us abolish it. And then, bright day, breakfast, return of bon sens and cheerfulness, Plato's embarrassed blush, pandemonium of all free spirits. First point. Sixth stage, the true world we have abolished. What world has remained? The apparent one, perhaps? But no. With the true world, we have also abolished the apparent one. And then, noon, moment of the briefest shadow, end of the longest error, high point of humanity, incipit Zarathustra. Zarathustra begins. So, the point which we have to consider, especially the end. If we have abolished the true world, we have abolished also the apparent world. In other words, the apparent world and no other is the true world. There's only one world. The anthropocentric world is a true world. Its relativity to man is no objection. There is no beyond, no without. The text, as Nietzsche called it in the first chapter, in contradistinction to the interpretation, that alone, the text is wholly unattainable. We can also say perhaps nature, in the sense in which he used it in the paragraph on Stoics, is unattainable. But nature as text is in a way accessible. Remember what he said about Copernicus and Boskovic. The break, the evidently necessary break with anthropocentrism is a difference. Now the anthropocentric world is fictitious. Who or what is responsible for that fiction? Nietzsche says apparently the question is mal posé, is badly put. But as the subjunctives and the perhaps there show, the question is legitimate. The answer, Nietzsche's answer, who or what is responsible for the world which is of concern to us, for the anthropocentric world. Nietzsche's answer is, as we know, the will to power. The will to power is a cause, and the world is its effect. But as Nietzsche says at the end of Aphorism 36, as we should see, the world is the will to power, not the effect of it. The world is a producing, the self-producing and self-reproducing of the will to power. There is here a difficulty of which one may doubt whether it has ever been cleared up by Nietzsche. It is this: the true world, that's to say the text, in contradistinction with interpretation, the non-anthropocentric world, the world as it is in itself, nature. On the other hand, the true world is the anthropocentric world, and it is by virtue of interpretation of human creation. This underlined, italicized relative clause, which is of any concern to us, the distinction between a world which is of no concern to us, the world of physics, except in a derivative way, because it leads to technology and so on. But the world in which we live is fictitious, but it is the only world. We have seen that Nietzsche questioned the truth of the true world, and in particular of the true world of physics. I think that is if I'm not mistaken, that is the root of the difficulty. We will come later on across a passage where Nietzsche speaks of nature with some emphasis, and where he uses nature all the time in quotation marks. And only at the end of that aphorism, he uses nature without quotation marks. What has happened? There is, I believe that is the fundamental question for Nietzsche, that Nietzsche needs nature and cannot assert it. And we must see whether we can understand it from this point of view. Yes?
The nature of physicists proceeds not from a moral endeavor. That's one would
Yeah, that Nietzsche would grant, but everything proceeds from a moral endeavor, because everything, at least everything human, is an expression of will to power. A certain will to power is effective in physics, as it is effective in various forms of art, and so this is not difficult, I believe. Yeah, but is this not... No, that was, for me, a very long sentence.
about where many of insight into a notion that all inquiries into nature are perfectly perceived from. It does not proceed from those inquiries themselves, but proceed from apparently from its own moral self-reliance.
Yeah, well, it is not so, I mean, ultimately, yes, but not immediately. And if you think of the following point, which I have referred to ad nauseam, as a Kantian sentence, is a human understanding which prescribes nature its laws, which can easily be translated into Nietzschean terms, act of the will to power. But if there are, but Kant understood here by the natural laws, modern physics, as everyone admits. Now, assuming that there are other possibilities of physics, and one does not have to think merely of post-Newtonian physics, there are others, and would not the same apply to them too, that they also are interpretations of the world? In the moment that the simple and final truth of physics is questioned, you get a variety of, quote, interpretations. Does not the same physics look different if understood by a materialist, say, like people like Comte Diago, such people, and as understood by Kant? Are these not different interpretations of the same physics? Yeah, but as long as people generally believed that what has happened in the 17th century was a clear, clean-cut progress of knowledge, that Aristotle himself, living in the 17th century, would have to swallow the modern physics, hook, line, and sinker. Yeah? Because in other words, no question of principle is raised. As long as, if this is true, clear and fine. But is it true where the principles of knowledge, of what is understood by knowledge, of what is understood by raising a question and answering it, has this not been changed? And if that is so, is it not at least permitted to raise a question whether the change from one kind of physics, the Aristotelian physics, to modern physics is not due to a change in, as people call it, Weltanschauung? I believe millions of people would say yes today. And when Nietzsche speaks of morality, he is only somewhat more precise. I mean, he may be wrong, but he is still, nevertheless, it is more precise to speak of morality than to speak of Weltanschauung. I do not know whether I made myself understood. I believe Mr. Klein, in his so illuminating study of the genesis of modern algebra, made somewhere the remark, and you can correct me if I misquote, that this radical new understanding of number, that there was was connected with deeper changes, in which you would not enter into. Did you not say something? If this is so, if there are deeper changes than the strictly intra-scientific changes, then it is a permitted hypothesis to say, to call this deeper change a moral change. Nietzsche does not seriously assert more. I mean, formerly people spoke of Weltanschauung. Literally translated worldview, but it has become a technical term in English as well as in German. And then they changed to life view, Lebensanschauung. And that was already due to Nietzsche, because it was not a matter of viewing the world, but the manner in which man views himself morally. No, Mr. Lisch still wants to say something.
There's a not specific, not simply the result of will. It is the result of but that doesn't account for the physics itself.
In other words, the possibility of science is not deducible from the will to power. Is this what you mean? Yeah, but then the question would still be, from me, that makes sense. But from Nietzsche's point of view, it would still say, but the question would still arise, what animates such things as science, as art, and whatever the other activities of the mind or the spirit. And I believe that it is a bit unfair if one would try to claim by saying, show the way from the will to power to modern physics. If what Nietzsche seriously asserts, and primarily asserts, is that science cannot altogether be understood in its own terms. There is something more fundamental. The whole man, his whole, what he is after, morality. I mean, in this respect, that is Plato too, to say that striving for happiness, striving for the good is a necessary starting point for understanding the science.
I think it's awfully hard then to distinguish between science and art. That is, unless, of course, as you suggested before, one agree to say something called nature. But positively, I mean, to distinguish between them, since they're both expressions of a kind of will or one's morality.
George, he does make the distinction, and he has this formula for his whole work, to view science in the perspective of art, and art in the perspective of life. He shows the hierarchy.
Yes, it's just hard to know what it is that how you could tell that, let's say, physics was physics, because there's nothing left to be dealing with.
Well, could we not leave it as for the time being as a commonsensical fact, admitted by you too, I believe, in your heart of hearts, that, say, Maxwell, as physicist, is not a poet. It's not a poet. All right.
How can we be sure that the change precipitated the view of physics of the old view was a certain possibility of being interpretation of itself? Or why could it not be a change, for example, the rule of power?
Yeah, but for Nietzsche that is the same. Man is one particularly interesting, particularly important bundle held together by the will to power.
But the will of power could be, for lack of a better term, evolving.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but what does evolving mean? If you mean that it means progressing, that is not evident. We will come to the question of the historical process, which is of course crucial for Nietzsche's thought, crucial, and which is ultimately the reason why nature becomes problematical for him. I would let us only read, lest we because that's the next very brief paragraph.
Oh, Voltaire, how humane of nonsense. There is something about truth, about the search for truth, and the human being is too human about it. And himself is very with himself as yet. That is fine enough.
Yeah. So after that, I believe is apart from the reference to altruism, after he has stated in the preceding aphorism the case for anthropocentrism, Nietzsche reminds us of the danger of anthropocentrism. So that is really, I think, the subject here. Yes. Now, yes, Mr.
I got the feeling that when we first started talking about man science, there were a couple of real short statements that were made, and then the discussion sort of developed in another direction. But one of them was that maybe knowledge, one of them implied that knowledge might have a content, but it might also in itself have certain character, a certain form. And that the development of the new science, that is, the development of the new content, might have to be mediated by some kind of understanding of the possibility that the character of knowledge itself is changed, that is, the form of knowledge. What Aristotle knew, according to his principles, what Einstein knew according to his principles, they both had principles of knowledge that had a certain understanding of knowledge. But the understanding of knowledge itself is different in Aristotle from Einstein. So it seems to me that the world spirit can be understood more or less as epistemological shift if we take epistemology to be the study of what is knowable and what knowledge is.
Yeah, but what? And you asserted what you call the epistemological shift. That is intelligible by itself. And you presupposed all of it.
Well, I don't think that.
Yeah, but then the question is, what is that which makes it intelligible?
Couldn't that be natural? Couldn't
Yeah,
that be
but
that at a certain period in history, certain people were heard, others were not heard? Certain people could be more easily listened to, certain people were much more difficult.
Yeah, but still, that is not the way in which one can make things stick if you try. Could be, I mean, prior to any investigation, prior to any thinking about it.
Couldn't that be the truth about the historical, simple historical fact of the epistemological shift? It could just be an accident that certain people were able to speak through loudspeakers, and certain people had to strange and have a very limited audience, maybe due to the nature of life, maybe due to the radical differences in souls of things.
Yeah, but then it is not mere chance when you speak of nature.
So it's depending partly on radiation and but also partly on the accidents of history that the lower was chosen over the higher.
Yeah, but then you, of course, introduce also other difficult and unknown magnitude called history. I mean, if you say from a certain moment on science changed its character and after some hesitation the new science proved to be absolutely victorious and reduced the old science to oblivion. This seems to be the fact. And of course, the first question is, what are the characteristic differences between the two sciences? The old science and the new science. But still, then the question arises, why is this change? And this situation would be extremely simple. If modern science were superior to the old science according to the standards of the old science, that would be simple. But that is perhaps not so evident as it seemed to be in the 19th century before.
Yeah, the standards of the old science, by that we mean understanding that the old science had concerning what kinds of things qualified to know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That is the questioning of the absoluteness of modern science. That is a great event which is linked in the first place with the name of Nietzsche, but which today, of course, determines also. Yes. Yeah, sure. Or you either, or you we have already chosen one without knowing. Yeah, in a way, it could very well be, and probably in most cases is, because we all grow up in a certain interpretation, which is obtruded to us by our parents, teachers, and there was not much matter of choice. We grow into it rather than we choose it. And then perhaps at a later date we begin to question, and we see that we have accepted something which we did not have to accept. And then choice becomes possible. And how to proceed in that choice and how to choose wisely, it's a long question. And Nietzsche has somehow an answer to this question. We must read more to find that there is not mere arbitrage. That there are n points of view, and we are confronted with these n points of view, and you paste your money and you make the choice. That is not so. And for Nietzsche, to mention only the main point, for Nietzsche, hitherto, all philosophers were interpretation, that's to say, acts of the will to power, without the philosophers knowing it. This unconsciousness, this naivete, condemns all earlier interpretations. And what Nietzsche seems to say is this, to drive at is this, that interpretation, which is aware, is fully conscious of the fact of interpretation, is the absolute interpretation. The will to power, that's the will to power. the philosophy of the will to power at the root of all interpretations is the final philosophy. And it includes, of course, also a moral teaching, as Gonzalo said. Dr. Kass? Sure. Yeah, sure. That I thought also that no philosopher has proved right. Should be applicable to nature. Yeah, but one must be aware of it. Otherwise, one may fall into a trap, which, for example, Jaspers did not avoid. Namely, saying there is no philosophy of Nietzsche. Nietzsche questions all convictions, because convictions are present, as we put it, and there is nothing, no thesis, which is not questioned somewhere in Nietzsche himself, a point which he can prove only by disregarding completely the chronological order of Nietzsche's writing. So there is no passage in the mature Nietzsche where he questions the will to power or eternal return or the Superman or Overman, that we want to translate. So there is a teaching of Nietzsche. But there is a teaching of Nietzsche, but the teaching is supplied by Nietzsche with question marks. There is no there, as we have seen, and with subjunctives and all and other devices of the same kind. Yeah, that of course he must say that the will to power, as in all its implications, is the text. And the basic text, as he calls it, that he must say. By the way, as regarding the God is dead or God died thesis, that is sometimes as if Nietzsche meant this is an event, there are some passages in Nietzsche which support it. This is the event of, say, the last 100 years or so. That it cannot be true because God, the biblical God of whom Nietzsche says, is eternal and is not affected by epochs of unbelief and rebellion and what have you. For Nietzsche, the biblical God never lived in the sense in which he was meant, but in another sense, namely as something living in man and affecting man, he lived, and that has ceased. That is, according to it. Yeah, he was, to put it very crudely, a product of a certain will to certain kind mind of the will to power that he speaks later on. Yeah, what you say is one of the many, the very many objections one can raise. Yeah, but there are varieties of atheists. That's to say, there are varieties of interpretations. Or Nietzsche used the term nihilism. There are n kinds of nihilism. And this nihilism is the fate of the Western world. And the question is only whether this nihilism is one which can overcome nihilism, or one which will lead to, which can never lead men out of life. That's a fundamental question. And Nietzsche contends that his nihilistic doctrine is a self-overcoming of nihilism, and is, in old-fashioned language, the true doctrine. If I'm not mistaken, time is